Chapter 26:59. Looking at the dead level 7, the three sons of God beside Bin Sun Lu felt shock and fear, as well as heartache. They had spent a lot of effort to bring a level 7 here. They had thought that they could easily end the battle, but who would have thought that he would be killed in one move? And by a level 6 at that. Who would believe it if they told others? Although the three of them were pale and had obviously used up a lot of energy, the level 7 was dead and could not be revived. How could they fight the rest of the battle? In the distance, Sina and the others were also shocked speechless. They were so shocked that they did not even try to guess the identity of the man with the knife, because this scene was simply too shocking. After the shock, all that was left was lament. Obviously, the shield was given by Ji Wei, but it was so terrifying that it could kill a level 7 powerhouse. At this moment, even Ji Wei, who had a strong will, must have broken down inside. Needless to say, Xinlin and Xavier's feelings were even worse. It was as if those things were theirs, and their hearts were bleeding. What are those knives, swords, and shields? Are they general-level divine weapons? Xavier exclaimed. Obviously, the opponents were so powerful not because of their combat power, but because of their weapons. Ji Wei was extremely shocked, but he still had the strength to stay calm. He looked up, or more accurately, at Zichen, who was holding the knife, and his eyes were constantly changing. Good, very good. Bin Sun Lu's voice suddenly rang out in the quiet battlefield. So many people had died, including a level 7 powerhouse. The people beside him were so shocked and heartbroken that they could not say a word, but he was still calm. He was calm because the level 7 powerhouse was not one of his people. The level 8 powerhouse he had brought was still behind him. He took a few steps forward and looked at the weapons in the hands of the three people in front of him. He said with satisfaction, "I will take the things in your hands." "You?" Zichen said coldly, his pale face gradually returning to normal. The attack just now had not used up much of his strength, but the most important thing was that it had consumed his soul. Him. Bin Sun Lu took a step to the side and a person walked out from behind him. As he walked out, he released the power of the oracle from his body. Strands after strands of oracles surrounded his body. There were 8 of them, an 8th-level oracle. Immediately, a powerful aura was released. At this moment, the world seemed to have darkened because of this aura. Level 8. Everyone's faces, including Zichen's, changed drastically when they saw this. No one had expected that the other party would be able to find a level 8 expert. "What do you think?" Bin Sun Lu stepped back and looked at Zichen and the other two mockingly. Zichen's expression was unsightly. He had thought that the battle would be over after killing the 3 level 7s. Who would have thought that he would encounter a level 8s? "Senior, do you have a way?" Zichen asked via voice transmission, obviously asking for help from the artifact spirit. "If you're at level 7, or if you've comprehended 5 saber intents, with my help, it's still possible. As for now, I advise you to run." The artifact spirit's voice rang out in Zichen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, if Zichen and Sword Spirit could not work together, then the other two were out of the question. Wang Xian had comprehended a sword will, but the monk hadn't comprehended a single shield will. Facing a level 8s, they had no chance of winning. Swoosh! Wuji flashed to Zichen's side, and his yin-yang doppelganger appeared. The craftsman ancestor followed and stood on the other side. Yiqian wanted to follow, but she was stopped by the deity's doppelganger. The deity's doppelganger looked at Yiqian and shook his head. Then, he walked forward with his stone saber. As he walked forward, the camouflage light on the stone saber dissipated, revealing the stone saber. In this way, his identity was completely exposed. He was skeleton. Looking at the level 6 standing in a row, Bin Sun Lu's face flashed with mockery. "Idiots, do you think you can defeat a level 8s with numbers? If numbers were useful, what's the point of having a higher realm?" Then, he stepped back and saw that the 3 people beside him had ugly expressions. "Hence," he said, "didn't we just lose 3 level 7s? If we kill them, our gains will be enough to make up for our losses." When the 3 heard Bin Sun Lu's words, they deliberately glanced at the weapons in the hands of Zichen's group. Then, they glanced at the level 9 city of generals. Their expressions softened slightly. The level 8 walked forward. He purposely walked slowly with a mocking smile on his face. Clearly, he was deliberately putting pressure on the others. Idiots, Zichun said coldly. Beside him, a beam of light had already taken the lead and rushed forward. It was a doppelganger, a deity's doppelganger with the heaven god's bone. He gripped his stone saber tightly. His body shone with divine light as he charged forward. The level 8's figure flashed. He rushed toward the doppelganger and punched. Poof! The doppelganger's saber fell. A bloody wound appeared on the level 8 divine envoy's arm. So what if he was a level 8? The sharp stone saber could still break through his defense. Boom! The level 8's fist landed on the doppelganger's chest. The powerful blow sent the doppelganger flying. He smiled proudly. He thought that even if this punch couldn't kill a level 6, it would at least severely injure him. This was the advantage of a higher realm. But in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. He saw the doppelganger charging toward him again, and scathed. How is this possible? The level 8 was puzzled. Kill. With a low roar, Zichen's real body charged forward. Wang Xian followed closely behind him. Wu Ji stood on the spot. His two doppelganger formed seals and displayed extreme yin and extreme yang. The yin and yang energies met in mid-air. Then, they merged. Under his control, they moved forward. When the doppelganger was sent flying, the yin and yang energies exploded beside the level 8, forming a horrifying wave. This attack could kill a level 6, but it couldn't hurt the level 8 divine envoy. It could be seen that the higher the level of a divine envoy, the stronger their combat power and defense. The craftsman ancestor charged forward. He held a giant energy hammer and smashed it on the level 8 divine envoy. The giant hammer shattered. The powerful shockwave sent the craftsman ancestor flying. Heske. The longsword in Wang Xian's hand pierced forward. It went straight for the chest of the level 8 divine envoy. The opponent's body flashed and disappeared in an instant. Be careful, Zichen shouted. A figure had already appeared beside Wang Xian. It was the level 8 divine envoy who had used the fleet-foot stride. He threw a powerful punch at Wang Xian, but it met with a glowing shield. The monk's speed wasn't slow. He immediately flashed forward, and Wang Xian took advantage of the momentum to retreat. Pung! The powerful shockwave landed on the light shield. A portion of it was reflected back, but the remaining portion couldn't be resolved. It sent the monk flying. Swish! Zichen finally displayed the saber that he had been preparing for a long time. 3 strands of saber intent surrounded the saber. A sword of light appeared in the level 8 divine envoy's hand and blocked the saber. Swish! The saber slashed, and the sword of light disappeared. The saber arc extended forward and swept past the level 8 divine envoy's body. It was just an afterimage. The level 8 divine envoy had already retreated far away. The deity race's fleet-foot stride was known as the fastest speed in the deity world. Only the 9 lightning flashes of the life star could block it. At this moment, the level 8 divine envoy was 2 levels higher than them. In a situation where Zichun didn't want to expose his identity, no one present could catch up to him. The doppelganger used the fleet-foot stride again and attacked the level 8 divine envoy. However, the difference of 2 levels made it impossible for him to gain an obvious advantage. Pung! The doppelganger was sent flying. He coughed up blood as he was sent flying. PFFF. The level 8 divine envoy turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of the craftsman ancestor. He sent the craftsman ancestor flying with a punch. The craftsman ancestor coughed up blood and was injured. After that, he appeared in front of Wu Ji. Wu Ji's body flickered, and he disappeared in an instant. The level 8 divine envoy's punch missed. After his punch missed, he rushed toward Wu Ji's real body again. The monk burst forth with extreme speed and appeared in front of Wu Ji. He used his shield to block the attack. Boom! Powerful energy surged. The level 8 divine envoy was sent flying. The monk and Wu Ji were also sent flying. In a situation where they didn't have an advantage in terms of cultivation and didn't have any powerful techniques, a mere level 8 divine envoy was enough to put them in danger. Zichen quickly caught up and slashed out with his blade. The level 8 divine envoy used his lightsaber to block the attack and then used his extreme speed to dodge. It's useless. Behind them, Bin Senlu looked at this scene proudly. The level 8 divine envoy strength was within his expectations. Jiwei was still watching from afar. At this moment, he wasn't sure if the blade-wielding man was the one he thought he was. If he wasn't, then it wouldn't matter. It could only be said that Yi Qian was lucky to have found a powerful assistant. However, if he was, then the significance would be different. He believed that the entire deity world would be shaken, because he had broken the rules. In this world, all the rules were set by the deity race. Everyone had to follow the deity race's will. No one could go against it. Anyone who broke the rules had to die. At this moment, Wu Ji had already retreated with injuries. In the past, Zichun used the 9 lightning deaths. Many people found it difficult to deal with him because with speed, he was almost invincible. However, the level 8 divine envoy had absolute speed. This made him invincible. Now, he could either use the same speed to suppress him or find a way to trap him. In the meantime, if he wanted to trap him, using his world was a good method. However, if he used his world now, wouldn't he be telling Jiwei his true identity? There were too many uncontrollable factors. He didn't want to reveal his identity yet. In that case, he could only use the second method. He turned back to look at his doppelganger. His doppelganger nodded at him. Then, he transmitted his voice. After my doppelganger traps him, you guys unleash your strongest attack. We must kill him in one blow. The doppelganger retreated and started to form seals with both hands. These seals were relatively complicated. This was a divine skill that had awakened in his mind. God trapping hand. The doppelganger let out a low shout. The light on his body disappeared in an instant. The soul in his sea of consciousness also became weak. In the sky, energy surged, and a large hand emitting divine light appeared. The large hand descended from the sky and went straight for the level 8 divine envoy. When the level 8 divine envoy raised his head and saw the large hand, his expression changed drastically. He kept using the fleetfoot stride, trying to break free from the lock. However, it was useless. The large hand fell and trapped the level 8 divine envoy. Do it! Zichun and the others rushed forward. In the distance, the faces of the heavenly god's children were filled with shock. God trapping hand. Chapter 2660. Everyone knew that there were only 9 heavenly gods in the divine world. The 9th heavenly god pagoda battling god was actually the 10th heavenly god because the previous 9th heavenly god had died. The death of a heavenly god had caused a huge commotion in the divine world. Although many years had passed, everyone who came to the divine world still knew about this piece of history. They didn't know how the previous 9th heavenly god, Zeus, died, but they knew that he had really died and left behind the chaotic 9th region, which was now the chaotic 10th region. Although he had been dead for many years, his deeds were still circulating in the divine world. During this period, people were very interested in the heavenly god skills that Zeus had left behind. For example, the god trapping hand. This was created by Zeus, and it was a real heavenly god skill. Just from the name, one could tell that it was different from the god race's usual world-destroying divine skills. This was a skill that was specially targeted against the gods. Once this heavenly god skill was used, few people from the gods could resist it. Currently, in the divine world, only a small number of people knew about the god trapping hand. Moreover, it wasn't complete and was almost equivalent to a lost divine skill. It was said that after the death of the 9th heavenly god, it caused a huge commotion in the divine world. During that commotion, many of the 9th heavenly god's sons were killed or injured because of the 9th heavenly god skill. They didn't expect to see another member of the god race using the god trapping hand today. When a level 6 used it, it could trap a level 8. This made people wonder about the completeness of the god trapping hand. Zichun didn't know about this. Yi Qian didn't stay in the divine world for long, so she didn't know either. Monk and the others didn't know either. Therefore, their expressions didn't change much. When they saw that the god trapping hand had trapped a level 8 expert, they were pleasantly surprised. At the moment when the level 8 was trapped, Monk and Wang Xian were ready to attack. The sword essence and shield essence raged again. The Battle King's sword and shield emitted an ancient aura. The Battle King's sword stabbed forward. Under the level 8's horrified expression, the sword pierced into his chest. The sword essence spread and tried to destroy his vitality. Wang Xian's attack couldn't destroy the level 8's vitality. She could only injure him. But this was already very impressive. Swish! Tyrant threw out the shield in his hand. The shield spun and headed straight for level 8. Its target was still the opponent's neck. But this time, the shield didn't chop off the enemy's head. After breaking through the enemy's defense, it only pierced into the enemy's neck and got stuck there. It's useless. Weapons can't make up for the gap between realms. The 8th level divine emissary laughed complacently as he tried to break free from the god-binding hand. At this moment, Zichen's saber stabbed over. That's right, it was a stab of the saber. It was not the saber light that swept forward like before. Saber will surged above his saber, shining with a dazzling golden light. The golden light was scorching and berserk. The moment it appeared, it became the only color in the world. Pooh! His blade pierced into the body of the level 8 divine envoy. The smile on level 8's face did not diminish because a mere level 6 could not kill him at all. But in the next moment, his smile froze as he stared in shock at Zichen. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. The golden light on Zichen's saber disappeared. The saber will and energy contained in the saber spread throughout the body of the 8th level divine emissary. His vigorous vitality was rapidly dissipating until it disappeared. The shield returned to Tyrant's hand. Wang Xian pulled out the Battle Emperor sword. The god-binding hand dissipated, and the face of the divine incarnation became very pale. The god-binding hand had consumed a lot of his energy. Zichen finally withdrew his saber. The body of the 8th level divine emissary fell to the ground, and then there was no sound. He was dead. How is this possible? At this moment, the crowd, who had yet to recover from the shock of the god-binding hand, was even more shocked because of the death of the 8th level divine emissary. Previously, when they killed a 7th level divine emissary, it was already shocking enough. Who would have thought that they would kill an 8th level divine emissary? Weren't the existences on life stars supposed to be inferior life forms? Why were they so powerful? Even if they had extraordinary sabers, swords, and shields, they shouldn't have been able to kill an 8th level divine emissary. Just as the crowd was speechless from shock, Tyrant descended. Obviously, his mind was unusually sharp, and he knew to collect the spoils of war first. The surroundings were quiet, so quiet that it was almost dead. Other than Tyrant, no one moved or spoke. Ben Senlu's face was filled with disbelief, and he was a little dazed. He couldn't believe that the 8th level divine emissary he had brought had died just like that. Beside him, the 3 sons of God were so shocked that they were almost petrified. This time, they had suffered a great loss. Zichen turned around and looked at Ben Senlu. How is it? Ben Senlu's face was extremely ugly, and he didn't reply. Zichen walked towards Ben Senlu. Recalling the scene of Wang Xian killing 3 6th level divine emissaries, Ben Senlu, who was a 4th level divine emissary, was obviously not enough. The other 6th level divine emissaries and the divine emissaries in the distance all rushed over, protecting Ben Senlu. Ben Senlu was a son of God, and nothing could happen to him. Stop. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from behind them. Jiwei's group of 4 came forward, and there were 3 4th level divine emissaries following behind them. The group quickly came to the front of Ben Senlu, and then Jiwei stared at Zichen. Zichen stopped, looking at Jiwei. Jiwei looked at him and said, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Zichen said, It's impossible for a mere 8th level divine emissary to take my life. Jiwei smiled faintly and said, You know what I mean. Zichen asked, What do you mean? Jiwei turned around and looked at Sina, saying, Sina, call for help. Call for help? Who? Sina was bewildered. They only had a few people now, so where could they call for help? Call your father, Sir God of God. This man is the heaven-defying expert of the life star, Zichen. He's not dead. Jiwei said coldly. What? Sina's face changed dramatically. Of course, he wasn't a stranger to Zichen. He had almost killed him in Thunder God Palace. If his father hadn't come, he would have fallen into the abyss. Afterward, he and Kai Ming had joined hands to push him into the abyss. However, Even God of God didn't dare to enter that abyss. If he was really Zichun, how could he have survived? Jiwei, don't talk nonsense. Yi Qian stepped forward and said coldly, whether it's nonsense or not, he should know. Jiwei sneered. Just now, all of you were looking at the God-binding hand, but I didn't. Because I don't know what it is, I was looking at him. That's why I saw the different energy contained in his blade. Although you tried to hide it, how could you escape my perception? Zichen's expression didn't change, but he couldn't help but admire Jiwei's perception. Behind them, Bin Senlu was mocking Jiwei inwardly for not knowing what the God-binding hand was. However, it was precisely because of this that Jiwei was able to recognize Zichen. This was also the reason why Zichun hadn't cut open the body of an 8th-rank cultivator and had instead used a stab. Zichun, I really didn't expect you to be so lucky. The heavens wanted you to die, but you didn't. Could it be that you really want to defy the heavens? Jiwei sneered. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? The monk stepped forward and stared coldly at Jiwei. Jiwei ignored the monk and turned to look at Sina. Have you notified the god? How am I supposed to notify him? Sina said. Clearly, he was just a clone. Notify the true body first, then the god, Jiwei said. This isn't fake, right? Sina had a troubled look on his face. Although the god of God was his father, he wasn't someone he could casually order around. If something happens, I'll bear all the responsibility. Jiwei looked at Zichun and sneered. If he isn't Zichun and caused the god of God to come here for nothing, then I'll immediately commit suicide to atone for my sins. Sina nodded. Only then did he relax. Should we kill them all and then run away? The monk transmitted. Clearly, their identities had been exposed. First of all, we can't kill them. The god of God's son is very hard to kill. Secondly, we can't run away either. After all, the god race rules the entire world. Moreover, the monk can run away, but the temple can't. Zichen transmitted, his voice filled with helplessness. I don't have a temple. This joke has no meaning. It's not funny. I won't let you die. Yi Qian's voice rang out. This time, it was very decisive. Even if the heavens want you dead, I won't let you die unless I die. Hearing Yi Qian's transmission, Zichen's heart stirred, but he didn't reply. He looked at Jiwei and smiled. Your observation is indeed sharp. It seems that not killing you back then was my biggest mistake. Then, Zichen's face changed. His real face was revealed. It's you. Hiding your head and showing your tail must not be a good life, right? Too bad. You won't have the chance. Never again. Jiwei smiled confidently. Today, you will die without a doubt. In the city, Toby's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect that person to be Zichun. Then, he looked into the distance, wanting to find the skeleton. However, the skeleton was gone. He seemed to have guessed something, which made him even more incredulous. Jiwei, what are you talking about? Bin Senlu's voice came from behind. Jiwei turned around, bowed to Bin Senlu and said, Young master, you don't know. This man is Zichun. He's from the Life Star. According to the rules of the God world, he should have died in the reincarnation. However, he's still alive. This is against the rules of the God world, which has changed his destiny. Destiny? Yes, it's related to the Life Star. Sina's father and the 9th heavenly god used to deal with it. At that time, Sina and the other 2 heavenly gods saw him die with their own eyes. They didn't expect him to still be alive. And my father? Xian Lin asked. At that time, Kai Ming and I pushed him into the abyss and killed him. Who would have thought that he didn't die? Sina said. If that's the case, then let him do it again, Xian Lin said coldly. She looked at Yi Qian with resentment in her eyes. Then, her body glowed, and her clone disappeared. Sina's figure disappeared as well. Bin Senlu stared at Jiwei and asked, Will the 8th heavenly god really come? Jiwei said affirmatively, He will definitely come. Bin Senlu smiled faintly and said, It seems that this is a rather interesting matter. Then tell me, will father be interested in this matter? Jiwei thought for a while and said, This matter is very important to the God world. I believe father will pay attention to it. Very good. After saying that, Bin Sen Lu's body glowed. A powerful aura burst out from his body. Chapter 2661. A genius will remember love in 1 second? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. The aura of a heavenly god appeared. It was still so powerful and terrifying. The space around them seemed to freeze. Time seemed to stop. Everything had come to a halt. Even if Zichun wanted to run away, he didn't have the chance. Obviously, the heavenly god came too quickly. He couldn't move his body. Moreover, it was the second heavenly god. The second heavenly god appeared. He was tall and muscular, looking like a boorish man. However, according to the ranking of heavenly gods, he was the second most powerful person in the divine world. After he appeared, the pressure around them suddenly disappeared. Everyone felt their bodies become lighter as they regained their freedom. Greetings, Father. Greetings, Father. Greetings, great heavenly God. Everyone, including Bin Senlu, bowed. Even Zichun and the others were no exception. Many people present had excited expressions on their faces because they were able to see a heavenly deity. After all, even the adopted sons of the heavenly gods couldn't meet such a powerful person, let alone them. Why did you ask me to come here? Luer, what happened? Where are the people you brought with you? The second heavenly god turned around and looked at Bin Senlu. He had a faint smile on his face and a doting look on his face. Dead. They killed him. Father, you have to help me. Bin Senlu looked at Ichien. He didn't look at Zichun because his status was too low. He didn't deserve the attention of a son of heavenly god. The second heavenly god turned around and saw Ichien. Then, he scanned the crowd, his eyes flashing with surprise. The aura of a life star is interesting. His eyes scanned the crowd and then looked at Bin Senlu again. He said indifferently, just because of this? The death of a level 8 expert was a big deal in everyone's eyes. However, in the eyes of a heavenly god, it was nothing. That's one of the reasons. Another reason is that Yinwei said that this guy's status is special. He said that Father would be interested. Bin Senlu pointed at Zichun and said, he didn't know what a heavenly god from a life star was, but he didn't care. The reason why he asked his father to come was that he found it interesting. A mere ancestor realm expert. What special identity does he have? Wagwei, tell me, what is so special about him? The second heavenly god turned around and looked at Wagwei. Father, this man's name is Zichun. He comes from the life star. He's a heaven-defying warrior there, said Yahweh while clasping his fists. A heaven-defying expert from a life star? Didn't he die? The second heavenly god asked. Clearly, he was still aware of this matter. But he didn't die. Yangwei said. Oh. The second heavenly god's expression changed slightly as he stared back at Zichun. Right at this moment, another two heavenly deity auras suddenly appeared. Everyone once again felt an immense pressure. Clearly, this was not done intentionally by the heavenly deity. It was just an unintentional release of his aura. If it was done intentionally, no one would be able to survive under such circumstances. The two celestial gods who had appeared were the 8th celestial god, Shibei, and the 9th celestial god, Pagoda Battle. Beside them were Sina and Xian Lin. Xian Lin's gaze was still cold as she looked in their direction. Greetings, heavenly deity. Everyone bowed again. During this time, Fanli sent a message to Bin Senlu. Bin Senlu looked at the two of them and his expression changed. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. This was because both Sina and Xian Lin were 6th level divine envoys. The two of them were able to break through so quickly only because of the mother nest. Clearly, this matter was related to the two of them. At this moment, Bin Senlu thought about how Xavier's doppelganger had appeared, but his real body was not present. He was almost certain that this matter was related to Yahweh. You guys are also here. Are you here because of the heaven-defying warrior? Asked the second heavenly god. Luojins, this matter seems to have nothing to do with you, right? You came quite early to join in on the fun. Shibei glanced at the second heavenly god and then looked at Zichun. Feeling that familiar aura, his face was filled with astonishment as he said, Little guy, you really didn't die. Zichun did not say anything. At this moment, Ichien was standing next to Zichun and looking at her father. Pagoda battle, at that time. You personally said that the heaven-defying warrior was dead, but now, he is still alive and has affected the trajectory of fate. What do you think we should do? Asked the second heavenly god, Luo Jins. What should we do? Just kill him and let fate continue to run its course, West Shell said. If you want to kill him, kill me first. Iqian took a step forward and spread her arms, using her body to protect Zichen. Shibei looked at Iqian and shook his head, saying, Little girl, you are still so stubborn. Pagoda battle, this is your little girl. What do you think we should do? Pagoda battle shook his head, saying, I do not agree. Do not agree? Do you know the consequences of your words? The two heavenly gods were watching the ninth heavenly god Pagoda battle. Pagoda battle said, Fate has been in the cycle of reincarnation for so long, but it has not gone according to our expectations. Have you not thought about whether there is a problem? Now that this heaven-defying warrior is still alive, it means that he has already defied the heavens and changed his fate. If the cycle of fate does not allow us to achieve the results we expected, then what about the heaven-defying warrior who has changed his fate? Will we be able to reach the step we're looking for? Shibei frowned, saying, Pagoda battle, this is just your own guess. I still believe that we should follow the cycle of reincarnation, because this is a cycle that we control. His existence is out of our control. Who knows what will happen in the future? Pagoda battle looked at Zichen and then at Iqian. He said firmly, No matter what, I will not let him die this time. This is going against the rules of the god race. Pagoda battle, you should know what the consequences are. Even if you are a heavenly god, you may not be able to bear it. Shibei looked at him. Pagoda battle said solemnly, No matter what the consequences are, I will accept it. Father, you. Xian Lin stared blankly at Pagoda battle god. Her original intention was to find her father to kill the heaven-defying warrior. Because she saw that the relationship between the heaven-defying warrior and Iqian was not ordinary. She wanted to make Iqian sad. Who would have thought that after her father came here, he would protect the heaven-defying warrior? Second heavenly god Luo Jinsi asked puzzledly, Why? Pagoda battle god looked at Zichen and said, Because he is Qian Er's fiancé. You. Clearly, the two heavenly gods' expression changed. They clearly understood the meaning of Pagoda battle. There was only one reason for him to protect Zichen. It was for his daughter. The two of them naturally knew about Pagoda battle god. They also knew that Pagoda battle god had a daughter from the lower realm. He loved this daughter very much, but she was very cold to him. Iqian raised her head and looked at Pagoda battle god. Her eyes became watery. Xian Lin was stunned. She looked at her father in front of her, and then looked at Iqian in front of her. Her heart gave birth to a strong hatred. Why? They were both daughters. Why were the two treated so differently? Iqian was just a person from the lower realm. Why was she so good to her? Of course, she didn't dare to show her hatred to her heavenly godfather. So, she focused all of her hatred on Iqian. Is this reason enough? Pagoda battle looked at Shibei and Luo Jinsi. Of course, this reason is enough. However, this matter is very important. We can't just let it go. How about this? Let's call the others to discuss it together, Luo Jinsi said. That's fine too. Shibei nodded. On the other side, Jiwei clearly didn't expect the three heavenly gods to have such an attitude. According to the information he had gathered, once a heaven-defying cultivator was discovered to be revived, shouldn't they kill him without hesitation? He was stunned. Soon, the aura of the heavenly gods appeared again. One after another, heavenly gods appeared. Except for the first heavenly god, all the other heavenly gods had arrived. Next, heavenly god Shibei explained what had happened. All of the heavenly gods looked at Zichen in shock. In the eyes of the people in the distance, Zichen could make 8 heavenly gods gather together to discuss his matter. Even if he died, it would be worth it. Iqian was still standing in front of Zichen. She stretched out her arms, stubbornly blocking everyone. In the eyes of the heavenly gods, such stubbornness was somewhat cute. However, although she was cute, she still had to abide by the rules. Heaven-defying cultivators must follow the path of reincarnation. This kind of heaven-defying cultivator who transcends reincarnation, is unreasonable. If it's unreasonable, then we must eliminate him. The third heavenly god said. His attitude was resolute. Not only is it unreasonable, but it's also uncontrollable. Pagoda battle. Everything else can be discussed, but not this matter, the fourth heavenly god said. I agree with the fourth heavenly god. All things in the world must be controlled by the heavenly realm. The fifth heavenly god said. I feel that since we haven't achieved our goal for so long, now that an uncontrollable factor has appeared, we should observe it. It's just a little doll. No matter how uncontrollable it is, it won't be a threat to us. Moreover, look at Pagoda battle. She's so unyielding and has such a temperament. This is rare in the heavenly realm. I don't agree with killing him. The sixth heavenly god said. Even the abyss didn't kill him. This proves that the heavenly Tao won't let him die. Since he's so tenacious, why should we go against the heavenly Tao and kill him? The seventh heavenly god said. I also don't agree with killing him. Shi Bei said unhappily. We are pursuing the divine Tao. We are the rulers. The seventh heavenly god said calmly, but we are still under the heavenly Tao, aren't we? It's 3 against 3 now. Shi Bei Luo Jins, what do you two think? Of course I choose to kill him. Sina said. Luo Jins, what about you? The seventh heavenly god looked at Luo Jins. Luo Jins said, although killing a tenacious little doll is somewhat cruel, in order to abide by the rules of the god race, we should still kill him. Sina laughed. 5 against 3. Kill him. Yue and the others let out sighs of relief. When heavenly gods spoke, they meant what they said. If they said to kill, then they naturally had to kill. No one could go against the will of a heavenly god, much less 8 heavenly gods. Chapter 2662. Genius remembers, love, go 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 little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tyrant and the others rushed forward without hesitation, protecting Zichen behind them. Zichen didn't move. He didn't even have the thought of running away, because these people were celestial gods, the strongest beings in the world. He was just a god's messenger. How could he escape? The celestial gods didn't put Tyrant and the others in their eyes. In their eyes, these people were like ants, raising their heads to protest against a giant. It was meaningless. Pagoda battle, the votes have been decided. We can't do anything, said the seventh celestial god. The Pagoda battle god said, not to mention that there are 3 votes, even if there isn't one, I won't allow you to kill him. What? You don't even abide by the votes? Pagoda battle, are you trying to rebel? Shi Bei stared at the Pagoda battle coldly. Rebel? Who wants to rebel? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, another celestial god's aura appeared. The 9th celestial god had appeared. The 9 celestial gods of the god world had gathered. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. A mere Zichen could make the 9 celestial gods gather together. What was the identity of the heaven-defying cultivator of the life star? Feeling the celestial god's aura, the 8 celestial gods were surprised. Then, they stood up straight and looked forward. Their expressions were serious. Obviously, they knew who had come. A celestial god surrounded by divine light appeared. No one could see her face clearly, but they could tell that she was a woman from her figure. At this moment, all the celestial gods had arrived, except for the first celestial god. Obviously, this celestial god was the first celestial god of the god world. But who would have thought that the first celestial god of the god world was a female celestial god? When the first celestial god appeared, the other celestial gods nodded at her. Their expressions were very polite. Lianya, why are you here? Asked the second celestial god, Luo Jinsi, in surprise. Love, go little, said Ku. Why didn't you inform me that you were having a discussion here? Am I not a celestial god? I just heard that you want to rebel. Who is it? Could it be that you're discussing challenging my position? First heavenly deity, Lianya said. Her voice was clear, yet pleasant to the ears. There was no powerful pressure to it either. However, the intense light emitted from her body made it impossible for others to look at her directly. When they heard her voice and saw her, many people outside the arena were stunned. Even Zichen and the others were surprised. The leader of the 9 great heavenly gods of the god realm was actually a female heavenly god. It's the Tower Battle. He wants to protect the heaven-defying warriors on the life stars. Loggins briefly explained what had happened, and then told them the result of the vote. The voting results are out. Those who defy the heavens must die. It was clear that the result of the vote was 5-3, and it did not matter whether the first heavenly god voted or not. Although they did not have a chance to vote, the other heavenly gods were all looking at Lienya. As the first heavenly deity, she was the most mysterious. She almost never participated in the discussions between the heavenly deities, so this time, no one informed her. Who would have thought that she would actually come by herself? She looked back at Zichun and giggled. You're the heaven-defying warrior? You came out alive after entering the abyss. You're quite lucky. You're also quite pretty. She then looked at Ichien. A very pretty girl. She's beautiful and pure. Tower Battle, I didn't expect you to have a daughter like her. No wonder you spoil her so much. If it were me, I would spoil her too. Also, I think the two of them are quite compatible. Not bad at all. Tower Battle nodded slightly, his expression much better. As a heavenly god for many years, he was well aware of first heavenly god Lienya's status in the god realm, and the weight of her words. She was indeed not qualified to vote, because it was meaningless. Her words were much more important than the votes of the other 8 heavenly gods. The other heavenly gods clearly did not understand heavenly god Lienya's intentions, but from her tone, it did not seem to be a good idea. Thus, Logan said, Lienya, we just voted. It's 5-3. So what? Lienya looked at Loggins. Loggins said, even if you vote and choose not to kill him, we still have a lot of votes. He still has to die. Hearing this, Lienya giggled. You all are so boring. This is Tower Battle's family affair. It's one thing for you to come here to join in the fun, but to vote? Don't you think it's boring? Look at the two of them. One is a talented man, the other a beautiful woman. They are a match made in heaven. You have the nerve to break up such a beautiful couple? Logan said, they may be a good match, but this is not a family affair. This is a serious matter, a matter that concerns the rules of the god realm. Lienya looked at the second heavenly god and smiled. Loggins, you really are boring. No, I think you're just jealous of the two of them. They are a talented man and a beautiful woman, and they both love each other. Or perhaps he was jealous of the pagoda battle. He had a beautiful and gentle daughter, and he found a good son-in-law who was both handsome and handsome. Loggins frowned. Lienya, let's get down to business. Lienya's smile faded. All right, let's get down to business. So many generations of defying heavens have been killed by you after failing to open the gate of heaven. Now, there is finally someone who has survived the abyss. Isn't this a good thing? He didn't open the gate of heaven last time. Who can guarantee that he won't be able to open it next time? Why don't you use your brains and think about it? Perhaps this is the arrangement of fate? Lienya looked at the heavenly gods and said, I know what you want to say. We are the god race, the masters of this world. We can control all fate and everything in this world. That is true, but it is not absolute. We cannot control the fate of the heavenly Tao, because we still stand under the heavenly Tao and grow according to the heavenly Tao. Since he broke the rules we set and changed his fate, this is his fate and the heavenly Tao's arrangement. Lienya changed the topic and smiled again. Also, a talented man and a beautiful woman, a pair of beautiful women, this is true love between each other. Do you understand? Nowadays, everyone in the god realm is chasing after benefits and all kinds of marriage alliances. True love has long become a luxury. Now that one has finally appeared, you have to interfere. She looked back at Ichien and said, Little sister, the two of you are not married yet, right? When you get married, remember to tell Big Sister. Big Sister will give you a big gift. Ichien didn't know how to respond. She was excited and nervous. The other heavenly gods were startled. What kind of seniority is this? Finally, Lienya said, Okay, you all can leave now. You don't have to care about the heavenly deities in the future. You have all lived in the god realm for too long. Your hearts are made of iron. If you have time, go to the lower realms. Maybe you can meet true love there. At that time, you will naturally understand the two of them. Although the last sentence was a joke, the previous words were definitely the will of the gods. That was the will of the first heavenly god, which far exceeded the result of the vote. The heavenly gods nodded and left one after another. The pagoda battle god looked back at Yiqian, then looked at Zichun and said, Zichun, if you have time, go to the ninth heaven. I have something you are interested in there. Many thanks, heavenly god. Zichun cupped his fists and bowed. You are going to be a family soon. Why are you still so polite? Hee, how interesting. Lienya didn't leave and giggled. Thank you, Lienya. The pagoda battle god cupped his fists again and disappeared. Little guy, remember to look for the pagoda battle god. He should have a lot of good things. Look at you now. You don't have a cultivation base, you don't have any equipment, and you don't have any combat skills. You're too shabby. Lienya looked at Zichun and the others and shook her head, her face full of disdain. She then walked in front of Yiqian and touched her face. As expected, your skin is as tender as Big Sister's. Remember to tell Big Sister when you get married. After saying that, Lienya also left. With all the heavenly gods gone, Zichun's life was saved. Only Ben Sin Lu's group and Yue's group were left. Zichun looked at the ugly Yanwei and said, I seem to have disappointed you. The results of the voting were already out, but the first heavenly god had abruptly nullified it. This was completely unexpected, and Yanwei's face became very ugly. Xian Lin, who was already a 6th-level divine envoy, stared coldly at Yiqian, her eyes full of hatred. Yanwei. At this time, a cold voice sounded. It was Ben Senlu. Young master. Yanwei looked at Ben Senlu. You dare to steal my mother nest? How dare you? Ben Senlu's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. I don't know what you mean, young master. Yanwei said. You don't know, but I know. Zichun turned and cupped his fists towards Ben Senlu. Reporting to young master, the stealing of your mother nest was planned by Yanwei. He was also the one who informed us when to take action. During this time, we came to an agreement that he would provide accurate clues and timing. After the deed was done, we would give him 80% of the loot. T, it's only 50%. Sina heard this and said coldly. Seeing the smile on Zichun's face, Sina knew that things were not going well. Oh, then it should be 50%. I don't remember clearly. Zichun chuckled. Yanwei, I want you dead. Sina rushed towards Yanwei. Wong. Energy surged from Yanwei's body, releasing the aura of a 6th level. Clearly, he had reached 6th level long ago, but had been hiding. His methods were extremely brilliant. Let's go. With a low shout, he flew into the distance. Xavier's doppelganger disappeared. Sina and Xian Lin followed closely behind Yanwei. However, the 3 4th-level bodyguards they had brought with them were left there forever. Yiqian, just you wait. Xian Lin's voice came from afar. You won't be so lucky next time. Zichun, Yanwei, will remember this. Let's talk about it after you survive. Zichun smiled faintly. Ben Senlu led his men and chased after Yanwei. The experts he had brought with him were all dead. At this moment, he could only chase after Yanwei. Seeing them leave one after another, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Especially Zichun. He felt extremely relaxed. Ever since he returned last time, he had been worried about being discovered and the consequences. But now, everything was fine. In the future, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the divine realm. He would no longer need to hide his many methods. Thank you. Zichun turned around and looked at Yiqian, sincerely thanking her. You're welcome. Yiqian smiled. The 4 women looked at each other and nodded silently without saying anything. Chapter 2663. When they returned to General City, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. No one had expected that Ben Sinlu's battle would lead to such a scene. However, Zichun was safe now. He was free to fly. He was completely free. If Ben Senlu came here again, not only would they not be angry, they would even thank him. They might even give him some resources from the mother nest. Of course, the premise was that he dared to come back. What are we going to do next? Zhang Haotian, who had always been quiet, opened his mouth at this moment. What are we going to do? Of course, We're going to drink. For such a happy occasion, we have to drink for 3 days and 3 nights. No, we have to drink for 10 days and 10 nights to celebrate. Monk laughed. The others obviously did not have any objections. What else could make them happier than today? You guys stay here. I'll go buy some wine. Yiqian smiled. She was naturally happy that Zichun was not in danger. Buy more. Monk said. Let's go. A light of energy appeared on Zichun's body. This light enveloped Yiqian, and the two of them disappeared. Since there was no need to hide, Zichun could perform long-distance teleportation. It only took a few teleportations and a few breaths of time to reach Qi Wei's city. Even as he teleported, he saw the fleeing Rocky below, as well as Bin Senlu, who was still chasing after him. Before Qi Wei could return to the city, Zichun had already arrived at his city. When Zichun and Yiqian left, everyone was very excited. The city was filled with cheers. During this time, the 4 girls returned to their room. They were naturally happy that Zichun was safe. However, at this moment, the 4 girls were more ashamed than happy. Compared to Yiqian, we are really too weak, Lin Shui said, feeling ashamed. It seems that we have never helped him much. Instead, we often cause trouble for him. This time, he is in danger and we can't do anything. Wang Xianer said. Shang Guanyu lowered her head and did not speak. Among these people, she was the weakest and seemed to be the most useless. They had all seen how Yiqian helped Zichun. Without Yiqian, Zichun's trip to the star path would have been very difficult. If it weren't for Yiqian, the Life Star would have suffered a big loss in the previous battle. Perhaps it would have been destroyed. If not for Yiqian, how could they have today's achievements? If it wasn't for Yiqian, Zichun would have died today. It could be said that Yiqian had not only helped Zichun a lot, but also everyone else. All the people on this Life Star should thank her. Although they had never said anything, they had always kept this gratitude in their hearts. Yiqian had never expressed her feelings for Zichun, but she had always stood behind Zichun, silently paying for him. This kind of sacrifice could be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. Even a blind person could feel it. Although they had tacitly accepted Yiqian's existence in the past, today, they had to re-examine this issue. Zichun and Yiqian came back. The 4 women walked out of the room, and the whole city cheered. It was a day worth celebrating. What do you plan to do next? Craftsman Ancestor looked at Zichun and asked. I want to go back to the Life Star first, said Zichun. Everybody looked at him. The principle there is still suppressed. I have to go back and release the principle. When the principle of heaven and earth is released, the experts on the Life Star will emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. Zichun turned to look at Yiqian. Then, I want them to come to the divine world. Anyway, they can grow faster here. It was both a statement and a question. Yiqian didn't hesitate. She nodded and smiled. That's good. Zichun looked at Yiqian and smiled. He was very grateful. He hadn't finished, but everybody understood. Next, they would use this city as the foundation to develop. Then, they would expand to other places, making the Life Star a place in this world. If they could achieve this, it would be a brand new step for the Life Star. With the appearance of countless Ancestor Realm experts, the aliens would no longer attack the Life Star. Even if they attacked, with them guarding the Life Star, nothing would happen. Nobody had any objection to this. However, if they wanted to go back, they would need someone to lead the way. This person could only be Yiqian. The Mother Nest could only help people break through to level 6. After Zichun and the others broke through, Yiqian handed the remaining Mother Nest to Toby for him to distribute. Since Zichun was no longer in danger, Zichun's fighting strength was equivalent to a group of God's envoys. It would be very easy for him to hunt level 6 creatures from another space-time. Should we go to the 9th heaven? In the main hall of the castle, everybody was sitting there to discuss matters. Yiqian's seat at the top was empty. She wasn't used to sitting there. Next, they discussed the matter of going to the 9th heaven. Before leaving, Pagoda Battle God said that there was something suitable for them there. It was all of them, not just Zichun alone. In addition, the first heavenly god also expressed his disdain for them. During that period, they already had strength and combat skills. We must go to the 9th heaven. The voice of the craftsman ancestor sounded in the quiet hall. Although Zichen's fighting strength was the strongest in this team, the one who had the most right to speak was the craftsman ancestor. Everyone nodded. This time, Zichun was safe because of Pagoda Battle God. Whether Pagoda Battle God invited them or not, they must go. Especially Zichen. No matter what, he should go and thank him in person. The problem now is, when should we go? Obviously, this was the problem that everyone should discuss. Shadowless hasn't come back yet. When he comes back, we will go together, Zichun said. The others nodded. Although they couldn't see Shadowless, they all recognized his existence and regarded him as a member of the team. Zichun said, "During this period, I want to go back to the Life Star first. After all, the sooner I go back, the sooner I can cultivate the strongest." No one had any objection to this. Moreover, many people expressed their desire to go back with him. For example, Tyrant, who obtained the shield and reached the 6th level. With his character, he should go back and show off, telling the world that he has become stronger. You guys don't need to go back. Take the contribution points and divine crystals and go to other places to see if you can exchange them for more things. Or, stay here and comprehend the ancestral shield steel. They can ignore the other ancestral steels, but they must comprehend the ancestral shield steel, because everyone needs the shield intent to defend. During this period, although Tyrant is stingy, he has to contribute his strongest defensive technique. This way, it will be easier to comprehend. After the matter was settled, it was time to set off. This time, Ichian and Zichun went to the Life Star. During this period, he left the ancestral shield steel and the ancestral sword steel for everyone to comprehend. He left with the ancestral shield steel. When he left, he still chose to teleport. After arriving at Shaky City, he saw that the city was still intact. Obviously, Ben Senlu didn't really do anything to Shaky. Given Shaky's intelligence, the two of them should have reached some kind of agreement. However, Shaky's losses this time were definitely not small. After that, they returned to the old Divine City. This place had the last part of the heavenly lightning wings. The two of them didn't stay here for long. They left the Divine City and returned to the Star Path. It was worth mentioning that the 6th rank Ichian already had a few tricks up her sleeve. She could easily take Zichun out of the Divine City. After that, the two of them returned to the sinful star field and borrowed a path to return to the martial heaven continent. Or perhaps it should be said that they returned to the Boundless Sect. The instant the two of them appeared in the Boundless Sect, the laws of this world sensed the aura of Zichen's heaven-defying soul. The laws of heaven and earth began to surge. The previously invisible laws became exceptionally clear at this moment. The heavenly Daos could sense them everywhere. Wind rose, clouds moved, and the ground cracked. Spiritual energy surged out, radiating dazzling light. The mountain peak exploded, and countless crystals flew out like an erupting volcano. The heavenly Daos became stronger, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth from the void to replenish this withered world. For a time, the world's spiritual energy was dense. All kinds of energy light gathered together like ribbons because they were too condensed. In an instant, a world with vague laws had turned into a fairyland. Such an unforeseen event shocked all the living beings in the Tianwu continent. The former Saint Burial Ground had completely exploded. The chaotic energy that the four women had absorbed back then was all released at this moment. The entire Tianwu continent was shrouded in fog, but this wasn't a bad thing because this fog was pure energy. Such a dense amount of spiritual energy stunned all the living beings present. It seemed that this kind of situation had only happened in prehistoric times. Looking at the density of the spiritual energy, it seemed to be even denser than in prehistoric times. Those who had reached a bottleneck and couldn't break through for a long time looked up at the sky at this moment. They could clearly feel the laws. The fake heavens directly broke through to the heaven realm, and some of them even touched the threshold of the saint realm. They believed that it wouldn't be long before they broke through. The resources that had lost their effectiveness were also full of vitality because of the recovery of the laws. This change was most obvious in the Wuji sect. At this moment, all the buildings in the Wuji sect seemed to show signs of turning into energy. However, the disciples of the Wuji sect who sensed this scene didn't feel surprised. Instead, they felt worried. If all these buildings were to be transformed into pure crystals, they would definitely become a huge treasure. When that time came, they would naturally be coveted by others. Some of them had sharp senses and knew that the change was coming from behind, so they all rushed back. There was a small forbidden area there, and the teleportation formation was sealed. However, when they arrived, they found that the sealed teleportation formation had already been activated. And in front of the teleportation formation, there were two people standing. Because of the fog, they couldn't see the two people's faces clearly, so they all shouted. Some of them were holding the methods left behind by Wang Xian, and the others. They gathered their courage and walked forward. Then, they saw the two people's faces clearly. Then, they knelt on the ground with abnormally excited expressions. Chapter 26-64. They were all juniors and had never seen Zichen before. However, that didn't stop them from recognizing Zichen. This wasn't just because Goddess Yiqian was by his side. It was also because there was a portrait of Zichen in the Boundless sect. Thus, the moment they saw Zichen's face, the portrait appeared in their minds. The Boundless sect's disciples all knelt down. Even more people rushed over and knelt down. Among them were Zhang Chutian and Wu Xinyu. After many years of development, they had become the strongest existences in the Boundless sect. Zichen looked up at the sky, releasing his spiritual aura. He had heard Su Mingyao talk about the dangers that had occurred in this world after he had entered the abyss. He was worried that the same dangers would occur in this chaotic world. However, this worry was unnecessary. His soul had recovered, and this world had become even stronger. All kinds of heavenly Daos had appeared, suppressing any changes. At this moment, all the existences on this life star were undergoing a baptism of spiritual energy. It was like a baptism of marrow. There were even some mortals who were seriously ill. Not only did their bodies not explode, but they also miraculously recovered from their serious illnesses. They knelt on the ground excitedly, kowtowing to the sky and chanting that it was a miracle. The entire Boundless sect's buildings had been crystallized, turning into pure energy crystals. However, the Boundless sect's disciples were no longer afraid. They knelt there, excited. The ancestor who had founded the Boundless sect had returned. What did they have to be afraid of? Let alone the crystallized buildings. Even if the entire Boundless sect was filled with treasures, they wouldn't be afraid. They were very clear that in the Boundless sect's history, the Boundless sect had gathered the majority of the world's resources. Compared to that time, these crystallized buildings were nothing. Furthermore, since the ancestor had returned, perhaps the Boundless sect's name would once more shake the martial heaven continent and become the #1 power. The Boundless sect's name had already shaken the martial heaven continent. When their saints had returned, their name had already shaken the continent. As for becoming the #1 power, that was an extravagant hope. That was because Zichen would no longer participate in the Boundless sect's matters. Zichen walked out, and his true appearance appeared in the fog. He looked at the people kneeling in front of him and said, "Rise, all of you." "Thank you, old ancestor." Everyone bowed respectfully. When they got up, they were exceptionally excited. Zichen looked at Zhang Chutian and Wu Xinyu and said, "Don't be so excited. Haven't we already met?" The two of them were stunned when they heard this. Zichen smiled, but didn't say anything. He walked forward. The two of them seemed to have come to their senses. Their eyes immediately widened in disbelief. Zichen didn't stay in the everlasting sect for long. He flew out and stood in the air above the everlasting sect. "All living beings of the martial sky continent, listen up. I am this generation's heaven-defying Zichen. All the saints in this world had entered the star path and were not allowed to stay here anymore. Saint King, enter the central world of the star path and report to the divine city's craftsman manor. Once you reach the 8th grade, I will bring you to the divine world to cultivate." Zichen merged his voice into the heavenly Tao, and his words spread to every corner of the martial heaven continent. At this moment, all living beings could hear his voice transmission. Perhaps many people didn't know who he was, but the experts of those forces definitely knew. And at this moment, the entire martial heaven continent would be shaken because of Zichen's voice, especially the Wang family's people. To them, who had never lost their inheritance, they were very clear about what Zichun's name meant. In the everlasting sect's heyday, Zichun was the absolute peak existence of the everlasting sect. Although the sect master had changed again and again, he was still the sect master in everyone's heart. He was publicly recognized as the strongest expert. They hadn't expected him to come back, and he had come back alive. Zichun merged his voice into the heavenly Tao. Following this, all living beings in the martial heaven continent would be able to hear his voice when they reached the Saint Realm. After that, he and Iqian left the martial heaven continent and went to the Zhan martial continent. The changes here were still happening. In truth, the moment Zichun had stepped onto the Life Star, the entire Life Star had changed because of his return. It had become full of opportunities. After that, Zichun had said the same thing. After that, Zichun had gone to other places, such as the Devil World. It went without saying that to the Devil race, humans were crafty and untrustworthy. In order to resist the foreign races, they had lost many experts. But in the end, they had been driven away from the place they had sacrificed countless lives for. When Zichun appeared, his voice spread to every corner of the Devil race. For a moment, it caused quite a stir among the Devil race. If the Devil race still believed in the words of humans, then Zichun's name was at the very top. All the tribes had records of Zichun, but in those records, he had most likely died. They hadn't expected him to reappear. If you still want to return to the martial heaven continent, the gates there will always be open for you. Zichun left behind these words before disappearing again, heading to other continents. He and Iqian were going to notify all the regions. And in the martial heaven continent, Zichun's reappearance as a heaven defier caused another stir. Zichun was a name that represented a legend. A legend that had once belonged to him had disappeared with the previous era. But as this name reappeared, people couldn't help guessing whether he was going to rewrite his own legend. From the sound transmission, it wasn't hard to imagine that Zichun was ordering all the saints to take them to the divine world. No one knew what kind of place the divine world was, but they could guess that it was a new battlefield. It was the place where Zichun's new legend would be written. On this life star, there were many planets and many continents. Perhaps the number couldn't compare to the space-time of the foreign races, but this was known as the birthplace of life. It was a place where miracles happened. After Zichun released his soul, there were naturally laws that guided him to every place. With his identity as a heaven defier, his voice had spread to every corner of this life star. Furthermore, he had also imprinted his own voice into the laws. Any life form that possessed a life star soul would be able to hear Zichun's voice once they reached the Saint Realm. Then they would follow the guidance of his voice. On this day, the two of them once more arrived on a continent. This continent was only half the size of the martial heaven continent, but there were many life forms here. There was a certain kind of life form that was the ruler of this continent, the winged race. When Zichun arrived, he saw a grand gathering. The sky was filled with the winged race's cultivators. They had spread their wings and were flying around a huge mountain peak. Loud cheers rang out one after another. They were clearly very excited. "What are they doing?" asked Iqian. "I don't know, but I found something interesting." Zichun smiled and flew down. Once they got closer, Iqian saw that the winged race was extremely far away from the mountain peak. They were unable to get close. Every time a winged race person tried to get close, a powerful force would surge out and send the winged race person flying. Each time a winged race member tried to get close and was sent flying, a loud cheer would ring out. It seemed like the winged race was cheering. The appearance of the two of them naturally attracted the attention of the winged race. They clearly didn't welcome these uninvited guests. Thus, they began to fly toward the two of them, their brows filled with iciness. "Outsiders are not allowed to approach the sacred land of the winged race," warned one of them. Zichun smiled faintly. The power in his body surged, and a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Within this fluctuation, all the winged race members that tried to get close were sent flying. In an instant, countless winged tribe members flew backward, their faces filled with shock. Following that, they noticed that the two of them had landed on the sacred mountain that they were unable to approach. In the next moment, that man attacked, sending a palm down from the peak of the sacred mountain. Ka-ka, when that palm landed, the entire sacred mountain split open. A powerful aura was released from the sacred mountain. When the winged race saw the sacred mountain split open, they were both shocked and furious. They began to shout, "Swish! Swish! Swish!" One after another, silhouettes flew out from the sacred mountain. All of them were allowed to enter the sacred mountain to cultivate. When they saw the two people at the peak, they were also filled with shock. "Who dares to cause trouble on the sacred mountain?" shouted one of the elders. Buzz. The man didn't answer. He slammed his palm down again, and the sacred mountain in the eyes of the Wings clan completely split apart. The ground rumbled as the sacred mountain split apart. A powerful aura surged out from the bottom of the sacred mountain, forming an indescribable fluctuation that spread out. After the fluctuation appeared, all of the Wings race were shaken away, including the elders who were previously cultivating in the sacred mountain. They were also shaken far away. That powerful aura caused all the winged race members to feel fear. They all raised their heads to look at the sacred mountain peak. They saw that the woman didn't have any reaction to that powerful aura. As for the man from before, 10 wings appeared on his back. His wings flashed with dazzling lightning, as if lightning chains were coiling around them. An extremely powerful aura burst forth from that man. When all the winged race members felt that aura, they only had one word in their hearts, and that was destruction. This was the aura of destruction. As long as he wanted to, he could completely destroy this world. Of course, Zichun wasn't here to destroy this world. After he revealed the heavenly lightning wings, he pointed a finger downwards. As he pointed his finger, a stone tablet that was emitting a powerful light appeared from the ground and headed upwards. On the ancestral tablet, there was a pair of wings. The wings were emitting a powerful light. That was the ancestral wing tablet. Chapter 2665. Seeing the ancestral winged steel, Zichun was surprised. He had never thought that there would be such an ancestral steel that represented extreme speed. Apparently, this thing was the same as the ancestral saber steel. If one couldn't comprehend the meaning of the ancestral saber steel, no one on this life star could approach it. The reason why Zichun wasn't blown away was that he had the heavenly thunder wings to protect him. The saber and the ancestral saber steel were together, and the heavenly thunder wings and the ancestral wing steel were together. Zichun opened his world and took the ancestral wing steel. The surging aura between heaven and earth disappeared. The winged clan members hovered in the sky, looking at Zichun with the 10-winged heavenly thunder wings in fright. They didn't know who Zichun was. Although he also had wings, his aura was totally different from theirs. Most importantly, Zichun had taken the supreme treasure that the winged clan had relied on to survive under the sacred mountain. Without the sacred mountain, how could they comprehend that speed? How could the winged clan become stronger? However, the other's aura was too strong enough to destroy this world. Although they were furious, they didn't dare to step forward. This is the ancestral wing steel. It's a waste to leave it here. I'll take it back to the divine world. Zichun turned around to look at the winged clan members. As for the extreme speed, I can give you something else to comprehend. As he spoke, Zichun formed a seal with his hands. The energy between heaven and earth gathered towards him at that moment. When the energy between the heavens and the earth gathered, the power of the rules between the heavens and the earth also surged, descending from the sky and arriving before Zichun. The energy gathered and turned into 9 huge steels. Then, Zichun pointed at his sea of consciousness. His soul energy appeared, splitting into 9 and imprinting on the 9 steels. The steels were 9 zhang tall, and each of them had a pair of wings. It was a replica of the ancestral wing steel, just like the sword steel they had before. It contained Zichun's comprehension of the 9 passing thunderbolts. The 9 replicas of the ancestral wing steel fell on the ground, shining brightly. After doing all this, Zichun left in a flash. All living beings in this world, listen up. I am this generation's defiant, Zichun. All saints will enter the star path. Saint kings will enter the depths of the star path and head to the divine city's craftsman manor. After you reach level 8, I will bring you to the divine realm to cultivate. Zichun left, and his voice echoed in this world. The wings race raised their heads, looking at the place where Zichun had disappeared. Today's scene had given them too much shock. The blow it had given them was also too great. The sacred mountain was gone, and so was the treasure. After an unknown amount of time, the winged race finally reacted and flew towards the 9 stone steels. However, when they were about 100 feet away, a powerful aura was emitted from the 9 stone tablets. The wings on them flickered unceasingly, as if they were about to come alive. Among them, there were a few elders from the Wings clan who slowly walked forward. However, they could only move forward 200 feet at most before they could no longer move forward. Their souls were released and landed on the 9 stone tablets one after another. Their previously anxious expressions changed little by little. When their souls swept across all 9 stone tablets, their faces were filled with shock. After that, they turned around and kowtowed in the direction where Zichun had disappeared. Their expressions were filled with excitement and gratitude. Without a doubt, the extreme speed contained in the 9 stone tablets was more suitable for them. Following that, all the Wings race landed and knelt on the ground. With these 9 stone tablets, the Wings race would become even more glorious. Although they had lost a sacred mountain, that expert had left them with a treasure that could be used to build 9 more sacred mountains. Without a doubt, they had profited greatly. I didn't expect there to be an ancestral tablet here. After leaving this world, Ichien said in surprise. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. However, since that's the case, it's necessary to go to every world and see if we can get anything else. Zichun nodded. Then, the two sped up. Almost every time they teleported, they would arrive at a new world. After arriving at this world, Zichun used the world's rules to sense the abnormality here. His main goal was to find the ancestral tablet. However, luck didn't favor him. After staying here for a few years, he didn't find anything. After that, it was time for them to return. Before returning, Zichun looked at Ichien and said, "We still have a lot of time. Since we're back, let's go and see Auntie." Ichien nodded and looked at Zichun with a smile. She seemed to be very happy. The two returned to the world where Ichien was born. With a teleport, they arrived at a sea of flowers. The sea of flowers here was even larger than before. Among them, the most eye-catching was the large expanse of fallen butterfly flowers. As Ichien ran past from the side, colorful butterflies spread their wings and flew up, sprinkling specks of light on their bodies. Ichien ran in the sea of colorful butterflies. Zichun followed behind with a smile on his face as he looked at this moving scene. Strange butterflies flew past him one after another. Zichun once more saw Ichien's mother. She was very happy to see Ichien return. Then when she saw Zichun, her smile became even wider. "Zichun, you're back?" "Yes." "Greetings, Auntie." Zichun walked up and bowed. "I knew you'd be fine. Why did you come back today?" asked Qian's mother. "Ichien said she missed you, so she came back to see you. Come in, come in. You've developed well in the divine world, right?" Qian's mother was very enthusiastic. "Mom, I'm your biological daughter. Why do you only look at Zichun and not me?" Ichien acted like a spoiled child. "Girl, aren't you doing well? Look at Zichun. He hasn't come back to see me in a long time." Qian's mother tapped Ichien's forehead and continued to look at Zichun. "Do you see the sea of flowers outside? Auntie's skills aren't bad, right?" Zichun nodded. If Annie says she's second, no one would dare to say they're first. Our Zichun really knows how to talk. Qian's mother personally cooked a sumptuous lunch for the two of them. During the meal, she kept putting food on Zichun's plate. She was very good to him. After the meal, Zichun walked out of the room and strolled around the sea of flowers. Ichien stayed in the room with her mother to talk. After staying here for a day, the two of them headed to the divine world. When they returned to the divine world and returned to Jiang City, Shadowless had already returned. "When did you come back?" Zichun looked at Shadowless. In this world, he was the only one who could see Shadowless. When the others heard Zichun speak, they realized that Shadowless had been beside them the entire time. "I just came back. How was it?" "I found a few mother nests, but their levels aren't very high. Almost all of them are level 6. Shadowless said, "Level 6 is also good. If you don't need them, you can give them to others. If you have time, You can go and hunt them down. Zichen asked, didn't you find any other level? I found a level 8 one, but it's already fully formed. It's very dangerous. Zichen thought for a while and said, we'll go and take a look when we have time. Next, we'll go to the ninth heaven. You can come with us. Okay. Shadowless nodded. When he came back, he heard the conversation between Tyrant and the others. He already knew what happened before. No one else could see him. Instead of staying here alone, it's better to follow Zichun. At least, Zichun can accompany him to talk. A group of existences from a life star all entered Zichun's world. After that, Zichun teleported everyone away. After arriving at Towering City, Zichun didn't see Towering City. This matter has already passed. He believes that everyone will work hard to develop their forces in the future. It should be a peaceful period for a long time. Of course, the premise is that no other mother nest will be found in that city. Otherwise, there will be a dispute. On the way to the ninth heaven, Zichun informed Tyrant and Wang Xian'er. The two of them are looking for the ancestral steel all over the divine realm. The two sides met up, then went to the ninth heaven to find the tower-fighting heavenly god. The city of the tower-fighting heavenly god is located in the center of the ninth heaven. It's a heavenly god city. The forces of the ninth heaven began to expand with this heavenly god city as the center. After arriving at this city, the others stayed in their worlds. Zichun and Yiqian went to the heavenly god mansion. When the two arrived outside the heavenly god mansion, the butler of the heavenly god mansion was already waiting for them. Mrs. Back, this must be young Master Zichun. Come in quickly. The butler seemed very enthusiastic. Zichun bowed, and Yiqian nodded. The two of them followed the butler to the heavenly god mansion. Midway, the two of them unexpectedly met Kai Ming and Xian Lin. Xian Lin didn't know Zichun before, and she didn't know that he was the skeleton. So at this time, she was staring at Yiqian coldly. Kai Ming's attention fell on Zichun. He coldly said, I didn't expect your life to be so tough. Even the abyss didn't kill you. Zichun looked at Kai Ming and said indifferently, the same goes for you. You're courting death. Kai Ming's eyes flashed coldly. I hope the next time we meet, you'll be able to say the same thing. Threatening a heavenly god's son in the heavenly god mansion? Yiqian, the dog you brought is too disobedient, sneered Xian Lin. Yiqian looked at Xian Lin and icily said, impudent. Do you think you can call me by my name? Zichun is your brother-in-law. If you call him that, then what are you? Are you worse than a dog or a pig? You're the lower realms wretch who's worse than a dog or a pig. You bitch you. Xian Lin was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She was the daughter of a heavenly god. When had she ever been humiliated like this? She bitterly glared at Yiqian. Come in. The ninth heavenly god's voice rang out, interrupting Xian Lin's words. Miss, young Master Zichun, let's go, said the butler. The three of them walked forward. Sixth sister, I heard you have a subordinate who knows the god-binding hand, and it's a complete version. You should be careful. There are many people in the 10th heaven who are coveting the god-binding hand. Kai Ming's voice rang out from behind them. You don't need to worry about that, replied Yiqian coldly. Chapter 2666. This was Zichun's third time seeing the ninth heavenly god. Unlike the previous two times, the ninth heavenly god did not emit any aura. He had retracted all of his aura, and he looked like an elder who had stood up to welcome the two of them. Greetings, heavenly god. Zichun clasped his fists and bowed. Yiqian stood there and did not say anything. Sit. The ninth heavenly god gestured for the two of them to sit. Then, he looked at Zichun and said, speaking of which, this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to see Qian-er. Yiqian's face reddened. At this moment, the ninth heavenly god was personally pouring tea. Yiqian walked forward and received the cup. The ninth heavenly god smiled and said, see, with you here, I've become much more diligent. Yiqian's face reddened even more. She appeared very shy. Zichun sat down nervously, yet didn't know what to say. Don't be nervous. Just treat this as a normal conversation. The ninth heavenly god handed Zichun a cup of tea and said, it's rare for you to come back with Qian-er. Have you decided when to get married? Married? Zichun was flattered that the heavenly god was personally handing him tea. Now that he heard the heavenly god's words, his hand trembled, and the tea almost spilled out. Iqian acted as if she did not hear him. She handed the heavenly god a cup of tea and poured another cup for herself. From the looks of it, you don't seem willing? The heavenly god looked at Zichun with the same smile on his face. Zichun hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, I'm very willing. But what? The heavenly god asked. But right now, I don't have my own city, nor do I have my own faction. If I get married just like this, it'll be too childish for Iqian, Zichun said. Do you think Qian needs these things by following you? Of course not. It's just that if she wants to settle down in the immortal realm, these things are indispensable. The ninth heavenly god said, You don't have them, but I do. I can give them to you. I'll give you anything you want. Zichun was stunned. He had not expected the heavenly deity to have such an attitude. Dad, don't make things difficult for Zichun. The two of us are fine like this, Iqian said. I'm not making things difficult for him. I'm just worried about the two of you, the ninth heavenly god said with a smile. He looked at Zichun and said, Zichun, am I right? Yes. Zichun held the teacup with both hands and nodded. God is concerned about the two of us. The heavenly god laughed and said, Only Zichun knows how to talk. Iqian looked at Zichun's nervous expression. She turned to Cammy and said unhappily, Look at how scared he is. If we knew that you called him here to scare him, we wouldn't have come back. I'm not scaring you. Zichun is just too nervous. Maybe it's because he's excited about getting married. God of Heaven smiled and said, Zichun, don't be nervous. Drink your tea. Since you're here, act like you're at home. Just treat it as an old man nagging. Last time, I called you back because I happened to find an ancient battlefield. There should be something you need there. What ancient battlefield? Iqian asked. The pagoda battle god said, the most ancient battlefield. Many experts from the life stars died there. You two might not know, but in the earliest times, the life stars were allies with the god race. They used to fight together against the enemy. At that time, the experts on the life stars were not weaker than the god race. Zichun listened quietly. He had heard about this from Shadowless. After that battle, the life stars declined. The god race became independent. They created the god world and fought against the creatures from the other space-time. Since then, very few people from the life stars were able to reach the god world. After a long time, their highest realm stopped at the Great Saint Realm. Of course, this is not absolute. That year, a few experts appeared and killed Zeus god. Speaking of which, I can become a god because of the ancestors on your life stars. Obviously, Pagoda Battle God was joking. Who would dare to accept the gratitude of a god of heaven? Zichun's mind was filled with thoughts about the ancient battlefield. If there were some remnants of the battle, he might be able to comprehend some battle techniques. Then, they chatted for a while. Of course, it was the god of heaven who was talking. Zichun listened quietly and occasionally responded. Iqian saw that Zichun was uncomfortable, so she asked where the ancient battlefield was. Obviously, she didn't want to stay here any longer. Pagoda Battle God suggested that they eat first, but Iqian refused. Zichun was so nervous that even talking was strenuous. If he ate with him, he would go crazy. Pagoda Battle God signaled the housekeeper to bring them to the entrance of the ancient battlefield. The two of them walked out of the room. Before Zichun could relax, Pagoda Battle God's voice sounded in his mind. Zichun, that ancient battlefield will be Qian's dowry. When Zichun heard this, his footsteps paused slightly. Iqian turned to look at him and asked, What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Zichun shook his head and smiled. Let's go. Since Iqian obtained the identity of goddess, she had been helping Zichun. She had been following behind him and contributing silently. Zichun was very clear about this. Since the god of heaven was so concerned about Iqian, he believed that he also understood. This time, when Zichun came, the god of heaven repeatedly mentioned this matter. Of course, there was a reason. He didn't want Iqian to follow behind him and contribute stupidly. She was the daughter of the god of heaven, the most blessed goddess in the entire god world. Why should she follow a stupid kid who had nothing? Moreover, she didn't have any status or status. She contributed stupidly and didn't get anything in return. Ichian cared about Zichun. She could choose not to say it and follow him willingly. However, the god of heaven obviously couldn't. He could respect Ichien's opinion and acknowledge Zichun. However, he couldn't let Ichien follow Zichun just like that. Zichun was very clear about this. Especially the last sentence. It represented the will of the god of heaven. Of course, before this, he was still a father first. Actually, Zichen's heart had always been conflicted. He had known Ichien for a long time. The two of them cooperated very well. For Ichien, he could be her bodyguard for life. As for the two of them being together, he never had such extravagant hopes. Even though he understood Ichien's unspoken feelings, he never had such extravagant hopes to be together with the daughter of the god of heaven. This time, the matter had been made clear. He had no choice but to face this problem. Don't mind him. He's just looking for something to talk about. As they walked, Ichien transmitted her voice to the absent-minded Zichun. Zichun took the initiative to hold Ichien's hand. He could clearly feel Ichien's body trembling. If you don't mind, this matter is settled. Zichun transmitted his voice. What matter? Ichien transmitted her voice after a while. It's about the marriage. But, I can't let you stand in front of everything and protect me, right? Actually, I can also shelter you from the wind and rain. Zichun, don't lose your mind. This matter is obviously intentional by father. Ichien's voice became very nervous. It was as if Zichun had just faced the god of heaven. Zichun transmitted his voice. The one who's lost my mind is you. This time, the god of heaven has enlightened me. I've faced my heart. Of course, if you think that a poor boy like me who has nothing is not worthy of you, you can reject me. How? When did I have such thoughts? As long as I follow you, I'm willing to go anywhere with you. Ichien transmitted her voice anxiously again. Zichun smiled and did not let go of Ichien's hand. But, don't you need to discuss this matter with Sister Ming Yao and the rest? I can feel their feelings. Their hearts are the same as mine. Zichen's action of taking the initiative to hold her hand naturally could not escape the god of heaven's perception. The corner of his mouth revealed a faint smile. Silly girl, isn't this fine? What you lack is an external force. In the god realm, the most important method to stabilize one's power was through marriage. For example, in the ninth heaven's god pagoda battle, he had already done so many times. No matter if it was Kai Ming's mother or Xian Lin's mother, they were all united by marriage. They had very ancient powers behind them. Only then would they be qualified to marry a god of heaven. As for pure love, it did not exist in the god realm. This was because the children of the god of heaven would also become the object of marriage. It could be said that in the entire god realm, among all the children of the god of heaven, Ichien was the only one who did not have a maternal power. However, among all the children of the pagoda battle god, he only favored the sixth heavenly daughter. Only when he truly loved her could he protect Zichun at all costs. Only then would he want her to obtain true happiness and not become a tool for marriage in the future. Under the lead of the housekeeper, the three of them left the god manor and went to the courtyard beside it. This was the goddess manor. It was also the only goddess manor in the god city that was close to the god manor. It was also built under the supervision of the pagoda battle god. Without a doubt, this manor was specially prepared for Ichien. This was also the reason why Ichien did not like Xian Lin. Xian Lin felt that she was the youngest daughter of the god of heaven. However, the god of heaven treated her much worse than Ichien, even though she received more from the god of heaven than Ichien. Seeing the housekeeper enter the goddess manor, Ichien said in astonishment, "The entrance to the ancient battlefield is here?" The housekeeper nodded. "When did father place the entrance to the ancient battlefield here?" Ichien asked. "Last time when young miss returned from the god city." The housekeeper smiled. After entering the goddess manor, all the maids bowed respectfully. During this time, they were also sizing up Zichen with curiosity and kept stealing glances at him. Clearly, they had already guessed Zichen's identity. They were naturally curious about someone who could make the goddess fall in love with him. "You can all disperse." The housekeeper waved his hand, and the maids quickly left. During this time, Yiqian did not speak. She was thinking about the housekeeper's words. The last time she came here, it was after she had just met Skeleton and confirmed that he was Zichun. At that time, she was going to bring people to train. Could it be that her God of Heaven Father had already sensed something at that time? Or could it be that he had already predicted this scene? Under the housekeeper's lead, the three of them passed through the goddess manor and finally arrived at a pavilion. After entering the pavilion, they saw that it was empty. The housekeeper stepped forward and raised his hand to release waves of energy. At the center of the pavilion, space distorted and a world passage appeared. The housekeeper stepped to the side and respectfully said, "Young Master Zichun, this is the entrance to the ancient battlefield." Zichun thanked him. Yiqian nodded and the housekeeper left. Worried that they would not be able to open the world after entering, Zichun let everyone out. Chapter 2667. Before this, Zichun's god clone had told them the purpose of their visit. Thus, they knew that this was the entrance to the ancient battlefield. "Let's go." As Zichun spoke, the group entered the ancient battlefield one after another. As soon as they arrived at the ancient battlefield, they felt an oppressive aura. Sensing the source of this pressure, their faces changed. In the next moment, a strong resistance was felt, and everyone except Yiqian was sent flying backwards. The people who were sent flying looked ahead and saw many stone steels. Some of the stone steels had a saber, some a sword, some a shield, and some a wing. There was even a picture of a spear that Zichun had never seen before. Apparently, these were the ancestral steels. They were the objects of the ancient inheritance. To the existences on the life stars, these were the most precious treasures. While they were looking at the ancestral steels in awe, a voice arose in the void. "Young Master Zichun, are you satisfied with the dowry that Master has prepared?" Hearing that, they were stunned. Their eyes fell on Zichun and Yiqian. Yiqian's face reddened, showing her anger. She stepped forward, divine light moving around her delicate body. She was about to leave this place to reason with them. Zichun pulled Yiqian back. He shook his head at her and said, "I'm satisfied. I'll take them. Please tell the God of Heaven that I will marry Yiqian in a dignified manner one day. Then we'll wait for that day to come." Apparently, they understood the meaning of these resources. They were stunned and didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was a little strange. "Why are you still in a daze? These are good things. Why don't you take them?" Su Mengyao looked at Zichun and smiled. "Besides these things, we're giving you one more person. Aren't you happy?" Wang Xian'er, Lin Shui, and Shang Wanyu also smiled at Zichun. The strange atmosphere was eased because of Su Mengyao's words and the three women's expressions. Zichun nodded. He opened his world and took all the ancestral steels. At this moment, it meant that he had accepted the dowry. Then, the matter between him and Yiqian was settled. Regarding this, the four women did not have any objections. Furthermore, they all had expressions of encouragement. Naturally, no one had any objections. Because they were very familiar with Yiqian and knew about the relationship between her and Zichun, it was not unexpected that the two of them would end up like this. As for the craftsman ancestor and the others, they couldn't wait for things to develop this way. From the very beginning, they had wanted to matchmake the two of them. As long as Zichun and Yiqian were married, then they would have a true backer in the divine realm. This would allow them to walk in the divine realm with more confidence. As for the fact that Zichun already had other women, they did not take it into consideration, because this kind of thing was really too normal. Not to mention the divine realm, it was an extremely normal thing even in the mortal world. But now, everyone was a little embarrassed by the butler's abrupt words. "Zichun, isn't this?" Yiqian's eyes were red, and she looked very wronged. No matter how one looked at it, this was a forced scene. Zichun looked at Yiqian and said with a smile, "After so many years, do you think I still don't understand you? Don't think too much. I want to know how much dowry my future father-in-law has prepared. We're also very curious." Su Mengyao pulled Yiqian over. Laughter came from all around, and the atmosphere became harmonious again. It even became lively. Everyone congratulated and congratulated. Yiqian was very shy and embarrassed. The group continued to move forward. This was an ancient battlefield. It could be said to be the most ancient battlefield. The battle back then was against the creatures of another space-time. Those things from before should have been found by the pagoda battle heavenly god, and then deliberately placed here to give Zichun a big surprise. It had to be said that this was indeed a surprise. There were dozens of ancestral steels. If they had to find them by themselves, who knew how long it would take? In terms of dowry, it was also very generous. As they moved forward, they saw many traces of battle. These were all caused by the great battle back then. But after the baptism of time, these battlefields had long been worn away. It was obviously unrealistic to want to learn anything from them. After moving forward for a while, they encountered some creatures from another space-time. These creatures were not of high levels. Before he could do anything, Monk and the others went up to kill them. Everyone present was a powerful level 6. Such a team's combat power was naturally terrifying. As they moved forward, seeing those creatures along the way, Shadowless said, "Looking at this place, there must be powerful creatures from another space-time. Obviously, before the heavenly god brought this place here, he purposely cleaned it up. The special danger should have been removed, and now it's a training ground." Zichun nodded when he heard that. Shadowless continued, "It seems that the heavenly god is really good to Ichien. Because he was good to Ichien, he was also good to Zichun indirectly. Whether it was the ancestral steels from before or this place, the heavenly god had put in a lot of effort. There's someone ahead." The monk's exclamation pulled Zichun back from his thoughts. He looked in front of him and saw a person. That person stood in front of a battlefield. Behind him, there were some tall skeletons left behind by an unknown species. That person stood in front of the skeletons and stared at them. After the exclamation, Monk ran forward excitedly. "Don't be careless. He might be from the heavenly race." Zichun shouted, but it was too late. Monk had already flashed forward and raised the light shield in his hand, smashing it towards the figure. Boom! A strong shock wave and dust filled the air. The light shield smashed into the ground, and a powerful energy wave spread in all directions. Wherever the energy wave passed, the tall skeletons scattered and turned into ashes. After so many years, these skeletons had already been weathered and could not withstand a single blow. Where is he? In the dust, Monk stood above a deep pit. He held the shield and looked around, but the person just now had disappeared. Zichun and the others followed closely behind Monk. The surrounding dust gradually dispersed. The person they saw just now had disappeared. Just as they were puzzled, they felt that there was something strange underground. Zichun's expression changed, and he reminded everyone to be careful. Bang! 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 In the next moment, rays of light broke out from the ground. They were like spiritual snakes as they quickly coiled around their feet. Then, they followed their feet and coiled around their entire bodies. In the blink of an eye, everyone, including Ichien and Zichun, was hit. No one was spared. Their bodies were unable to move. Lowering his head, Zichun saw that the thing that was wrapped around him was like a vine. However, it was extremely tough. Even with his strength as a level 6 ancestor, he was still unable to break free. Light shone from his body as he prepared to use his clone. But in the next moment, the light on his body disappeared. It was as if his strength was sealed. Not good. My strength has been sealed. This vine is strange. It can seal people's strength. Everyone be careful. The enemy may be in the dark. Exclamations came from all around. Puff. In front of everyone, Monk coughed out blood and half knelt on the ground. A vine like a spear pierced through his body. Monk. Beside him, Devil Ape shouted. Wong. Black light shrouded his body as he tried to break free from the vines. But it was useless. The vines released light, and the black light quickly disappeared. Devil Ape, be careful, Monk shouted. In the void, another vine appeared. It was as straight as a spear and went straight for Devil Ape. Wong. The surrounding space distorted as a powerful aura circulated. The vine came straight and whistled. Devil Ape's body disappeared the moment it was hit. Not only did Devil Ape disappear, but Monk, Zichun, Ichien, and the others also disappeared. After these people disappeared, a figure appeared in the dark. The figure frowned, puzzled as to why these people suddenly disappeared. But he did not stay in the same place. His figure flashed and flew into the distance. At this moment, everyone was in Zichen's world. Since he couldn't use his energy, Zichen instantly opened his world and put everyone away. The vines that wrapped around everyone's body had all disappeared. Other than Monk, no one was injured. At this moment, Monk was still lying on the ground. His wound was on his abdomen and blood was flowing out. Seeing that Monk still did not stand up, everyone walked forward to check on his condition. Monk was lying there with a pale face. He was still holding the light shield in his hand. He looked up at Zichen and said with lingering fear, "That was close. I almost couldn't see you guys again." "What's going on?" Zichen asked. Until now, he still didn't know what had happened. "The attack just now was meant to hit my head, but it was blocked by the light shield. In an instant, the attack changed direction several times. It went from my head all the way down and finally pierced through my defenseless abdomen. That was close." Then, he looked at Devil Ape and said, "Fortunately, Zichen can open up his world. Otherwise, everyone would be dead." At the moment when they were wrapped by the vines, the energy in their bodies could not be used. It was equivalent to everyone being defenseless. Under such circumstances, it was indeed dangerous to have to face an attack that came and went like a ghost. "Don't be upset. Look at me. My wound still can't be stopped." Everyone lowered their heads and saw that Monk's wound was still bleeding. There was a faint green light on his wound. This green light prevented the Buddhist light from healing the wound. Chapter 2668. While speaking, the Buddhist light wrapped around the monk, trying to force the green energy out. Zichen looked at the monk's wound and pointed forward. A ray of heaven-defying energy fell on it. Sizzle. It was as if it had met its nemesis. As the heaven-defying energy fell, the green energy was rapidly vanishing. In a blink of an eye, it was all gone. No one was surprised by Zichen's strange energy because he was a heaven-defying warrior, the only one on the life star. Including the god realm, he was the only one recognized by the heavens and earth. Zichen's world opened again and Shadowless walked in. Zichen looked at him and asked, "How is it?" "It's a creature hiding underground. He's a real creature from another time and space. Although his realm isn't high, not much different from yours, his methods are strange. You have to be careful." Earlier, Zichen put everyone away except for Shadowless. Obviously, he wanted him to see what kind of creature it was. "Oh, a real creature from another time and space?" Zichen was surprised. "Yes, they call themselves the Sky Race, but they're different from your Sky Race guards. They're stronger and scarier," said Shadowless. "Where is he now?" "He's very careful. He retreated." Recalling the scene, Zichen said, "The moment we were trapped, the energy in our body went out of control. It was like it was sealed." "What happened?" "It's a special ability of a technique. It mainly targets energy. Next time you're trapped, you have to restrain all your energy and use your body to resist." Shadowless had participated in the Great War of Extinction, so he was obviously very knowledgeable and knew about this ability. However, this was the experience he gained after sacrificing countless lives. Everyone appeared. The monk's injuries had recovered. With the previous lesson, he was much more careful this time without Zichen's instructions. He didn't let go of his shield and walked in front with a cautious expression. As they walked forward, they could still see some broken skeletons. These weren't weathered yet. The earth was no longer level and was full of potholes. Sometimes it was high ground, sometimes it was low ground. When the cold wind blew, yellow sand covered the eyes. After traveling for more than 10 miles, they did not encounter any other dangers. Nor did they encounter the person from the Tian clan who had launched a sneak attack on them. It was as if the other party felt that this group was very powerful and had really retreated. Until now, they had not seen any other opportunities other than the ancestral steel. After passing through the uneven terrain, they arrived at a plain. There were fewer traces of battle here, and right in front of them, there was a lone tree. This tree was abnormally thick and strong. Its branches and leaves were lush, casting a large shadow. Vaguely, one could see spirit fruits growing on the treetops. Opportunity. It must be an opportunity. There was a glimmer of light in the monk's eyes. He looked like he was about to step forward. Obviously, his old habit of being greedy was acting up again. Be careful. There's something strange about this tree, Zichun said in a deep voice. He quickly walked to the front of the group. What's so strange? Not to be outdone, Tyrant stood shoulder to shoulder with Zichun and raised the light shield in his hand. Zichun did not speak. There were some words that could not be said at this moment. When they were 100 feet away from the ancient tree, Zichun suddenly accelerated and rushed forward in a straight line. Wherever he passed, smoke and dust billowed. Wait for me, the monk shouted and followed after him. Follow me, Zichun shouted, worried that there would be other dangers. The others quickly followed, getting closer and closer to the ancient tree. When the two sides were only 300 feet away, the ground began to shake. Vines broke through the ground like spirit snakes and chased after the group. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone was already on guard. In an instant, they stepped on the ground and soared into the sky. Their speed was very fast, but the vines were even faster. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with the group and wrapped around them again, dragging them back to the ground. Tyrant in front was also trapped. He looked very annoyed. He had a powerful shield, but he could not use his true strength. However, Zichun did not. When he sensed that something was wrong, he used the 9 passing thunderbolts. His body flashed like lightning and changed direction in an instant. He did not soar into the sky, but continued to rush toward the ancient tree. As he rushed forward, a long black saber appeared in his hand. He held the scabbard in his left hand and placed his right hand on the hilt. He was ready to attack at any time. Pong, pong, pong. Under his feet, vines broke through the ground and wrapped around him. Whoosh, whoosh. However, he had extreme speed. He changed direction like lightning, leaving behind afterimages. The vines could only wrap around the afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he was within 100 feet of the ancient tree. He immediately unsheathed his long black saber. Buzz. The saber light trembled, and 3 saber intents appeared. A saber light emitting a powerful aura slashed toward the ancient tree. The saber light swept past the ancient tree and cut it in half. The trunk of the ancient tree slowly staggered and fell to the ground. Before it completely fell, the ancient tree turned into light spots and disappeared. The vines that were still chasing Zichun also disappeared in an instant. The vines that wrapped around the monk and the others also disappeared. He's not dead. He just ran away. You have to be careful. This divine race is not ordinary. Shadowless, who had been following Zichun and directing Zichun's attacks, said in a deep voice. His expression had become very serious. This was rare. Zichun nodded. The others followed. The monk asked, "What happened? Was he killed by a single slash?" "He's not dead. He ran away," Zichun said. "He's not dead?" The monk's eyes widened. He was in disbelief. Chi, chi, chi. At this moment, the vines under their feet appeared again and wrapped around them. This scene was completely unexpected. Even Shadowless's face revealed a hint of astonishment. He cried out, "That guy didn't run away. How bold. Does he really think he can fight a group of people alone?" All the energy on Zichun's body converged. He stared ahead and to his left and right, ready to break free at any time. A figure appeared in front of him. It was a figure that was emitting green light. It was somewhat similar to the one the monk had met earlier. He looked at Zichun with cold eyes. Murderous intent surged in his eyes as he stretched out his palm. When he stretched out his palm, it turned into vines that were as straight as spears and whistled toward them. Hum. Zichun's physical strength erupted. This was pure physical strength. It formed a vibration that shook away all the vines around him. Seeing that the vines were about to penetrate their bodies, Zichun unsheathed his black saber. Shadowless had said that as long as one was not entangled by the vines, one's energy would not be suppressed. The saber light flashed and drew an arc, cutting all the vines. The remaining vines retreated like snakes and turned back into arms. The other party's expression was still cold as he retreated. As he retreated, he stared at Zichun with a provocative expression. Zichun did not think that this being, who was not much different from him, could threaten him. He signaled everyone to wait in place while he chased forward. Shadowless followed beside Zichun, reminding him of any changes that might happen. In the blink of an eye, Zichun and the light figure disappeared. The monk and the others stayed in place and did not pursue. They had absolute confidence in Zichun. Among those of the same level, it seemed that no one could be faster than the 9 flashes of lightning. In this world, no one could be faster than the 9 flashes of lightning. However, the monk had forgotten that this divine was not from this world. Zichun, who was chasing after him, felt that it was very difficult. It could not be said that the other party was faster than him, but he was not slower than him at all. Die! With a shout, the heavenly thunder wings appeared behind him. His speed soared in an instant, and he caught up with the other party. Swoosh! He unsheathed his black saber again. The saber light like a waterfall swept forward with 3 powerful saber intents. The other party was cut in half at the waist. His body was separated from the middle and gradually dissipated. Be careful! Shadowless voice sounded. Swoosh! The thunder wings behind Zichun flashed, and he quickly disappeared. Vines quickly swept past the place where he had just stood. A green figure appeared in front of him. Zichun's figure stopped, and his expression was guarded. He had clearly hit the other party's body just now, but the other party was unharmed and appeared behind him again. Zichun, behind you! Shadowless voice sounded again. Zichun's body flashed again, and he moved to the side. Behind him, another green figure appeared. There's more. Shadowless voice sounded again. Zichun's body flashed quickly, and he dodged the vines again. A third green figure appeared, like 3 clones. This time, without waiting for Shadowless' reminder, Zichun found the 4th green figure. The 4 of them stood in 4 directions and reached out to him. Their hands quickly turned into vines and extended in all directions. These vines connected the 4 directions. The moment they connected, a dazzling light burst out from the vines. The void seemed to be forcibly separated by these vines, forming an independent space. Zichun felt that something was wrong. His body flashed, and he was about to escape. More vines like spiritual snakes went straight for him. Swoosh! He unsheathed his saber, and the saber light flashed. The bright saber light with saber intent dissipated in an instant. He lost control of the power in his body again. He looked up and saw that he was surrounded by vines in all directions. At this moment, he was in the middle of the vines. Zichun, this is not an ordinary divine race. You have to be careful. Shadowless voice sounded again. However, this reminder was obviously too late. The vines surrounded him and then kept shrinking until he was trapped. At this moment, he was tightly wrapped by the vines. Outside the vines, 4 figures formed a circle and isolated the space. Chapter 2669. In the 9th god's residence. The steward returned and stood next to the god. You did? The god asked. I reminded young Master Zichun. He said he was very satisfied with the dowry, said the steward. The god nodded. That's good. If we don't give them some pressure, how can they ever be together? Qian is a very honest person. She's too embarrassed to ask, so she's willing to pay. However, Zichun knows very well what she's doing, yet he still refuses to say anything. This behavior is rather displeasing. Do you know that when I first saw Qian, she wasn't even a divine emissary yet. She was standing in front of Zichun, blocking Shibei's attack? Don't you think that's laughable? If I hadn't been paying attention to all of this, something would have happened to Qian. But even so, Zichun still didn't say anything. Don't you think that's infuriating? Could it be that the daughter of a god isn't worthy of him? Hearing the god's words, the steward smiled and said, This subordinate has a different opinion. What? You want to defend Zichun? If it weren't for Qian, who knows how many times he would have died? I'm not trying to defend him. I just feel that young Master Zichun isn't as bad as the god thinks. Today, from his eyes, I could see his love for the young Mississippi. The reason why he hasn't expressed anything is because he doesn't dare. Doesn't dare? Yes. After all, the young miss is the daughter of a god. How could he dare to have any improper thoughts? Even if the young miss treats him extremely well, the difference in status between the two is too great. Hasn't he always been the young Mrs. Bodyguard? I think that in the depths of his heart, his greatest desire is to always protect the young Mississippi. The heavenly God laughed when he heard this. That makes sense. The person that Chien likes shouldn't have a bad character. But if that's the case, wouldn't I be letting him take advantage of me by helping him this time? There aren't many lovers in the divine realm. Who among all the heavenly gods would be willing to part with such a thing? The steward said, but this time, if we let Zichen rashly enter that place, will there be any danger? After all, even Empyrean gods are unable to sense the exact location of that soul. The God of heaven said, there should be danger, but you don't have to worry too much. Could it be that you have forgotten about that obsession? The butler nodded and said, if that's the case, they will definitely discover something when they enter this world. The God of heaven smiled faintly and said, what did you discover? Were the God realm and the human race at odds? Is there even a need to find out? After so many years, the God realm has been suppressing the human race. They have long known about it. The steward asked in confusion, if that's the case, why would the God of heaven want to keep this world? Are you not afraid that in the future? The God of heaven turned to look at the butler and said, do you know why I agreed to protect Xinghun? The butler said, could it be potential? Of course he has some potential, but his life is more important. The heavenly God looked outside the door. This time, he has completely broken free from the fate that the deity realm gave him. He can be considered to have truly defied the heavens and changed his fate. And such a person's future achievements would naturally be limitless. Of course, this is what you call potential. I have seen him more than once, but I have never been able to see his fate. As such, his future will be filled with many possibilities. Perhaps he will die prematurely, but more likely, he will reach extraordinary heights. Do you know why the other gods didn't argue with the first god that day? Why did they let Zichen live? The butler shook his head. The God of heaven said, it's because they couldn't see through Zichen. They couldn't see his future, so they wanted to see how far a person who had broken free from the God realm's control could go. However, I am different from them. They will kill Zichen when he is out of control, but I won't. I believe that Leia also thinks the same. What we want to see is for Zichen to grow to a heaven-defying level. Is there really a heaven-defying level? The butler's face was filled with shock. Of course there isn't such a level. This is only for heaven-defying people. When a heaven-defying person truly grows to the point of defying the heavens, that is the heaven-defying level. When he reaches that level, I believe that he will be able to understand some of the problems that we still don't understand. Of course, the prerequisite is that he can smoothly reach that level. Zichen was trapped by the light. The energy around him was not listening to his commands. In fact, he had lost his sense of the world around him. All along, the reason why Zichen was so confident was because he could retreat into the world at any time. There was always a way out. But now, there was no way out. He was in danger. Zichen, are you okay? Shadowless was still anxiously shouting from the outside world. Zichen didn't speak. He really did feel the danger. Although he held the black long sword in his hand, his body was wrapped in layers of vines. He couldn't move. Zichen. Shadowless couldn't enter either. He could only shout from the outside. Careful, vines are coming. When Zichen heard what Shadowless said, he unleashed all his physical strength. However, there were too many vines wrapped around his body. He couldn't break free at all. At this moment, several vines pierced through his body, and one directly pierced his neck. If he hadn't moved his body in time, his head would have been pierced as well. His body was pierced by the vines. Waves of energy surged out from the vines. These energies entered Zichen's body and began to destroy his vitality. Zichen's heaven-defying energy had absolute suppression over this kind of energy. However, he couldn't use it at this moment. Although the strength of his physical body was able to suppress his injuries, no one could guarantee that the vine would only attack once. If they attacked a few more times, Zichen would definitely die. This was the first time he felt the threat of death after coming out of the abyss. It was so clear. And it was when he was at his most confident. He had the world and was full of confidence. Who would have thought that he would still be attacked and his life would be in danger? At this moment, Several more vines pierced Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichen's physical strength was also suppressed. Death was coming. Shadowless's shouts were still ringing, but Zichen gradually couldn't hear clearly. His vision became blurry as if he would close his eyes at any moment. Space-rending slash. Suddenly, an explosive shout rang out. This shout entered Zichen's mind and pulled Zichen's gradually blurring consciousness back. After that, Zichen felt a strong energy fluctuation. At this moment, he didn't know what was happening outside. However, Shadowless could see. He saw a spear falling from the sky and landing among the vines below, forming a strong energy vibration. As the vibration passed, the vines disappeared. Zichen's figure appeared. He was covered in blood and kneeling on one knee. Shadowless looked in front of him in shock. The reason for his shock wasn't because of the falling spear, nor was it because the spear shattered the vines and saved Zichen. Instead, in the next moment, the entire space seemed to be forcefully separated. A black crack appeared. This crack spread out and formed a circle. In that black circle, the bodies of the four light figures staggered as if they were cut in half at the waist. Zichen also saw this scene and his face was filled with shock. A black figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Zichen. It grabbed the spear and stared in front of it. There, the light figure appeared again and looked at the black figure. Swoosh! In the next moment, the light figure flashed and retreated. The black figure chased after it with the spear. Senior! Zichen shouted. At this moment, he was still kneeling on one knee and blood was flowing out of his body. The black figure didn't stop. As if it didn't hear Zichen's voice, it chased after him with the spear. Zichen, how are you? Shadowless quickly came in front of Zichen and looked at him nervously. Zichen shook his head and said, I'm fine. I won't die yet. I was careless. This time, I was really careless. Just now, he was almost killed and really came in contact with death. This made him alert again. Shadowless said with a serious expression, It's not that you were careless. He's too scary. Zichen shook his head. Obviously, he didn't agree with this statement. In the same level, he had always been the strongest. Shadowless said with a serious expression, It's true. Although I don't know him, I know the black figure behind him. To be able to fight against the black figure, that person must be very scary. Who is that black figure? Zichen's face was filled with surprise. Someone that Shadowless knew was naturally the most ancient powerhouse. At this moment, the heaven-defying power was circulating in his body and was expelling the green energy. As long as his vitality wasn't immediately destroyed, then Zichen wouldn't die. In his world, there was too much energy. This energy was enough to sustain all his consumption. I can't remember his appearance, but I recognize his move. Space Rend. He's Space Rend, the #1 space sorcerer back then. He was also the leader of the battle against the creatures from another time and space. When the battle broke out, the group of powerhouses led by him suddenly disappeared. Shadowless said, I didn't expect to see him here. He's still alive? No, looks like he's dead. Shadowless raised his head and looked into the distance. Perhaps in the depths, we can find the answer to their disappearance. At this moment, Monk and the others came from behind. Clearly, they were worried that Zichen hadn't returned for a long time. Since Zichen hadn't returned, they were worried that something had happened to him. However, as soon as they arrived, they saw that Zichen's body was covered in ghastly wounds. Everyone's expression changed and they all ran over. Su Mingyao and the others anxiously checked Zichen's injuries. Why is it so bad? Where's that green figure? Did you kill him? Monk asked. No, he ran away. I was careless and was almost killed. A black figure appeared and saved me. Hearing Zichen's words, everyone's expression changed. Almost killed him? How was that possible? Chapter 2670. It's true. Zichen stood up and looked at everyone. I almost died just now. At this moment, the green light energy in his body had been completely destroyed. His injuries were visibly recovering. Soon, his injuries were healed. The others still couldn't believe Zichen's words. He has a special technique that can isolate space and prevent me from entering the world. Furthermore, The might of those vines was also unimaginably powerful. Don't get separated from each other to avoid danger, Zichun solemnly instructed. He was lucky this time and escaped death, but there might not be a next time. As they continued onward, they encountered many creatures from another space-time. However, these creatures were obviously later and could not be compared to the Green Shadow. After clashing with Zichun and the others, these creatures from another space-time were killed one after another. This situation continued until they reached the depths of space. Boom! A strong surge of energy. They felt a strong energy fluctuation. Someone is fighting. This wave of energy quickly spread to the front, creating ripples in the air. Let's go and see. Zichun walked in front, and the others followed closely behind. They flew forward. After a while, they saw the source of the fluctuation. It was two figures fighting. One of them was the powerful green light, and the other was the black shadow that saved Zichun. The black shadow held a long spear. Every time it pointed the spear, a black crack would appear at the tip of the spear. To be able to create a crack in this space, how powerful was the power of that spear? However, even such a powerful attack couldn't do anything to the green shadow. The green shadow was very powerful and mysterious. It could use its vines to display all kinds of supernatural powers. Shadowless looked at the black shadow in front of him and became nervous. In the era of powerhouses, the Black Shadow was one of the top powerhouses. It could be said that he was the idol in the hearts of all humans. The sudden disappearance of him and a group of powerhouses was a huge blow to the morale of the humans. The battle silhouette sensed the appearance of Zichun and the others. He turned around and glanced at them before disappearing from his original spot. Boom! The Black Shadow held a long spear and stabbed it into the ground. The ground instantly cracked open and spread forward. Yellow sand was shaken and danced in the air. At the end of the crack, the green figure appeared again. It staggered a few steps before disappearing in a flash. Black Shadow didn't look at Zichun and the others and chased after them. The two silhouettes disappeared from everyone's sight one after another. The stable space in front of him suddenly distorted as if a space-time door had been opened. Many creatures from another space-time rushed out. The highest realm among them was only level 7. But their numbers were huge. The place where they fought formed a space of its own. Moreover, the surrounding space was isolated. This was too terrifying. Zichun, if you see those two again, do not approach them, said the glowing figure as it looked at the creatures in front of it. What do you mean? Zichun was confused. Shadowless said, these creatures were originally in the surroundings, but because of the battle between the two of them, they were forced out of the space they were in. Now that the two of them are gone, the battle space naturally disappeared, and the original space naturally appeared. Zichun said in surprise, does that mean the place where the two of them fought has become the master of this space? Yes. Therefore, the two of them are very strong. You can't judge them with your current realm. Perhaps in your eyes, he is only level 6, but if a divine general comes, perhaps in his eyes, the other party is also a divine general. Just as the two of them were talking, the creatures from another space-time rushed towards them. Zichun wanted to go deeper to find opportunities. Obviously, he didn't have time to pay attention to these creatures. So he directly opened the world and took all these creatures in. Then, the power of the rules descended and killed all these creatures. The group continued forward and finally reached the end of this world. Other than the creatures from another space-time, they didn't meet or see anything during this time. The two fighting existences were also nowhere to be found. We've reached the end? Everyone stopped and looked around, looking very puzzled. There should be other opportunities here. It's impossible for there to be nothing. At this moment, the space in front of them suddenly began to distort. The power of space raged, as if there was a huge force tearing, sending out powerful fluctuations. The entire space shattered like a mirror, and another space appeared. This was a relatively small space. After it appeared, there was a murderous aura. In this aura, there was also a decaying aura of time. In front of them, a new battlefield appeared. On this battlefield, there were some corpses and bones. The surroundings were dilapidated, and occasionally some broken weapons could be seen. This was a relatively intact battlefield. The aura of decay and destruction filled the surroundings. There were even some places where weak energy remnants remained. They walked forward. There were no creatures from another space-time around them. The green and black shadows also didn't appear. The corpses here no longer had flesh, only skeletons were left. Although the group couldn't distinguish their appearance from the corpses, they could feel that a great battle had happened here. During this time, they would scatter and pick up some broken weapons. Although most of the spirit energy had disappeared, there was still some left, which weren't weak. This place seemed to be a battlefield that no one had ever been to before. Everything was still the same. When they reached the end of the battlefield, they saw a towering stone wall. There were some carvings on the stone wall, which emitted an ancient aura. After so many years, these carvings weren't obvious. They were blurry. Everyone carefully observed the carvings, but they couldn't recognize what was written on them. Even when they used their spiritual consciousness, they couldn't sense anything. This stone wall is a barrier. It needs special conditions to open. However, at this moment, LV Peng spoke. What special conditions? Zichun turned around to look at LV Peng. Perhaps it's the energy from the life star. I can feel a familiar aura in the barrier. Zichun walked up to the stone wall and reached out his hand to touch it. The stone wall was cold and heavy. The vicissitudes of time were clearer. During this process, he was always on guard, guarding against the green shadow. The energy in his body slowly surged toward the stone wall. This energy extended along the carvings. As the energy passed, the dim carvings on the stone wall started to glow. The light continued to extend. Eventually, the entire stone wall emitted an intense light. This light enveloped everyone. In the next moment, they felt their vision blur. Then, they arrived at another space. In this space, there were more than 20 people standing there. Among these people, there was an old monk. He had a kind face and a benevolent smile. He was holding a demon-subduing pestle in his hand. This demon-subduing pestle was different from the monk's. It was sharper. There were also 4 people with marks on their glabella. Zichun recognized that they were the marks of the sun, moon, star, and thunder royal families. On the back of the man from the thunder royal family, there was a pair of flashing lightning wings. It was a complete set of 12 heavenly thunder wings. Another person was holding a long black saber, which was exactly the same as the one in Zichun's hand. Another person was holding a sword, which was exactly the same as the Battle King sword in Wang Xian's hand. Another person was holding a shield, which was exactly the same as the light shield in the monk's hand. Another person was holding a big flag with the 4 sacred beasts carved on it. When the flag was waving, the 4 sacred beasts bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They looked ferocious and mighty. It was a skinny man with an ordinary appearance. He was holding a thorn of different lengths in each of his left and right hands. A tall ape was holding a long stick. This stick was different from the one in the demon ape's hand. It was light gold in color. Another person was holding a giant axe, which was bigger than an adult man. The blade of the axe was shining with a cold light. The last person was wearing a black cloak. He was holding a long spear. He was the shadow from before. Suddenly appearing here and seeing so many people all of a sudden, everyone's face revealed a look of surprise. It's them indeed. Wu-Ying looked at the people in front of him, his face filled with emotions. He said in a low voice, they were all famous experts on this life star. One day, they all disappeared. Besides the weapon in this old monk's hand, the weapons in the others' hands are the famous 9 extreme weapons of heaven and earth. 9 extreme weapons of heaven and earth? Yes, each of them represents an extreme. For example, the shield is the extreme defense. The wings are the extreme speed. The sword represents the king. The extreme sword intent is the axe, which is said to be able to cut the sky. The saber is breaking. The extreme saber intent can cut it in half with 1 slash. The spear represents the extreme attack. The 2 weapons, one big and one small, are called the mother and son spike. They're the foundation of the assassination path. At this moment, Zichun could see them, but they couldn't see Zichun's team. The existence with the spear said, as we're here, we have to stop the invasion no matter what. Even if we have to die, we have to kill all the invaders. The existence with the axe said coldly, Those shameless fellows dared to scheme against us. It's useless to talk about that now. If we can go back alive, we'll find the chaotic tribe, said the ThunderClan expert with the thunder wings. Now, we have to go to our destination. We can't go back. The entrance is closed. There are only 2 paths waiting for us, said an old man. One of the elders spoke. His hair was completely white, and he wore a Taoist robe. He gave off an otherworldly aura. Which 2 paths? Everybody turned to look at the old man. One is to be killed by the invaders. The other is to fight to the death. So, there's no way for us to survive? The old ape with the golden stick turned to look at the old man. The old man shook his head and said, "No way. Seems like the chaotic tribe has been scheming against us for a long time. This is a conspiracy." Everybody looked angry. Whether it's a conspiracy or not, we can't just watch them invade. Everybody, let's go. Remember, when you leave, you must leave behind the inheritance of the human tribe. No matter what the final result of this battle is, the inheritance of the human tribe must not be cut off. Their conversation was clear. Everybody could hear it clearly. It was like a mark left in this space many years ago. They moved forward and arrived at their destination. The space there was under fierce attack. Chapter 2671. Some of the creatures from the other space-time were in human form. They were agile and fast. Some of them were in the shape of giant beasts. They were like mountains descending from the sky. Powerful auras surged from their bodies. These experts from the life stars didn't hesitate to dash forward. A great battle broke out in just a blink of an eye. This was a battle from many years ago. However, at this moment, it appeared clearly in front of Zichun and the others. The ThunderClan expert with the complete heavenly thunder wings moved forward. The entire space was shaking. The flow of time was disordered. Sometimes it sped up, sometimes it slowed down. Sometimes it sped up, sometimes it slowed down. Sometimes it sped up, sometimes it sped up. Sometimes it slowed down. Sometimes it sped up. Thunder boomed and rumbled. The destructive power surged. Terrifying energy rippled everywhere. Many of the creatures from the other space-time were killed instantly. The existence with the saber dashed forward. In front of him was a giant beast. He unsheathed the saber with his right hand. The saber light swept forward. It was cut into 2 halves. The beast was cut into 2 halves and fell to the ground. The ground trembled, and thick dust rose everywhere. Puff, puff. The figure wielding the twin thorns walked between the real and the illusory, and wherever he passed, the bodies of beings from another space-time fell to the ground. His target was the humanoid heavenly clan. They were small and easy to kill. He was like a traveler from the darkness. His attacks were swift. He appeared and disappeared like a ghost. The twin thorns in his hands disappeared and reappeared from time to time. It was very frightening. The big flag swayed. Light moved on the flag. Shadows appeared one after another. They were holding sharp blades and wearing armor. They attacked the creatures one by one. At the same time, the light of the big flag also shrouded a certain area. In just a blink of an eye, that area was covered with thick fog and dust. It was a great formation. Buzz. The big flag swayed. Beams of light entered the great formation and turned into sharp blades. Swishing sounds echoed unceasingly. When the thick fog disappeared, that area was filled with corpses. There was no living creature. The pale gold staff in the old ape's hand emitted dazzling golden light. His body became as big as a mountain. The staff in his hand also enlarged in a blink of an eye. It was like a pillar that could hold up the sky. Then, it smashed down. Boom. The force of his smash was like a collapsing pillar that supported the heavens. Countless beings from the other space-time were crushed to death, sent flying, or shaken to death. At that moment, the 9 extremes armaments of heaven and earth unleashed their strongest might in their hands. Although their attacks seemed to be very simple, without any mysterious moves to speak of, they were the most simplified. The Great Tao was simple. This was the simplest yet most powerful move that could only be comprehended after reaching a certain realm. Each of the creatures who had invaded this world was an expert. However, these humans from the life star in front of them were undoubtedly stronger. They represented the strongest experts of that era, just like Zichan, Tyrant, and the others. They were the symbols of an era. Amitabha. A Buddhist chant rang out. The old monk sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. Behind him, a Buddha statue that looked exactly like him but was even larger appeared. The Buddha statue shone with boundless golden light. It raised the demon-subduing pestle high and swept forward. Although this demon-subduing pestle was not a 9 extreme weapon, it was still very powerful. Wherever the demon-subduing pestle turned into golden light, beings from the other space-time were sent flying and killed. However, the number of beings from the other space-time was obviously too great. They were almost endless. Gradually, they rushed in front of the old monk. Soon, all kinds of attacks fell. The Buddha statue behind the old monk lost its luster and then scattered. Buzz. At that moment, the old monk's body shone with Buddhist light. He opened his eyes for meditation and looked at the beings from the other space-time. His face revealed a merciful expression. He put his palms together and chanted the Buddhist chant again. Amitabha. After the Buddhist chant, the syllables in the old monk's mouth changed. Buzz. This was the first syllable of the 6 syllables mantra. After it appeared, it formed a powerful shockwave that stopped the charging beings from the other space-time. Ma. The second syllable rang out. The bodies of the beings from the other space-time shook. They could no longer stand steadily in the air. And I. When the third syllable rang out, their bodies seemed to have become 2. One was their true body, the other was their soul. Undoubtedly, at this moment, their souls were shaken to the point of leaving their bodies. Bam! When the fourth syllable rang out, their bodies became 3. This time, in addition to the physical body and soul, there was also a skeleton. Me. Buzz. The last 2 syllables sounded almost at the same time. An even stronger Buddhist power shook in all directions. As the Buddhist power passed, the bodies of the beings from the other space-time were instantly divided into 3. One was their soul, one was their physical body, and the last was their skeleton. They were forcefully separated just like that. Buddha is merciful. I will guide you to become Buddhas and enjoy eternal bliss. The old monk put his palms together and chanted the Buddhist chant again. The Buddhist power shook, and the bodies and souls of the beings from the other space-time disappeared. Only their skeletons fell from the sky to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all the beings from the other space-time close to the old monk were dead. No, it should be that all of them became Buddhas and enjoyed eternal bliss. When Zichun and the others saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. They felt a chill in their hearts. This kind of attack was too terrifying. Only the monk's eyes lit up. Thunderclap, 9th heaven. At this moment, a cold voice came from another direction. Then, the sky was filled with lightning, and a huge thunder gate appeared in the sky. Countless lightning bolts flew out from the thunder gate like chains that connected heaven and earth. Then, the thunder gate opened, and a thunder creature appeared and rushed towards the beings from the other space-time. This thunder creature was abnormally powerful. It rushed into the midst of those beings, and it was a complete massacre. Then, the thunder gate opened again, and the thunder creature rushed down again. Space-rending kill. Zichun heard a familiar voice. His gaze moved quickly and saw a black figure with a spear rushing towards the sky. As he rushed forward, a wave appeared around his body. The space around him shook and instantly shattered, and a black crack appeared. With him as the center, a circle appeared around him. In the circle, the black crack kept spreading. This scene was like someone in a lower world drawing a circle with a weapon. This circle cut the space and cut the laws, and the crack kept spreading. Within the range of the black crack, the bodies of all the living beings were cut open by the crack, and the surging vitality of those living beings was instantly extinguished. Around the spear-wielding man, the black crack disappeared, and the surroundings became empty. Although this move was not as shocking as the Buddhist 6 tones, it was more lethal and terrifying. That move broke the laws, and within that law, all living beings had to die. That was an absolute killing move. Similar powerful moves were playing out in other places as well. Zichun and the others watched in shock. They had never imagined that their ancestors back then would actually be so powerful. In addition to the extremely terrifying 9 extremes weapons, their own battle skills were also extremely terrifying. There were only 20 of them, but they killed groups of beings from the other space-time. Each of these beings was a powerhouse. At this moment, the crack in the sky shook, and a powerful aura emerged. A being from the other space-time, emitting green light, descended from the sky. Behind that creature, there were dozens of other creatures. Every single one of these creatures was an expert who was even stronger than the one from before. Kill! The spear-wielding man roared and rushed forward. As he rushed forward, he used the spatial rend, and a black crack swept past. Within the crack, the green light figure was obliterated, and the living beings behind him quickly retreated. The green figure didn't die. Instead, it appeared behind him. Vines shot out one after another, entangling him in layers. Die! With an angry roar, a saber light approached from afar, cutting off these vines. The being with the saber had arrived. The green figure glanced at the other party and retreated. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands, and a white light fell from the crack in the sky. The white light went straight for the being with the saber. At the critical moment, he raised his saber to block. The white light landed on the black saber, and the weapon known as the 9 extremes weapons of heaven and earth was directly cut in half. Half of the saber fell to the ground, and only the other half was left in his hand. Right at that moment, vines wrapped around him, trapping his body and preventing him from circulating his energy. A ray of light flew over from afar, and the light swept past his head. Pooh! The other party's head flew high, and then exploded in midair. One of the light spots appeared and flew up. Chi! There were beings from another space-time who wanted to destroy this light spot, but when their attacks landed on the light spot, there was no reaction. The light spot quickly merged into the void and into the laws. That light spot was not vitality, but inheritance. The expert with the saber was dead. The saber was also broken. Die! That person from the Thunder Clan killed a powerful living being and then rushed towards the green light figure. His speed was very fast, and during this time, the trajectory of time changed. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings had become completely still. A bolt of lightning slashed through the space, and the body of the green silhouette in the space was directly dispersed. I am immortal. At this moment, the dissipated green figure appeared above. His hands formed a seal, and another ray of light flew from the sky. This ray of light followed the Thunder Clan expert. The Thunder Clan expert used the 9 lightning flashes. Time stopped. Everything stopped. But that ray of light was not controlled by time, and it landed on the Thunder Clan expert. Boom! The heavenly thunder wings on his back exploded, and his body fell to the ground, coughing out blood continuously. There were other beings who rushed toward the Thunder Clan expert, and a series of attacks were launched at him. Boom! A light shield appeared beside the Thunder Clan expert, and all the attacks landed on the light shield. The strongest defense in the world blocked all the attacks. At the same time, a strong rebounding force came from the light shield, and everyone was sent flying. But before the other party could leave with the injured Thunder Clan expert, another ray of light fell from the sky and landed on the light shield. On the light shield, light flashed, and it absorbed the energy. This was the strongest defense in the world. As it continued to absorb and dissolve this energy, cracks began to appear on the surface of the light shield. In the end, it exploded with a loud boom. The light shield shattered into dozens of pieces, and the bead in the center flew to the side. The strongest defense was broken just like that. When Zichun and the others saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. At this moment, the assassin with the mother-child thorn appeared behind the green figure, and the long thorn in his hand pierced the head of the other party, and the broken thorn pierced the other party's chest. Chapter 2672. Puff, puff. The long spike pierced the brain, and the broken spike pierced the chest. His attack was extremely fast. However, the pierced figure quickly turned into specks of light and disappeared. The expression of the existence holding the mother-child spike didn't change. His figure once again disappeared into the darkness. I'm immortal. The figure's voice came from the sky. Another ray of light fell from the crack. This extremely powerful ray of light seemed to be able to see everything in the void. When it hit the void, the assassin's figure appeared. The long spike in his hand flew out. The battle continued. The spear-wielding existence killed several living beings before charging towards the silhouette once again. On the other side, the ThunderClan expert and the existence who had lost their shield were besieged by many creatures. They were gradually losing. Before they died, they left behind 2 specks of light. The specks of light merged into the void and became one with the laws. The 2 of them died soon after. The light that the green figure could control was released by something unknown. However, it was the most fatal attack. It broke the saber, shattered the heavenly thunder wings, and broke the world's strongest shield. 3 of the 9 extreme weapons of heaven and earth had been lost. Swoosh! An axe light slashed down. Wherever the axe light passed, heaven and earth were separated. All creatures in the range of the axe light were killed. This was the sky-splitting axe. It really had the intent to split open the sky. The flag swayed. Rays of light shot out and enveloped a group of creatures from the alternate space-time. At this moment, the creatures from the alternate space-time had stopped falling. However, the crack didn't disappear. The green figure was still controlling the ray of light from time to time. The remaining 9 extreme weapons were the axe, the spear, the single spike, the flag, the sword, and the staff. Kill the other creatures first. The spear-wielding existence shouted. He attacked the green figure. As for the others, they surrounded and killed the other creatures. Among these creatures, there were obviously powerful existences. There were quite a few of them. The Buddha statue behind the old monk was shattered again. At the same time, his defense was broken. A sharp blade pierced his chest from behind. The destructive power of the blade exploded. The old monk's vitality was rapidly fading. The old monk died. A ray of Buddhist light merged into the sky. The deaths continued. The experts of the star, sun, and moon clans were killed one after another. By the time all the beings from the other spacetime had been killed, there were less than 10 experts left. The green silhouette stood in the air and looked at the crowd mockingly. Buzz! Behind him, a light figure appeared. A broken spike appeared out of thin air and pierced into his chest. I told you, I am immortal. The green silhouette turned into vines and wrapped around the other party in layers. Pooh! After that, the vines pierced into his body and extinguished his life force. The broken spike fell into the ground, and a streak of light flew into the sky. Another expert died. Pooh! The sky splitter's axe light fell again, cutting the light shadow apart. I told you I won't die. The silhouette's voice sounded again. It was like a nightmare, as if he really had an immortal body. In the sky above, the light fell, and the giant axe broke in the middle. The owner of the giant axe had lost all of his vitality. The flag fluttered, wanting to kill the other party, but it was useless. The formation flags that formed their own world were unable to lock onto the opponent's true body. Every time they shattered his body, it was as if they were shattering a clone. I am immortal. Another ray of light descended from the sky, shattering the array flag. This ray of light was the nemesis of the 9 extremes weapons. It could shatter everything in the world. The owner of the formation flags was then strangled to death by the vines. I am immortal. Then, the Battle King's sword was also shattered. The owner of the Battle King's sword was also killed. The old ape rushed to the front of the light shadow and smashed down with the golden staff in his hand. The void trembled and cracks spread. This attack was full of power, but it was still useless. It was as if he had hit a clone. Pooh! The vines followed, wrapped around the old ape's body, and then pierced through his body. The golden staff in his hand also cracked from the middle. Of the 9 extremes weapons of heaven and earth, only the spear was left. The existence with the spear kept attacking. During this period, he had scattered the other party's body countless times. But it was useless. Just as he said, he was immortal. He could not be killed every time. I am immortal. This sentence was like a nightmare, entering the mind of the existence with the spear. I will kill you. The human expert with the spear was very determined. In this space, there were corpses everywhere. The 2 of them kept fighting for a long time. The two sides were unable to determine the winner, and the existence with the spear was consuming more and more energy. After an unknown period of time, the old man who should have been dead suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up and saw the battle in the sky. His body began to glow, and waves of power emerged. Heaven and earth deduction technique. All the power in his body gathered on his finger. He pointed at the light shadow above and shouted with all his might, "Freeze!" As soon as he finished speaking, power extended from his fingertip and quickly reached the light shadow. Layers of power wrapped around the light shadow and then trapped the light shadow. The light shadow's expression, which had been unchanged, changed greatly at this moment. Panic appeared in his eyes. "Die!" With a loud shout, the spear light descended from the sky and pierced the chest of the light shadow. Then, it brought his body down and pierced the ground. This time, the light shadow's body did not dissipate. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his chest. He looked up at the existence with the spear and said, "I am immortal. I will kill you." The other party said coldly with a determined gaze, "Boom." In the sky, a powerful light fell and hit the human expert's back. "I am immortal. I will kill you." The battle was over. The crack in the sky disappeared, and these two words echoed between heaven and earth. Zichun and the others stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say. They saw a battle and understood why the shield and saber were broken. At the same time, they also saw the death of the human expert and the end of the human race's inheritance. The light shadow was indeed not dead. He had never died, and the black figure with the spear was hit by the light. This attack could even break the 9 Extremes weapon. Naturally, it could destroy his life force. But he still did not die. That was because he was formed by obsession. I didn't expect it to be like this. They blocked the invasion of the creatures from another space-time, but they also died. Shadowless sighed. The others were silent, and their emotions were very complicated. They still did not retreat from this scene. After an unknown period of time, a light shadow appeared. He glanced at the dead human expert, sneered, and said, "I am immortal." Then, he left. But soon, a light appeared on the human expert's body. The light turned into a human figure, holding a spear, and chased after the light shadow. "I will kill you." He was formed by obsession, and he must kill the light shadow. The two disappeared one after the other. After an unknown period of time, the black figure returned alone. He stabbed the sky with his spear. The sky suddenly broke open, and a black hole appeared. A powerful suction force surged out from the black hole. Then, he swept the ground with his spear. The broken 9 Extremes weapons flew up and went straight into the devouring force. Then, the cracks and the broken 9 Extremes weapons all disappeared. Undoubtedly, the obsession sent all the broken 9 Extremes weapons out and left this world. Seeing this, Zichun and the others finally understood why the 9 Extremes weapons could continue to be passed down in this world. After sending the 9 Extremes weapons away, the obsession mobilized the laws of heaven and earth. A huge stone wall appeared. He held his spear and carved on the stone wall, and runes appeared on the stone wall. That stone wall was the stone wall that showed them the battle. Obviously, it was also left behind by the other party. After doing all this, the black figure turned around, and the light in his eyes disappeared bit by bit. Finally, his eyes became cold and emotionless, and he quickly left. With a flash of light, Zichun and the others appeared. They were still standing in front of the stone wall, surrounded by corpses. Among the corpses, there were experts from back then. They even found those experts according to the location in their memories. Unfortunately, these experts had already turned into dried-up bones. "Zichun, look over there." Ichien pointed behind the stone wall. Zichun walked in that direction. He saw a spear piercing the chest of a skeleton, and the tip of the spear stabbed into the ground. The body of the spear was in another skeleton's hand. It was the spear, one of the 9 Extremes weapons. The obsession had sent away the other 8 weapons, but he didn't send this one. No doubt, this was the body of the light figure. The others also looked at the 2 skeletons in front of them, their faces complicated. "I'm going to smash him," Longhu said and was about to step forward, Don't go. Zichun stopped him. Longhu turned around, looking at him confusedly. That place was a space of its own. It would be dangerous if they went in recklessly. What should we do? We can't let him go. Apparently, they couldn't let that light figure live in this world. It wasn't just because he was terrifying, but also because of what he had done. He had killed all the experts, broken the 9 extremes weapons, and destroyed the inheritance of the Life Star. Of course, Zichun wouldn't let him go. However, that place was a space of its own. It would be more dangerous if they went there recklessly. He knew how powerful that light figure was. Therefore, he opened his world. It was the only way he could protect them. At the same time, Zichun also expanded his world completely. It moved forward, covering the space in front of him. While moving forward, he felt a strong repulsive force. Apparently, that space would prevent any external force from entering. Buzz. However, what Zichun displayed was a world. This world contained the complete power of rules. Moreover, his original intention was to take away this space, not destroy it. Light flashed, and the rules of the world descended. Zichun took the space in front of him into his world. At this moment, the light figure and the black shadow appeared. Chapter 2673. The black shadow and the light shadow appeared at the same time, appearing in the space in front of them. The light shadow's gaze swept around and saw Zichun and the others. His expression changed as he noticed the abnormality in this place. The black shadow's expression did not change at all. He stood with his spear and stared at the light shadow. It was as if there was only the light shadow in his eyes. In the space in front of them, there was a long spear at this moment, still piercing the chest of the light shadow's physical body. It seemed that there were 2 long spears. Whoosh! The black shadow held the spear and stabbed forward, a strong light shining. This spear was so fast that it pierced the light shadow's chest. The light shadow's body dissipated. The dissipated light shadow appeared behind the black shadow. Layers of vines wrapped around the other party. During this time, several vines, as straight as spears, pierced the black shadow's chest. Whoosh! The black shadow's body dissipated into thin air as if he was dead. As soon as the black shadow dissipated, another black shadow holding a spear appeared on the skeleton below. After seeing the light shadow, he attacked the other party again. He was obsessed with killing the light shadow, so he was immortal and indestructible. As long as the light shadow did not die, his obsession would not dissipate. The 2 of them kept fighting in that independent space, never stopping. This situation lasted for an unknown amount of time before everyone arrived. Everyone looked at the black shadow who kept attacking, and their expressions were touched. You guys stay here. I'll go in and take a look. Zichun held the saber in his hand, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared behind him. He walked toward the space in front of him. When he was about to approach the space, Zichun felt a strong resistance. This was the space's rejection of him. Above his head, the power of the rules surged and fell on his body. With the support of the rules of a world, this mere space naturally could not do anything to him. He smoothly entered that space. As soon as he entered, the silhouette launched an attack at him. Numerous vines shot towards him. Buzz! On Zichun's body, energy vibrated, and he unsheathed his saber. The bright saber light swept past these vines and moved forward again, drawing a huge saber arc. The saber arc slashed through the light shadow's body. The light shadow's body was divided into 2, but he still did not die. His figure appeared not far away again. The black shadow behind him stabbed, and the long spear pierced the light shadow's chest again. But that was still the case. Seeing this scene, Zichun's expression didn't change. Light flickered on his body as a divine clone appeared. After the clone appeared, it began to form hand seals. This seal was complicated and complicated. Divine light surged at his fingertips. God-trapping hand. As the seal fell, the God-trapping hand appeared out of thin air and enveloped the green figure. In the outside world, Tyrant and the rest watched this scene nervously. Back then, they had personally witnessed the power of the God-trapping palm and knew that it was a unique, heavenly God skill. Buzz. The God-trapping hand was extremely fast. It arrived beside the silhouette in an instant, and trapped him within. Shua. Zichen's real body raised his saber and slashed down. On the other side, Jinyin came forward with his spear. Spear light flickered, and a chill pervaded the air. A saber and a spear pierced through the light shadow's body. The monk and the others were getting more and more nervous. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of the light figure's mouth, and its figure disappeared again. "Behind you!" Shadowless shouted. Zichun turned around and saw the light figure again. He was still alive and standing in the distance. His body split into four, forming a circle. Vines came from all directions to wrap around him and the black shadow. Such an attack was unavoidable. Last time, Zichun almost died under this move. Space-rending kill. A cold shout sounded. The black figure pointed out with his spear, and a black circle appeared around them. The black circle enveloped the four silhouettes and instantly cut their bodies. "I am immortal." At this moment, the voice sounded and entered Zichen's mind. The light figure appeared again. This voice seemed to have some kind of strange magic. It kept echoing in Zichen's mind like a nightmare. "I will kill you." The obsession opened its mouth. Everything was a subconscious response. "I am immortal." The voice sounded again. "I will kill you." In an instant, such a voice echoed in Zichen's mind, forming a strange power that made his expression become absent-minded. He could not distinguish between reality and illusion. It was as if he was in the battlefield of the past. He was one of those powerhouses. At this moment, facing this immortal light figure, he was full of helplessness and even despair. It was because he was immortal. Beside him, his companions died one after another, but he could do nothing. "I am immortal." Every time this sentence sounded, his spirit would become abnormally absent-minded. The scenery in front of him would constantly change, from reality to illusion. "I will kill you." As this voice sounded, his soul seemed to be shocked and showed signs of waking up. However, the previous voice sounded again. Zichun felt that he had become a bystander, a helpless bystander, watching the two people in front of him fight continuously. Little did they know that at this moment, he had already joined the battle. In the eyes of the monk and the others, he and his clone were constantly besieging the light figure. Powerful attacks were constantly displayed. He held a knife in his hand, and the divine clone held a stone knife in his hand. They joined forces with the black shadow to besiege the light figure. During this period, they frequently displayed their extreme speed. The battle was so intense that the monk and the others could only stand outside and watch. They were a little nervous. They did not see the problem. However, Shadowless saw the problem. "Zichun, wake up." He entered this space, arrived in front of Zichun, and shouted in his ear. This voice was very sharp. It directly pierced through the layers of illusion and reached the depths of Zichen's soul. He opened his eyes when he heard the voice. He saw that his body was retreating. The light of energy on his body surged. He was still using the 9 passing thunder. On the other side, his clone also woke up and began to use the fleet footsteps to retreat. He regained control of his body. He knew what had just happened and felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, his physical body was instinctively strong in battle. Otherwise, he might have died just now. At this moment, the two voices were still lingering in his mind, but they could no longer cause any additional impact on him. Moreover, he had been tricked again, and it was in his own world. Zichun could not help but feel humiliated. Therefore, he looked at the light figure and said coldly, "You've died long ago. You shouldn't have continued to stay here. Everything should end now." In his own world, the world's laws transformed into mighty forces that descended from the sky and rushed toward that space. Sometimes, the laws transformed into a large knife that descended from the sky and slashed at this space. Sometimes, the laws transformed into sharp swords that pierced this space. These laws were constantly changing. They transformed into wind, thunder, rain, and everything in the world. At this moment, in Zichen's world, the laws were the rulers. The space in front of him was like an outsider. Therefore, he had to use the laws to break open this space. The space was formless at first, but as the rules kept attacking, it gradually became a tangible object. It was like a solid light shield. Zichen's true body and clone had already retreated. In that light shield, the two light figures were still fighting. Ding, ding, ding. The power of the laws hit the light shield, and a clear collision sound was heard. Gradually, cracks began to appear on the surface of the light barrier. The cracks that appeared continued to spread, and finally spread to the entire light shield. "Open for me!" Accompanied by Zichen's loud shout, the laws transformed into a sky-splitting axe that fell from the sky and landed on the light shield. Boom! The light shield instantly exploded, turning into crystal points that scattered. Two figures immediately rushed out from it. During this period of time, a furious expression appeared on the glowing figure's face. As it rushed out, it charged towards Zichen. "It's time to end this." Zichen looked at the other party with an indifferent expression, not dodging. The light figure's attack suddenly stopped in front of Zichen. The power of the laws wrapped around his body and then trapped him layer by layer. He was in Zichen's world, so he had to abide by the rules of this world. As the ruler of this world, Zichen was the one who set the rules. His body was trapped by the laws, and the light figure was still struggling. At this moment, Zichen could clearly sense that it was the true body of the light figure that was trapped. He trapped the light figure, but did not kill him. The black figure came over with a spear. The spear pierced through the laws and penetrated the light figure's body. In this space, a mournful voice sounded. "Buzz." The world that Zichen manifested disappeared, and everyone returned to the original space. The spear in the black figure's hand still pierced through the light figure's body. This time, the light figure did not disappear. The black figure looked at the light figure in front of him, whose face was full of pain and resentment, and said coldly, "I will kill you." After saying that, the light figure stopped struggling, and his body turned into a light of energy again. This light returned to the previous skeleton. The figure of the black shadow also dissipated and returned to the skeleton. The next moment, the body of the light figure that was pierced by the spear turned into specks of light and disappeared between heaven and earth. Then, the other skeleton disappeared as well. The light figure died, and the obsession completed its task and was finally free. The spear did not disappear, and a spear soul was injected into it. It was one of the 9 extreme weapons of heaven and earth, and its quality was the same as the saber in Zichen's hand and the shield in the monk's hand. Zichen and the others watched this scene quietly, and their expressions became very complicated. There was emotion and admiration. After this, a light spot appeared in the dissipated body of the black figure. The light spot flew into the void and integrated into this space. The next moment, the entire space released light. Everyone looked up and saw more than 20 light spots in the sky. These light spots were like Xingchun, shining brightly. They were inheritances. These light spots were the inheritances left behind by those experts after they died. They were previously hidden in the space, but now they were all revealed. These inheritance light spots were releasing light. The light seemed to have materialized and fell below, forming a light pillar. In the light pillar, there were unique attributes of the inheritances. There were lightning surrounding it, starlight shining, sword humming, and saber whistling. There was no doubt that these inheritance light spots were waiting for everyone to accept the inheritance. In one of the light pillars, Buddhist power surged. That was the inheritance left behind by the old monk. The monk did not hesitate and walked forward. Buzz. After entering the light pillar, his body was surrounded by Buddhist light. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. His body disappeared together with the light pillar. The devil ape also walked forward and walked into a light pillar surrounded by demonic aura. That was the inheritance left behind by the old ape. Zhang Haoyan also walked forward and entered a light pillar that flickered. This was left behind by the senior assassin. Zichen also walked forward. Chapter 2674. Zichen, who was walking forward, did not enter the light pillar with lightning. Someone had already gone there. It was Lei Ting from the Thunder Clan. As a member of the Thunder Clan, no one was more suitable than him to obtain the inheritance. Although Zichen was also a member of the Thunder Clan, he also had the identity of a heaven-defying cultivator. Brilliant, Mingyu, and Xingchun also walked into the corresponding light pillar. Su Mingyao also walked forward. She sensed the inheritance she needed. It was left behind by the old man. It was also him who, at the last moment of his life, pointed out his last finger, allowing the spear-wielding expert to kill the powerful green shadow. The place Zichun went was the inheritance left behind by the expert who knew the space-rending kill. After the inheritance appeared, he had a feeling that no one was more suitable than him to use the space-rending kill. Using the power of the world, the space-rending kill he used was even stronger than the pure power of the law of space. There were more than 20 inheritances here. Everyone went to the light pillars that were suitable for them. Those who did not have suitable inheritances could only stay here. For example, Ichien was not suitable for the inheritances here. Other than that, there were also some people who could not get an inheritance. They could only stand there. For example, the craftsman ancestor, Wuji, Qingnu, and others. After entering the light pillar, Zichun found that there was more than one inheritance in front of him. There were many light spots. Each light spot was like a star of Xingqian. They contained the inheritance of techniques from when he was alive. These were all the techniques that this expert had mastered. They were all left behind in the form of inheritances. Among them, there were methods to use the level 9 soldier, as well as other sure-kill techniques. Zichun's spiritual thoughts swept through them one by one. Soon, he found the space-rending kill. This expert was called the space-rending kill. The technique he created was the space-rending kill. It was a technique that could kill on a large scale. Zichun's consciousness sank into it. His body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Just after his figure disappeared, another ray of light fell from above. Obviously, there was more inheritance. The inheritance passage opened again. The same situation occurred in other places as well. The light pillars that had disappeared earlier appeared again. The waiting crowd was very surprised. The craftsman ancestor looked at the reappearing pillars of light and said, "It seems like this is an unrestricted inheritance. I can comprehend it multiple times." When the others heard this, they all understood what the craftsman ancestor meant, and they all revealed excited expressions. Without a doubt, this place was very important to the life stars because it was a powerful land of inheritance. Moreover, it was a land of inheritance that would never disappear. The dowry that the ninth heavenly god had given to Zichun was truly extraordinary. After that, everyone nodded at Ichien and disappeared into the light pillar. Of course, they didn't go everywhere. For example, no one entered the pillar of light where Monk disappeared. Ichien was the only one left. She stood there in a daze. Zichien, who had comprehended the spatial rending kill, clearly saw the changes in the spatial rending kill this time. It was a technique that used space as a foundation and could be used in an instant. It was as if one space had turned into two spaces in an instant. In this way, the existence in that space would naturally be separated into two by the isolation of the space. In addition to the comprehension of space, one had to have a very deep understanding of the rules. After all, only by comprehending the rules could one better control space. And this was something that Zichun didn't need. He only needed to know the principle of the spatial rending kill. This was because he had a world. That world could connect with the divine world and create the spatial rending kill in an instant. He quickly comprehended this technique and left. When he reappeared, he was surprised to see that only Ichien was around. "Where are the others?" Zichun asked. "They all went in," Ichien said. Zichun turned around and saw the pillars of light descending again. He was surprised. Then, he thought of something and was shocked. In order to verify his guess, he entered the land of inheritance again and saw the spatial rending kill inheritance again. This inheritance hadn't disappeared. It could still be passed down. His figure appeared, and his face was full of shock. To the cultivators of the life stars, this was a true treasure. A priceless treasure. It directly affected whether the life star could rise or not. "It seems that we have to come here often in the future," Zichun said, looking at the pillars of light in front of him. Ichien nodded. Obviously, she had no objection. At this moment, both she and Zichun could see the ninth heavenly god's intention. If he put the entrance to such a place in Ichien's mansion, then Ichien would definitely come back often. It should be the ninth heavenly god's intention to come back often. Otherwise, he could put this entrance anywhere. "Aren't you from the Thunder clan?" There's still the Thunder clan's inheritance here. I just saw the Thunderclap ninth heaven. It seems to be much stronger than the one you used. Don't you want to go and have a look? Ichien looked at Zichun, puzzled. Zichun shook his head and said, "Not now." Then, he walked forward. The Nine Supreme's weapon of heaven and earth was still there. So, he grabbed the long spear. A powerful aura was released from the long spear. Although Zichun knew how to use the spear, he didn't expect to get this weapon. In the entire Life Star, there were only 9 such weapons. He already had the saber and the wings. He had 2 of the 9. How could he expect to get more? Ichien looked at Zichun in front of her, a sweet smile on her face. The reason why he didn't learn the Thunder Clan's techniques was because he saw that she was lonely here. Let's go and see those ancestral tablets. Zichun turned around to look at Ichien. She naturally had no objection and nodded. Opening the world, Zichun and Ichien returned to this place. The ancestral tablets given by the 9th heavenly god were all in one place. There were more than 20 of them. At that time, he didn't count them carefully. Now, he could count them. He found that there were 3 tablets of the Saber Ancestor. Adding the original one, there were 8 tablets. In this way, the Saber Ancestor's tablet was only 1 piece away from being completed, and he would be able to reach the Divine King realm. There were 3 tablets of the Winged Ancestor. Adding the original one, there were 4 tablets. After that, Zichun saw the Spear Ancestor's tablet. There were a total of 5 tablets. At the same time, Zichun also saw the Piercing Ancestor tablet, which was used together with the Mother-Son stab. If he hadn't seen the battle that year, Zichun wouldn't have known that there were so many weapons of the same grade as the saber in this world. During this time, Zichun used the power of rules to divide the ancestral tablets into categories for everyone to learn. There were 6 tablets of the Shield Ancestor. This was a big harvest. After all, each layer of shield and tint would strengthen one's defense. Among them, Zichun had many tablets to learn. He wanted to learn the saber, shield, and wings. Therefore, light flashed on Zichun's body, and 3 doppelgangers appeared. One of them was the golden body, and the other 2 were the yin and yang doppelgangers. After the 3 doppelgangers appeared, they each went to an ancestral tablet to learn. The doppelgangers' learning was the same as Zichun's real body. Unfortunately, the god doppelgangers couldn't learn. It was a pity. Learning a battle skill wasn't something that could be done in a day or 2. Moreover, there were so many inheritances here. Zichun saw that everyone seemed to want to learn all the battle skills. The amount of time that would take was simply immeasurable. It might take a few decades, or 100 years, or even longer. Therefore, Zichun decided to leave with Ichien first. After all, Ichien still had a city to manage, and there were other people in that city. Without their help, those people in the city couldn't hope to gain anything. After discussing with Ichien, the 2 walked toward the exit of this world. The 2 quickly returned to the goddess mansion. Along the way, many maids were very happy to see Ichien. These maids were basically in the false god realm, and they weren't even divine envoys. Along the way, a maid who looked like a housekeeper asked, "Goddess, won't you stay in the mansion for a few days?" No. After leaving the goddess mansion, Ichien walked toward the teleportation array. Zichun said, "Isn't it impolite to walk like this?" Ichien looked back at him. "No matter what, we should greet the god before leaving," Zichun said. "All right then." Ichien nodded. Therefore, the 2 turned and walked toward the god mansion. There was no need to report, so the 2 went directly to the god mansion. In the hall, Zichun saw the god mansion again. This time, he wasn't as nervous as before. "Are you satisfied?" The god mansion waved his hand, indicating for Zichun to sit down. "Very satisfied. Thank you, God Mansion." Zichun thanked the God Mansion before sitting down. "The others are still learning the battle skills. The 2 of us have to return to the 10th domain first," Ichien said. "Leaving so soon?" The God Mansion was surprised. Zichun said, "I'm worried that something will happen there. The 2 of us want to go back early to take a look." "That's good too." The God Mansion nodded and said, "As for the 10th domain, there's nothing I can help you with. If you want someone, just tell me. If you don't want to stay there, just come back." The 9th domain isn't smaller than the 10th domain in terms of size. Moreover, there are many resources and opportunities. If Ichien wants to, we'll move the city back. Zichen nodded and said. Zichen and Ichien didn't stay for too long. The two of them had just left when the housekeeper came in. The god mansion smiled and said, "See, it's quite effective. At least she's polite now. If it was any other time, she would have just left. Why would she come and greet you?" The housekeeper laughed. After leaving the god mansion, the two of them took the teleportation array and began to teleport between cities. The advantage of following the goddess was that they could use the teleportation array first. Moreover, they didn't have to pay any fees. Although the fees for one teleportation weren't much, the two of them had to teleport continuously and even cross domains. It was not a small fee. After teleporting again and again, they finally arrived at the last city. It was the city where Chiwei was. At this point, the two of them had to fly. However, just as they arrived, Zichun was surprised to find that the city was more lively than before. There were many people gathered in the city. Moreover, most of them were existences above level 4. Chapter 2675. Zichen and Ichien were surprised to see so many people here, and their cultivation levels weren't low either. Looking at the city, it was obvious that it hadn't expanded much. So what were so many powerhouses doing here? The divine envoys didn't linger for long. They immediately flew out of the city. They looked very excited, as if they'd encountered something good. Could it be that a brood mother has appeared? Zichen thought to himself as he followed the others out. If there really was such a good thing, he naturally wouldn't want to miss it. As they flew forward, Zichen could hear the enthusiastic discussions of the crowd, but he couldn't understand what they were talking about. Since he didn't know what was going on, he flew to the front and stopped in front of a 4th-level divine envoy and asked, "Friend, since you are so excited, may I know what is going on here?" The other party turned his head and saw Zichen. He originally wanted to mock him, but when he sensed the aura surging from Zichen's body, his expression changed slightly. The anger on his face promptly transformed into a smile as he said, "Didn't you hear? An inheritance has appeared here." An inheritance? Zichen was startled. Yes, the inheritance of the god realm's heavenly god, Zeus' heavenly god. Oh, is that so? Where is the inheritance? Zichen asked again, but in his heart, he had a bad feeling. It's said to be in the hands of a divine envoy, and that divine envoy is hiding in the depths of the city. That's where we're heading. The 4th-ranked divine envoy said as they moved forward. Actually, we're too late. The news spread long ago. It's said that God King Sandro's subordinates have already sent people to investigate. God King Sandro? That's right. He's one of the rulers of the 10th domain. He was once Zeus' heavenly god's adopted son, and he's been inquiring about Zeus' heavenly god's inheritance. It is said that after Zeus' heavenly god died, he left behind a heavenly god city as well as a land of inheritance. In that land of inheritance, not only are there many divine abilities and heavenly god skills of Zeus' heavenly god, there are also many cultivation resources. Zichen's bad feeling grew stronger and stronger. If he wasn't wrong, then these people's target was Ichien's city. They had come for his divine clone. As for why the news was leaked, there were too many possibilities. It could have come from Yue, Bin Senlu, Xian Lin, and Kai Ming, because these people either had enmity with him or were at odds with Ichien. But they probably didn't know that it was an avatar of a god. No matter what, these people did not come with good intentions. However, Ichien's city was a 9th-ranked general city. Its quality was extremely high. It was clearly impossible for ordinary people to break through it. Therefore, Zichen and Ichien followed these groups and moved forward, not deliberately increasing their speed. Outside Ichien's general city, there was a circle of god envoys. They surrounded the city layer by layer and then continuously attacked the great city protecting array. One attack after another landed on the great city protecting array, creating ripples after ripples. Through the light barrier, these people could still see the terrified expressions of those existences in the divine city. In the distance, Bin Senlu, Yue, Sina, and the others were there. But this time, they weren't the main characters. The real main characters were at the front. Kai Ming, are you sure that guy is in the city and didn't leave with Ichien? Sina asked while looking at the dimming light barrier. Of course I'm sure. At that time, I only saw Zichun and Yiqian. The others are definitely here, Kaiming said very confidently, but I didn't expect that these guys would be so patient and not come out after so long. But this is also good. This city will soon be broken through by Saman. The one commanding the divine envoys to attack the city was called Saman. He himself was an 8th-level divine envoy. Beside him were 2 8th-level divine envoys. Apart from a few 7th-level divine envoys, the rest were 6th-level divine envoys. There were many of them. This time, there were even more people than Bin Sinlu had brought last time. This was attributed to Saman's status in the 10th domain. As a domain that even the 9 great gods didn't care about, there were naturally many experts who wanted to come here to establish their own forces and become an overlord. In addition, this was a domain that Zeus Empyrean God had once ruled. Back then, Zeus Empyrean God's forces were all here. Saman's backer was a powerful god king. This god king was called Sandro, and he was Zeus Empyrean God's adopted son. Sandro was naturally an extraordinary person, but apart from his battle prowess, he was also extraordinary for his courage. He was the only one who had ever killed a god's son, and it was Zeus Empyrean God's child. Of course, this was after Zeus Empyrean God had died. It was said that he had wanted to obtain Zeus Empyrean God's inheritance, and after so many years, God King Sandro had never given up on searching. He had either killed or captured the child left behind by Zeus Empyrean God, but he still hadn't found any clues. This time, when Saman heard about the appearance of the God-binding hand, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to curry favor with the God King. He immediately reported it to the God King, and then he led his men out. As for why Sandro didn't come personally, it was naturally because the master of this city wasn't ordinary. If he directly came here to snatch the goddess, it would be bad if he angered the heavenly gods. Even if the heavenly gods didn't mind, there were other god kings under them. If they learned that a goddess was being bullied, they naturally wouldn't let him go. But sending Saman was different. The difference in their realms wasn't great. Even if there was a conflict, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, even Ben Senlu, who was said to be the most favored by the heavenly gods, had suffered quite a few losses in the god realm. For example, last time, Ben Senlu had suffered heavy losses. Almost all of his subordinates had died, and the second heavenly god had come, but he hadn't said anything. In a battle of equal realms, if one's skills were inferior, there was naturally nothing to say. But if they used their realms to suppress one's opponent, it wouldn't be justifiable. Everyone, hurry up. Once this city is breached, let's see where they can hide. Saman commanded while shouting down below. Once this city is breached, it will be your time to die. If you know what's good for you, hand over that guy with the god-trapping hand. In the god city, everyone was frightened, but they didn't respond. When Zichun and Yiqian returned, they just happened to see the city's light barrier being besieged. Its light was getting dimmer and dimmer, as if it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. They didn't know how long the attack had been going on. Look, it's over there. The 4th-level divine envoy pointed ahead and said to Zichun. But when he turned around, he couldn't see Zichun's figure. Stop! Zichun shouted loudly. Pulling Yiqian, he rushed forward with extreme speed. He released his aura. Wherever he passed, everyone would move out of his way. In the blink of an eye, he was in the air above the city's light barrier, standing in the center of everyone. It's Zichun and the goddess. Seeing Zichun appear, the city erupted into cheers. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Yiqian stood beside Zichun. She formed a seal with her hands and slapped down on the light barrier below. 2 rays of divine light poured into the light barrier one after another. In the next moment, the dim light barrier released an intense light. At the same time, the city's array was reactivated. It began to absorb energy from the earth and from all directions. The great city barrier array was once again at its strongest. This time, it was indestructible. Not to mention that these people were divine envoys. Even divine generals might not be able to break through. Who are you? Yiqian's gaze swept across everyone and finally fell on Saman. Zichun looked outside. He saw Ben Senlu, Yinwei, Kaiming, and Xian Lin. You're the owner of this city, right? My name is Saman. This time, I'm here to ask for a person, the guy who can use the trapping divine hand. Saman looked at Ichien and said, if you know what's good for you, hand him over. Otherwise, all of you will die. At this moment, Zichen's eyes met Kai Ming's. He obviously didn't believe that this matter had nothing to do with them. When they saw Zichun, they sneered at him. In the previous battle, Zichen's group could barely kill a level 8 expert. This time, however, there were 3 level 8s. In addition, there were level 7 experts. Even if all of them appeared, they wouldn't be a match for Saman's team. In Yinwei's estimation, those people from the Life Star were most likely not in the Divine City. Although the sudden return of Ichien and Zichun was unexpected, he didn't think that the two of them had the ability to break through the situation. Why should I hand him over to you? Ichien said coldly. Why? Because your puny lives are in my hands. Saman looked at Ichien and said coldly, let me tell you, if you know what's good for you, hand him over. Otherwise, you can only scram out of here alone. You've gone too far. Zichun said, his voice cold. Kid, where did you come from? What qualifications do you have to speak in front of your lord Saman? Saman said disdainfully. Zichun didn't say anything. He just stretched out his hand and slapped the void under his feet. Following the descent of that palm strike, an enormous power appeared all around him. This power turned into a circle and formed a powerful shockwave, which directly shook the surrounding oracles and sent them flying. Sending a circle of people flying in just a blink of an eye was naturally shocking. Screams came from afar. This is just a lesson. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Zichun said coldly. Impolite? Are you trying to scare your lord Saman? Let me tell you, if you don't hand him over today, except for the goddess, all of you will die. Saman waved his hand and said, kill him. You're courting death. Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent. His right hand slapped the void again, and at the same time, he shouted, Space Rend. Chapter 2676. A powerful force emerged from Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichun used his own world's power of rules and space energy to forcefully merge with the space of the God world. This merging was unsuccessful. Hence, under the backlash of the God world's rules, the space was forcefully separated, forming a black crack. This crack was the space rending kill. As the name suggested, it meant tearing space apart to kill. It was different from the space rending kill, but it was more powerful. The circular crack, with Zichen's mind as the starting point, appeared in front of everyone and quickly passed by. Chi. The space was forcefully torn apart. Everyone within the range of the space had their bodies cut open. This included the level 7S and the 3 level 8S led by Saman, not to mention the level 6S. Puff. In an instant, God's blood splattered. The bodies of the God's messengers were forcefully cut open. When the God's messengers saw this, their faces were filled with horror. At this moment, they even forgot to exclaim. The black crack spread forward and dissipated 10 meters away. Then, the space healed and returned to normal. After the black crack disappeared, some of the God's messengers who were cut open reassembled their bodies. Their faces were pale as if they were severely injured. Some of them fell to the ground and lost their vitality. Dead. Almost all the level 6S were killed. The ones who survived were the level 7S and the 3 level 8S. It really is the space-rending kill. Below, Shadowless saw this scene and was filled with emotions. In a trance, he seemed to see the figure of the space-rending kill. It was this existence that became the faith of the human race. When Zichun and Ichien returned, he would definitely follow them. No one would be able to see him even if he stayed there. You're courting death. After his body was reassembled, Saman saw that almost all the level 6S were dead. His face was filled with anger, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Zichun said coldly, I warned you, but you didn't listen. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being cruel. After saying this, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. His left hand held a sheathed long saber. Swoosh! With a flash of lightning, he disappeared from where he was and charged toward a level 7 warrior. The level 7 expert's body had just reformed, and before he could understand what was happening, Zichun was already in front of him. He shouted and used the fleet-foot stride to retreat. At the same time, his body was surrounded by divine light. This divine light formed a large bell that enveloped his body. This was the Armageddon Divine Bell. It could be used for both offense and defense. Dang! The sound of the bell reverberated, emitting a powerful destructive force. Zichun followed closely behind him, unsheathing the saber in his hand. A saber light that contained the heaven-defying power of yin and yang, along with 3 saber intents, went straight for the level 7 expert. During this time, the power of the Divine Bell did not have any effect on him. The Divine Bell defense on level 7's body flashed and was cut open by the blade. Then, the blade quickly swept past his neck. Pooh! The level 7 expert's head flew high into the air. In the distance, when Kai Ming and the rest saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. This kind of battle strength was a little too strong. Damn it, he's still so strong. Yue's expression became very ugly. There was no doubt that after Zichun's identity was exposed, he could no longer hold back, and the means he could use were stronger. The vitality of the beheaded level 7 divine emissary dissipated in an instant. Go to hell. Saman finally reacted and rushed towards Zichun with the other 2 level 8 experts. The 3 of them were like 3 bolts of lightning, and their powerful auras surged. The pressure belonging to level 8 experts raged towards Zichun from all directions. On Zichun's body, the light of yin and yang flickered. He had directly used 2 extreme powers, and the blade in his hand swept past another level 7 expert. Pooh! The level 7 expert's body was cut in half at the waist without any accident. The second level 7 expert died. Swoosh! 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 During this time, the 3 level 8 experts arrived and launched their attacks. Powerful divine energy wreaked havoc, but they were unable to hit Zichun. They could only slash through the light and shadow. Zichun's body had already reached another place, where a level 7 divine emissary was fleeing. This was a very shocking scene. A level 7 expert was actually fleeing in fear when facing a level 6 expert. Get lost! The level 7 expert roared, and the light of energy on his body surged. He suddenly turned around, and a terrifying fist appeared in the air, striking towards Zichun. Armageddon Divine Fist. At this moment, the nearby people all felt the power and terror of the fist from the fist. Their expressions all changed. Pooh! The blade in Zichun's hand swept past, and the Divine Fist's aura was instantly extinguished. At the same time, the Divine Fist was split into 2 and disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the blade in Zichun's hand didn't slow down and directly swept past the level 7 expert's body. The third level 7 expert was killed. When the spectators saw this scene, they were shocked. Sina and the others were even more so. Yue retreated and at the same time signaled for everyone to quickly retreat. This time, Saman was careless. He's definitely going to suffer. We have to leave. Yue said. Saman is going to suffer? Although they had already seen how powerful Zichun was, they still couldn't believe it when they heard Yue's words. Saman had brought a large group of people, and there were many experts among them. His opponent was only Zichun, and yet he was still at a disadvantage. Who would believe this if they heard it? At this moment, the 4th level 7 expert died. As level 6 experts, their faces were filled with fear. Kid, let's see where you can run to. At this moment, Saman, who had been unable to attack Zichun for a long time, turned to attack Ichien. The 3 level 8 experts naturally had no problem dealing with a level 6 expert like Ichien. You're courting death. Zichun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The lightning wings on his back flapped, and he flew towards Saman. At this moment, he pushed his speed to the limit. He was like a meteor, bringing with him a great momentum. The corner of Saman's mouth curled into a sneer. He turned around and formed a seal with both hands. A huge palm fell from the sky and slapped towards Zichun. This was the palm of annihilation. It covered a space. It sounded very domineering, but it was the most common attack in the divine world. It was a divine skill exclusive to divine envoys. However, when it was used by a level 8 expert, it was naturally very powerful. With Zichen's current speed, he would be hit by the Palm of Annihilation before he could reach Saman. When a level 8 expert hit a level 6, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, Zichen didn't seem to care. He continued to rush forward without stopping. Saman, who had turned around, didn't notice that another figure had appeared beside Zichen. When he appeared, he also formed a seal, and divine energy surged. This figure was Zichen's divine avatar. He was also everyone's target. God trapping hand. Saman heard a low growl. He turned his head and saw a palm glowing with divine light. In an instant, it had trapped one of the level 8 experts. Facing the God-trapping hand, the level 8 expert couldn't react in time. At the same time, Zichen, who was supposed to be hit by the Palm of Annihilation, suddenly disappeared into thin air. Boom! The Palm of Annihilation didn't hit Zichen. It fell from the sky and landed on the ground. A huge palm print appeared on the ground, and within the palm print, destructive energy was raging. However, where did Zichen go? Saman turned around again and looked at the level 8 divine envoy trapped by the God-trapping hand. His pupils suddenly shrank, and for the first time, his face revealed a look of horror. The level 8 divine envoy was now headless. Blood was gushing out from his neck. His life force was rapidly fading away. Dead. A level 8 expert was dead. Previously, when Saman saw Zichen's massacre, he was only angry. However, at that moment, he was filled with fear. He was extremely frightened. His body began to involuntarily retreat. Run! He woke up from his shock and shouted. He immediately pointed at his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. A bloody light shrouded his body. When the bloody light dispersed, Saman had already disappeared. Without a doubt, he was the first to escape, and he used a secret technique to do so. At the same time, in the distance, after seeing Zichen kill a level 8 expert with a single slash, Yue and the others also fled without hesitation. Kai Ming and the others, who were still hesitating, turned pale and ran with Yue. They knew very well that Zichen wouldn't let them go. Perhaps he wouldn't dare to kill them, but he would inevitably humiliate them. For these children of God, humiliation was equivalent to death. In the blink of an eye, the people that Saman had brought with him had all fled. The second level 8 expert also ran away. Previously, when Zichen killed a group of level 6 divine envoys with a single slash, they weren't intimidated. Killing a level 7 expert with a single slash wasn't enough to scare them. However, after cooperating with his doppelganger to kill a level 8 expert with a single slash, they all ran away. In the distance, those who wanted to come here to look for opportunities also retreated. Especially when they met Zichen's gaze, they all retreated even faster. Among them, the one who was the most shocked was the level 4 expert who had answered Zichen's question earlier. They had come here together and initially thought that the other party was also here for an opportunity. Who would have thought that the other party was actually from this city and was actually so powerful? In the entire divine realm, level 6 and level 7 experts were all city lords. However, in front of him, they were easily slaughtered. The battle was over and everyone ran away. Toby and the others walked out of the divine city and began to clean up the battlefield. These dead existences would quickly turn into pure divine crystals, and the quality would be extremely high. How long have they been here? Zichen looked at everyone and asked. A few days. After arriving here, they kept attacking. Zichen nodded his head. Perhaps Kai Ming had purposely spread the news after they met. Of course, this was only his guess. However, since the other party had run away today, it was clear that they wouldn't give up so easily. Soon, more people would come. Level 9 experts were for sure, but he didn't know if there would be stronger ones. Zichen returned to the city. Next, he discussed with Shadowless that it was time to find more mother nests. Chapter 2677. A genius remembers love in 1 second go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Although Monk and the others had not returned, Zichen had his own world. In addition, he did not need to deliberately hide his identity. His combat power was definitely not comparable to those of the same level. In addition, he had mastered an extraordinary killing skill like the spatial rending slash. He could fight an army alone. Are you going now? Shadowless was very clear about his combat power, so he was not worried. The sooner the better, Zichun said. I'll go with you, Ichien said. You should stay. I'll be back soon. With you here, no one can break into this city. Even if they come back soon, they can't do anything to this place, Zichun said after thinking for a while. Okay then. Ichien nodded. She never refused Zichun's request. Zichun, who had just returned to the city, set off again, heading to the depths of this world. Shadowless followed him, guiding him in the direction of the mother nest. After teleporting for thousands of miles, he appeared. There were more creatures from the other spacetime here, and they were also stronger, reaching level 3. After a few more teleportations, after tens of thousands of miles, Zichun and Shadowless appeared. As soon as he appeared, the creatures from the other spacetime surrounded him. You should determine the direction first. As Zichun said, the energy on his body fluctuated, forming a powerful wave. Under this wave, all the creatures from the other spacetime were sent flying by Zichun. However, there were too many creatures from the other spacetime around. After one was sent flying, another would soon appear. Therefore, Zichun did not hold back. The energy on his body fluctuated, and a crack appeared out of thin air, extending in all directions. The crack extended for more than 20 meters. Within a radius of dozens of meters, all the creatures from the other spacetime were cut open and died in an instant. Using the spatial rending slash in this situation was a complete massacre, and it was a large-scale one. In this way, as long as Zichun stood here, no matter how many creatures from the other spacetime came, they would all die. Wong. The spatial rending slash continued to kill, and the creatures from the other spacetime kept dying in droves. During this time, the corpses of the creatures from the alternate spacetime were all kept by Zichun. These items could all be exchanged for resources in the God Realm. Furthermore, they were all extremely valuable existences. Found it. After Zichun killed a few batches, he finally heard Shadowless's voice. A few thousand miles from here, I'll find the restriction. Go, Zichun said, leading him forward. In order to better identify the surroundings, he did not choose to teleport, but flew forward. When he moved forward again, he did not choose to kill. Instead, he chose to shake off the creatures from another dimension around him. It's there. After a few thousand miles, Shadowless pointed at a mountain and said, It's under the mountain. At this moment, there were not many creatures from another dimension at the foot of the mountain. After Zichun landed smoothly, he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and did not find anything unusual. Go in from here. Shadowless led the way and disappeared into a stone wall. Zichun followed closely behind him and walked up the stairs. The moment he got close to the stone wall, ripples appeared on the stone wall, and he entered the ripples. During this period, the creatures from another dimension saw him disappear, but they did not chase after him. After entering the stone wall, Zichun saw a world of strange rocks. In this world, there were hundreds of creatures from another dimension. Their realms were higher than those from the other dimensions, and they were all level 4. Wong. There were no mother nests on this level, only these creatures from another dimension. Zichun immediately used the spatial rending slash to kill all the level 4 creatures around him. After that, he collected the corpses and continued to follow Shadowless. Mother nests were born to control the rules and knew many concealment restrictions. If one did not have extraordinary means, it was almost impossible to find them. At this moment, Zichun's spiritual sense could scan the entire place, but he could not find any abnormalities at all. Love, go little, say W. Chu Shadowless walked in front, familiar with the path. He was invisible, and no one could see him, but at the same time, nothing could blind his eyes. Because he was such an existence, the world did not tolerate him. Only the special Zichun could see him. It's here. Shadowless walked to a large rock and pointed ahead. The creatures from another dimension are all level 5. You have to be careful. Zichun nodded slightly and followed in. Wong. As soon as his figure appeared, A spatial crack swept forward and killed all of the level 5 space-times. When the crack passed by, Shadowless was not affected at all. The crack went straight through his body. These are the Mother Nest guards, and there is a limit to the number of them. For example, once the number of level 5 creatures here reaches a certain number, the previous level 5 will leave and walk out. If you can monitor the entire world, then it's easy to find the Mother Nest's hiding place. Because in the territory of a creature from another dimension, if a stronger existence suddenly appears at an inopportune time, then the place where it appears will be the Mother Nest's hiding place. Shadowless made it sound simple, but who in the entire realm of gods could do that? There were hundreds of level 5 guards, and they were much stronger than the one they met before. Shadowless continued, "We'll meet a level 6 creature soon. That's also the Mother Nest's realm." Once again, Zichun encountered more than 20 level 6 creatures from the otherworldly dimension, and he was able to easily kill them without any mishaps. Shadowless led Zichun to the next area, where the Mother Nest was supposed to be hiding. However, Shadowless did not see the Mother Nest. Instead, he saw 5 level 7 creatures from another dimension. Breakthrough. The Mother Nest has broken through. Shadowless was slightly taken aback when he first saw the 7 creatures from another dimension, but he quickly yelled out in excitement. When Zichun heard this, a smile appeared on his face. If this Mother Nest was really at level 7, then he would be able to break through by another level. To Zichun, these 7th-grade powerhouses were of no threat at all. With a slash of his sword, he killed all 5 level 5 creatures. This was his powerful battle prowess. If it was someone else, they would not be able to break in without a large team of experts. Zichun, come quickly. The Mother Nest has sensed something strange. Prepare to escape. Shadowless's voice came from the depths. Zichun did not say anything and immediately chased after him. He entered another space and saw a huge Mother Nest. This Mother Nest was glowing, and the power of laws was surging. The Mother Nest had escaped like this last time. Clearly, it had many tricks up its sleeves. Wong. Zichun immediately opened his world, and the power of the world descended from the sky, suppressing the Mother Nest. At the same time, a soul energy rushed out from his sea of consciousness. This energy swept past the Mother Nest and penetrated its layers of defense, entering its body and destroying its soul. The light on the Mother Nest disappeared, and it let out a hiss before collapsing to the ground. Then, Zichun saw the insect eggs all over the ground. Once these eggs hatched, they would become powerful creatures from another dimension. Unfortunately, he could not control them and use them. He opened his world, and a devouring force was produced. The Mother Nest and the insect eggs were sucked into his world. It had not even been a day since they left the city, and Zichun had already collected a level 7 Mother Nest. If news of his efficiency spread, it would definitely cause an uproar. Should we go back? Shadowless looked at Zichun when they came out. No, we still have a lot of time. Let's find more. Once we have enough, we can cultivate in the city. Zichun said. Shadowless found a few Mother Nests last time, and now he only found one. After the 2 came out, they continued to go deeper. During this time, it was more time-consuming to find the correct path. After all, Zichun had repeatedly used teleportation. Other than that, everything else went smoothly. On the second day, they finally found the right direction and easily killed their way to this Mother Nest. This Mother Nest did not evolve, and was still at level 6. After collecting this Mother Nest, the 2 continued to look for the third one. This time, they found another one at level 6. In just a few days, they obtained 3 Mother Nests, and one of them was at level 7. While moving towards the 4th Mother Nest, Zichun said, Shadowless, didn't you say you found a level 8 Mother Nest last time? Let's go there and take a look. Shadowless had witnessed Zichun's massacre last time. With the help of his doppelganger, he killed a level 8 expert with a single slash. However, after hearing Zichun's words, his expression couldn't help but become serious. That level 8 Mother Nest is very close to the depths. Moreover, that Mother Nest has already taken shape. There are many guards nearby. I'm afraid that you will be in danger if you go recklessly. Zichun said, I have the protection of my world. There shouldn't be any danger, right? The world is not omnipotent, right? Shadowless said worriedly, Did you forget that last time there was an existence that sensed your world? It was a tall figure, half human, half beast. He held a spiked club in his hand. When the Zichen world was hidden, he found the direction of the other world. That's just an exception, right? Zichen said, let's just go there and take a look. If there's no other way, we can just run. I believe that as long as we run, no one can be faster than me. Okay then, there's a level 6 mother nest along the way. We'll take it. Along the way, Zichen had harvested several mother nests in just a few days. It could be said that his harvest was not small. This level 6 mother nest was also very successful. Then, the two walked towards the level 8 mother nest. Shadowless remembered the location of the level 8 mother nest very clearly. After a few teleportations, they arrived at the gathering place of level 5 creatures from another dimension. Because it was level 5, there were not many creatures from another dimension. However, this was only compared to other levels. But at a glance, there were still level 5 creatures everywhere. Even level 7 or 8 oracles would not dare to come here casually. Facing a group of level 5 creatures, they would definitely die from exhaustion. The entrance is there. Shadowless pointed ahead. Chapter 2678. Shadowless pointed to a very ordinary open space. There was a very special space there. The location of the space was 10 meters above the open space. Wherever his spiritual sense passed, there was no abnormality. This was one of the entrances to the level 8 mother nest hiding place. According to Shadowless, within tens of thousands of miles, there were a few more entrances like this. They could be entrances, but at some point, they would naturally become exits. Therefore, the level 8 mother nest was complete. If there were any abnormalities, it could escape at any time. Hearing Shadowless's words, Zichen said, if that's the case, then we should be more careful. It doesn't matter if we kill these space-time creatures or not. Let's go directly to the mother nest. That's good too. Shadowless nodded and walked forward. Zichen flashed into the world and hit it at the same time, turning it into a dot of light. Shadowless's body then rose into the air and entered through the entrance. Entering the entrance, he saw two mini level 6 space-time creatures, even more than the level 5 creatures outside. In such a situation, even if the god race in the god realm knew about the entrance, they would not dare to rashly attack, unless they gathered more level 8 and level 9 creatures. But at this level, the mother nest was useless to them. They could only bring it back and exchange it for resources. Shadowless walked through these space-time creatures. During this time, they did not discover him, nor did they discover the world Zichen was hiding in. Increasing his speed, Shadowless passed through these space-time creatures and walked into the next entrance. There were level 7 space-time creatures, and there were also many of them, up to hundreds. This is only one of the level 7 creatures in one of the spaces. In other spaces, there are other level 7 creatures. Normal people would have a hard time dealing with them, Shadowless said as he walked forward. His voice could only be heard by Zichen. Zichen did not reply, worried that his tracks would be exposed. Just as Zichen entered the level 8 mother nest's entrance, in the deepest part of the space-time creature's world, there was a half-human, half-beast creature flying towards the outside world. He was very fast. Wherever he passed, all the space-time creatures would take a detour. He was holding a mace in his hand. If Zichen were here, he would definitely be able to recognize this person. This person was the one who had discovered his world previously. He, who was speeding forward, suddenly stopped, after which, he tilted his head and listened. Soon after, he changed his direction. At this time, Zichen was led by Shadowless to the 3rd floor. This was where the level 8 creatures gathered. After passing through here, they would be able to see the brood mother. However, as soon as they entered this place, the creatures from another dimension became restless. They seemed to have sensed something and turned their heads to look around. Their nostrils twitched as if they were searching for something. Seems like we've been discovered, Shadowless said, and then grabbed the light of Zichen's hidden world. But it was of no use. The creatures from the alternate space-time became even more chaotic. Although they still hadn't discovered Zichen's hiding place, they were bound to alert the brood mother if this continued. Thus, Shadowless grabbed the world that Zichun was hiding in and started running forward without another word. As soon as he moved, the creatures from another dimension became even more chaotic. During this time, the light of energy on their bodies surged, forming waves of energy. It was obvious that they wanted to shake off the existence in the dark. Shadowless's speed wasn't slow. Before the waves of energy reached him, he had already rushed into the depths. Swoosh! He saw the entrance and rushed in. However, after seeing the scene in front of him, he was a little dumbfounded. Because what was hidden in this space wasn't the broodmother. Instead, it was a passage that led to an unknown place. The level 8 creatures behind him didn't follow. Zichun's figure flashed and walked out. In his eyes, this was a very ordinary space. There was nothing inside, and there was no danger. Where's the broodmother? Zichun asked. Under normal circumstances, this should be the broodmother's hiding place. There are more than 20 passages here. The broodmother might be behind these passages. Shadowless said. More than 20? Zichun's face was filled with shock. He couldn't see a single passage now. Looks like we can only search slowly. Wait for me here. Shadowless said and walked forward. The last time he came here, this place wasn't like this. He didn't expect it to change now. After entering the first entrance, Shadowless saw many other entrances. There were quite a few of them. He didn't have Fanli's god art, so he couldn't find the broodmother's location. He could only search slowly. However, during this period of time, he felt the fluctuation of energy. He had a bad feeling in his heart and walked back again. The space here isn't stable. It seems like it can change at any time. I have to bring you along. Shadowless walked back and looked at Zichun. Zichun nodded. His world turned into light spots and attached itself to Shadowless. This way, even if something happened, Zichun would stay with Shadowless. This way, Shadowless could naturally go out. However, if Zichun was left alone, he wouldn't be able to come out. Shadowless searched one passage after another just like that. In another direction, the half-human, half-beast existence entered a space. There were too many Class 5 creatures in that space, and when they saw the half-human, half-beast existence enter, they were all stunned. Then, they instantly separated, not daring to stop the other party. Just like that, he passed through 3 layers of space and saw a huge broodmother. The broodmother released a bright light. During this time, a ray of light extended towards the half-human, half-beast. The two seemed to be communicating. Soon, the half-human, half-beast glanced in a certain direction and walked forward with the mace in hand. The space ahead twisted and opened a passage for him. He walked in. Shadowless, who was walking forward, felt the space here change. He shouted, "Oh no, what's wrong?" Zichun asked. "The space here is changing on its own. Looks like the broodmother didn't just find us. It wants to trap us." Shadowless said, "The broodmother can trap people?" Zichun was shocked. "We have to leave here," Shadowless said and walked towards the passage on the side. However, before he reached it, the passage disappeared. This process repeated until all of the passageways had been closed, leaving only one that still existed. He quickly ran towards the passage. Just as he was about to rush into the passage, he saw a mace appear from the passage. It directly passed through his body and smashed in front of him. Boom! There was a strong vibration. Zichun felt that his world was ambushed. This attack didn't cause any threat to Shadowless, but it hit Zichun's world. Shadowless wasn't sure if this was a coincidence, so he quickly retreated. As he kept retreating, a half-human, half-beast appeared behind the mace. After he appeared, the passage behind him disappeared. "Our luck seems to be good." Shadowless smiled bitterly. If it was the other party, then the attack just now wasn't a coincidence. Now that this space was completely sealed, it was like a sealed battlefield. Obviously, the other party wanted to kill here. "Come out," Shadowless said. Zichun's figure appeared. When he saw the being in front of him, his pupils shrank. He didn't think that he would actually meet the other party. "You dare to have ideas about the broodmother? You're courting death," the half-human, half-beast said in a cold voice. Hearing the other party's voice, Zichun was even more shocked. Other than the divine race, this was the first time he heard a creature from another dimension speak human language. Even the broodmother from before couldn't speak. Shadowless's aura surged. He rushed forward and smashed his mace down. The space around them twisted, and the mace released an unusually strong aura. This is a level 9 aura. Zichun couldn't help but exclaim. Could the broodmother here have leveled up? Impossible. The last time I came, it was still level 8. Even if it leveled up, it shouldn't be him, Shadowless said. They had seen the other party many years ago. At that time, the other party was very strong. Obviously, it couldn't be a guard here. Zichun unsheathed his long saber. Saber intent surged. The power of yin and yang lingered on the saber, blocking the mace. Dong! With a loud bang, the space around them began to twist violently as if it was about to collapse. Boom! The great power contained in the saber and mace exploded in an instant, forming an even more powerful ripple that spread out in all directions. Buzz! As the energy trembled, the space around them kept twisting. Then, as if it was being stretched, it kept expanding. The broodmother is trying her best to maintain this space. But if the power is strong enough, we can break this space and get out. Shadowless saw the changes around them and immediately said. Obviously, at this moment, it was unrealistic for Zichun to kill the other party and get the broodmother. The most important thing now was to leave. Zichun's body retreated several hundred meters in one go. As he retreated, the heavenly thunder wings appeared behind him. Then, he charged forward again with his saber. Lightning flashed. He used his extreme speed. His body was like lightning as he attacked the half-human half-beast. Clang! 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 During this time, the long saber and the mace clashed, creating a strong vibration. The half-human half-beast's speed was not as fast as Zichun's, but he stood in the same place and kept attacking. Every time he couldn't dodge Zichun's attack, he would use the powerful energy around him as the foundation to form a terrifying vibration force that directly pushed Zichun back. Zichun couldn't break through after attacking for a long time, so he turned back. At this moment, the half-human half-beast's body expanded like a mountain. The mace in his hand also suddenly enlarged. His entire body was surging with a violent aura. Die! His voice was cold. He walked forward. With every step, the space would tremble. Zichun retreated again and again. After increasing the distance between them, his body flashed and the yin-yang doppelganger appeared. Chapter 2679. The yin and yang doppelgangers were forming hand seals, forming extreme yin and extreme yang. Two completely different beams of energy immediately flew towards the half-human half-beast figure. The mace in the opponent's hand smashed down, causing the void to wildly distort as a powerful force wreaked havoc. The mace's momentum was very fierce and fast, causing the void to distort as if it was about to be torn apart. The mace smashed into the two attacks one after another. Boom, boom. Extreme yin and extreme yang exploded, forming a terrifying energy fluctuation. As the two types of energy fluctuations came into contact, the yin and yang energy once again created an even more powerful destructive force. In the face of this destructive force, the surrounding space once again expanded. Although the distortion became even more intense, it did not collapse. The existence holding the spiked club was pushed back by the energy. His huge body was covered with wounds left by sharp blades, and blood flowed out from the wounds. It was only an external injury. The heaven-defying power did not truly harm the opponent, nor did it attach to the opponent's wounds. After one attack was ineffective, the two doppelgangers disappeared. Zichun stood there and looked at the opponent. He stretched out his left and right hands, and the extreme yin and yang energy surged out from his palms. He had yang in his left hand and yin in his right hand, and they converged together. Qi, qi. The yin and yang energy slowly converged, creating ripples. The ripples spread out, causing the surrounding space to tremble even more violently. Zichun stood there, enduring this power. His body glowed, and whether it was his physical strength or his defense, they had all been raised to the limit. The fusion of yin and yang went against the Tao of heaven and earth, and it was impossible to complete. Even if it was compatible, it would create a powerful repulsive force. At the beginning, the vibrations only caused ripples. Although it was powerful, it was not that terrifying. As the two types of energy intertwined, the destructive force became even more terrifying. Finally, the two types of energy met and intertwined together. Chi-chi sounds continuously rang out, and wave after wave of destructive ripples spread out. All of this seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened very quickly. Zichun did his best to control the yin and yang energies, keeping them in a state of balance. The tall half-human, half-beast figure charged forward after stabilizing his body. However, before he could reach Zichun, the yin and yang energy in front of Zichun had already fused together, forming a lotus flower that emitted yin and yang light. The lotus was based on the power of lightning. It was the yin-yang lightning lotus that he had created himself. He waved his hand lightly, and the small thunder lotus spun and flew forward. Wherever it passed, the distortion in space became even more intense, as if unable to withstand the power contained within the thunder lotus. The half-human, half-beast existence seemed to have sensed the terror of the lightning lotus, and its expression became much more serious. He roared and smashed the mace in his hand down. Boom! As the mace smashed down, the entire thunder lotus trembled. The balance between yin and yang was forcefully broken, and the thunder lotus exploded. A terrifying yin and yang energy spread out, instantly enveloping the half-human, half-beast existence and continuously expanding. This was an indiscriminate attack, and Zichen's body immediately retreated. As they retreated, the energy continued to spread and wreak havoc. "Hurry up and leave. You can't kill him," Shadowless shouted as he followed beside Zichun. At this moment, the space was constantly distorting, as if it was on the verge of shattering. Zichun turned around and slashed forward with his blade. Whoosh! The distorted space was cut open from the middle, and a black crack appeared. He rushed through the crack in a flash, and Shadowless followed closely behind. After walking out of the crack, they returned to the previous space. Then, under Shadowless's lead, he quickly escaped to the outside world. In that space, the yin and yang energy was still wreaking havoc, and the half-human, half-beast existence rushed out from it. His body was covered in bloody scars, as if he had been dismembered. He looked very miserable. Some of his wounds were even contaminated with the yin and yang energy, which was constantly invading and destroying his vitality. He did not die, but he was heavily injured. He let out an unwilling roar, and the light of energy on his body surged, and a surge of vitality filled the surroundings. Most of the wounds on his body healed, and the yin and yang energy was forcibly expelled from the wounds that were contaminated with the yin and yang energy. Soon, his injuries were healed. The space he was in disappeared, and a space passage appeared in front of him. Without a doubt, this was the path that the mother nest had pointed out for him. Zichun escaped in this direction. However, he was a little late, and the other creatures from another dimension could not catch up to Zichun. Along the way, Zichun used his extreme speed, leaving all the creatures behind him. After he escaped from the hiding place of the level 8 mother nest, he immediately teleported away. In an instant, he traveled tens of thousands of miles, and that existence could not catch up. After teleporting again and again, he finally saw Iqian City, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He landed on the ground and entered the city. After leaving for a few days, he came back again to break the seal. However, Zichun had some doubts in his heart. Was it a coincidence that he met that powerful existence before, or was it intentional? Moreover, the other party was clearly a creature from another dimension, but it could speak. A level 8 mother nest could create a space to trap them. After returning, Zichun took out the harvest he had obtained before. Iqian was shocked when she saw it. Others might not be able to get a mother nest after spending a lot of effort, but Zichun had obtained so many mother nests in just a few days. In addition, there was even a level 7, which meant that their realm could increase by another level. After distributing the mother nests to everyone, Iqian came back and saw that Zichun did not seem to be in a good mood, so she asked, "What's wrong? How much do you know about creatures from another dimension?" Zichun asked. Iqian did not understand and asked, "Why do you know about them?" Zichun told Iqian about what happened today. After hearing it, Ichien was very surprised. He can speak? Isn't that a celestial? Ichien said, her beautiful eyes flashing. Zichen shook his head and said, no, he's not a celestial. He's a creature from another dimension, the half-human, half-beast kind. Seeing the serious expression on Zichen's face, Ichien thought for a moment and said, I don't know much about creatures from another dimension. I only know that in the God realm, aside from the 10 regions, all other places are occupied by creatures from another dimension. Oh, I remember now. Father once told me that after I obtained a city, I shouldn't rashly go to dangerous areas. It's said that creatures from another dimension are very strong, and even he can't eliminate them. Even celestial gods can't eliminate them? Zichun was shocked when he heard this. Is that strange? If celestial gods could kill creatures from another dimension, wouldn't they have done so already? But there are other powerhouses among the creatures from another dimension. What they can do is establish a city, and then with Heavenly God City as the center, they can expand in all directions. Ichien's words shocked Zichun even more. If there were powerhouses among the creatures from another dimension, didn't that mean that there were celestial gods among them? Saman returned to Sacred King Sander's residence in a sorry state. This time, he brought a group of powerhouses, but who would have thought that they would suffer such heavy losses? Only a few of them returned, and even a level 8 powerhouse was killed. When he went to meet the Sacred King, he was very nervous. Sacred King Sander was a tall, thin man with a pair of small eyes that were somewhat sinister and occasionally flashed with a cold light. It was obvious that this was a cunning person. When he heard Saman's story, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. A level 6 can kill a level 8 powerhouse? Yes, that guy is very strong. It's said that he came from a life star and is called the Heaven-Defying One. Back then, in order to discuss killing him, all 9 celestial gods appeared, but for some reason, they didn't kill him in the end. It's said that he's the one who escaped the fate of the god realm. Saman said. Clearly, he had done a lot of research before coming. What about the one who knows the god-binding hand? Did you see him? Asked Sacred King Sander. I saw him. It's that guy. He's only at level 6, but he used the god-binding hand to subdue Kinley, a level 8 powerhouse. That's why that guy on the life star killed Kinley in one strike, said Saman. Recalling that scene, he was still scared. Luckily, it was Kinley. If it were him, Kinley would be the one standing here. A level 6 powerhouse can subdue a level 8 powerhouse. So his god-binding hand should be more complete, right? Asked Sacred King Sander. Almost. Saman nodded and then asked, Master, a level 8 powerhouse can't deal with him. Only a level 9 powerhouse can. Of course, it would be better if you could send a divine general. Sacred King Sander waved his hand and said, You can leave. Call Wiley here. Yes, Master. Saman exhaled in relief. He didn't expect that the elusive master wasn't enraged this time. Soon, Wiley arrived. He was a level 9 powerhouse. Although he wasn't tall, he was very muscular. He wore a shining divine armor, and his arms were exposed. His muscles bulged, full of strength. Master is looking for me. His voice was a little rough. How many have we found with the god-binding hand? Asked Sacred King Sander. Wiley said, 5. Then it's 6. That's about it. Send this to them. Tell them it's a place of inheritance of Zeus Empyrean God. If they're lucky enough, they can get the recognition of the Empyrean God. Sacred King Sander threw out 6 jade tokens. There was a pattern engraved on the tokens, which emitted a brilliant light. In the divine world, there was a legend that when Zeus Empyrean God died, he left behind his own inheritance. And this inheritance could help people break through to the Empyrean God realm. Although it was just a legend, it had caused quite a commotion and brought about a craze of searching for inheritances. During this craze, Zeus Empyrean God's children suffered fatal blows. For example, Sacred King Sander had killed a son of God, but he didn't get anything. Yes, Master. Wiley took the tokens and left. Chapter 2680. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After Zichun returned last time, He was a little worried that the powerful being would catch up. After all, it was a level 9 being, and he was not someone he could deal with. After waiting for a few days and not seeing the other party, he was relieved. Then he began to refine the level 7 mother nest. Although he still had many things to do, such as comprehending the blade intent and the shield intent, no matter how high his comprehension of techniques was, it was not as practical as raising his level. Moreover, he could break through in a very short time, but he might not be able to comprehend the true meaning in a very short time. After 2 months of refining, Zichen's aura became stronger and stronger. The mother nest's energy continuously poured into Zichen's body. While Zichen was refining the mother nest's energy, he was also perceiving the laws of this world and the changes in the laws. While he was perceiving, his soul continued to grow until it finally reached a limit. A kind of enlightenment appeared in his mind. His soul leveled up again. The soul of a level 7 progenitor. Next, it would become a level 7 progenitor. Breaking through another level in just 2 months was almost godlike. Just as Zichen was quietly perceiving the changes in his level 7 soul, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura surging from the outside world. This was the aura of a level 9 being. Sensing this aura, his expression changed, thinking that the being from another space-time had caught up. "Who is it?" Ichien called out, and her figure flashed outside the city. "Greetings, goddess." Standing outside the city, Wiley cupped his fists and bowed to Ichien. "Who are you?" Ichien stood in the air, her colorful clothes fluttering. Wiley cupped his fists and said, "I am Wiley, a subordinate of Sacred King Sander. This time, I have come specially to give you an opportunity." "You are so kind?" Ichien snorted, her eyes filled with coldness. "This is a jade token, the key to open the place of inheritance of Zeus Sky God. However, there is a condition, and that is that only someone who can use the god's hand can open it. Goddess can also go with you. After all, there are many kinds of inheritances of gods. Maybe there is one suitable for you." As Wiley spoke, he released the jade token. The token emitted a bright light and slowly flew towards Ichien. Ichien didn't accept the token. She looked at Wiley, obviously not believing his words. "There are a total of 6 tokens. This time, there will be 6 gods' envoys with the trapping god's hand. Goddess, you don't have to worry about this being a trap." Wiley continued, "This opportunity isn't given away for free. If the goddess people really did obtain the inheritance of the heavenly god, Divine King Sandini will need something from the inheritance. What is it?" Ichien asked. Wiley shrugged and said, "I don't know. Only the Divine King knows. Among the 6 of them, whoever obtained that item would be taken away by the Lord. If you can't get it, you won't want anything. Consider it a free gift. If the goddess has made up her mind, then we will meet in the city where God King Sandini lives in a month's time. Of course, if the goddess thinks that this is a scheme, please have someone return this jade stone token." Saying that, Wiley cupped his fists at Ichien and turned to leave. When Ichien returned to the city, she was still bewildered. He must be up to something. Zichen stood in front of Ichien. He had heard all the words just now. Ichien nodded. The other party is definitely not so kind, especially after killing so many of his people. "Then, are we still going?" Ichien asked. "Of course, we are going. Even if he is up to something, we have to go there and take a look. Something that a divine king wants is definitely not something small. It must be very important, and we may not be able to get it," Zichen said. Ichien felt that Zichen's words were very reasonable, so she agreed with him. But this doesn't mean that she is willing to let Zichen take the risk. There is still a month left. She left here and went to the 9th heaven to look for the 9th heavenly god. It can be seen that after saving Zichen several times, the relationship between Ichien and the heavenly god has gradually become harmonious. After breaking through to level 7, while Zichen was stabilizing his realm, his avatar was also comprehending the blade intent. If he can't get a level 8 broodmother nest, he will stay in this realm for a long time. During this period, whether it is his attack power or defense power, he has a lot of room for improvement. For example, refining these ancestral steels. 5 days later, Ichien returned. Clearly, she also brought back news. Divine King Sander does have an inheritance, but it shouldn't be the inheritance of a divine god. It's more likely to be a trial ground. According to the data, that trial ground was obtained from the son of Zeus, heavenly god. It was opened once, but nothing was found. Sander also didn't kill those people. This is the news brought back by Yi Qian. It seems that there should be no problem. However, after those people went in last time, they stayed in there for a long time. It may be the same this time, Yi Qian said. Zichun nodded, then took out all the ancestral steels in the world. During this period, he only left the ancestral wing steel and the ancestral saber steel, and even the spear. If the time is too long, Tyrant and the others can come back early and continue to comprehend. You should take the ancestral shield steel with you. If you stay here for a long time, you can still comprehend it. Also, if necessary, it can save your life. Yi Qian suggested. Zichun thought about it and nodded. Even if Tyrant and the others came back, they wouldn't go out, so there was no danger. Moreover, he didn't know when they would come back, so he put away the ancestral shield steel again. During this time, Zichun's real body, golden body, and yin and yang doppelgangers all appeared and carefully comprehended the ancestral saber steel. The others in the city were also refining the broodmother. Their realms were rapidly increasing, and it wouldn't be long before they reached level 6. A month passed quickly. During this time, Zichun didn't comprehend any new blade intent. His real body, golden body, and yin and yang doppelgangers continued to comprehend. As for his god doppelganger, he appeared and went with Yi Qian to Sander's city. This time, Sander was really looking for his doppelganger. As they advanced, Yi Qian said, "There has always been a legend in the god realm. When Zeus' heavenly god fell, he left behind a heavenly god's inheritance. It is said that if someone obtains this inheritance, they can directly enter the heavenly god realm." "Is there really such an inheritance?" Zichun asked. "No one knows. There has always been such a rumor. So when Zeus' heavenly god fell, no one went to avenge him. Everyone was looking for the inheritance." Yi Qian said, "Back then, the children of gods were their targets. Sander captured one of them and obtained the inheritance." This was a rumor that no one could confirm, so Yi Qian didn't tell Zichun last time. Now, she just treated it as idle gossip. After several free teleportations, the two appeared in Sander's city. Walking out of the teleportation array, they saw a huge square. There were already many people in the square. Among them was Willy, who was at level 9. He stood in a very conspicuous position. Apart from that, as Zichun's gaze swept around, he actually found a few familiar faces. For example, Xian Lin, Bin Senlu, Qi Wei, Kai Ming, and the others. He didn't expect them to be here. Beside them were some guards. The lowest realm among them was level 8, and there were also level 9 guards. Seeing these people, even Yi Qian was startled. Didn't they say there were only 6 tokens? Why were these people here? The two walked towards the center of the square. Willy saw Yi Qian and hurried to salute her. Seeing Willy's courtesy, both Kai Ming and Xian Lin's faces turned ugly. As the children of gods, Willy's attitude towards Yi Qian made them very unhappy. Even Bin Senlu frowned. As the most beloved son of the second god, he didn't let Willy salute her. "Goddess, come this way. We'll be leaving soon," Willy said. "Are they going together?" Yi Qian asked. "Yes." This time, the divine king made the news public. Everyone happened to be in the same area. In order to get along more harmoniously in the future, they all came. This time, it's not just the inheritance. There are other opportunities. If we're lucky enough, we might be able to directly advance to Divine Champion, Willy said. "Oh?" Yi Qian was surprised. Now, she was also at level 7. She was 1 level higher than Kai Ming and the others. As she walked, she didn't deliberately hide her aura. When everyone sensed it, they couldn't help but change their expressions. In just a few months, she had broken through another level. What kind of opportunity had she encountered? And that skeleton had also broken through. Fortunately, there were only 2 of them. Not only did they have many guards, but they even had level 9 guards. Something's wrong. Yue looked at the 2 walking over and frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Sina asked. "Why didn't Zichun come?" "In this situation, Zichun can't not come," Yue said. "Maybe the quota is limited." If the quota is limited, then there's nothing for us to do. Isn't that simple? Ichien wants us to misunderstand that Zichun didn't come. She wants to make Zichun appear at the crucial moment. That should be her biggest trump card, Xian Lin said coldly. This statement was obviously reasonable, and the others nodded in agreement. Although Yue agreed with this point, he still felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what the problem was. At this time, Willie returned to the high platform. He saluted everyone and said, "Everyone, this time, I, Willie, will be the host of this inheritance land. Before entering, I hope you all remember what I said. Once you enter, you must be careful. This is a place of opportunity, but it is also a place of danger." He simply explained a few things to pay attention to. It was nothing more than being careful and safe. Then, Willie took out a jade pendant that surged with the aura of a heavenly god. A ray of light shot out from the jade pendant. In front of the jade pendant, a door of light appeared. "Everyone, enter one by one," Willie said. Everyone heard him and entered the door of light. During this time, Zichun clearly felt a few hostile, murderous intents. Chapter 2681. There were 5 people who were clearly hostile and murderous. As Zichun looked back, those murderous intents were somewhat restrained. However, there were still some people who stared at him without hesitation. According to what Wiley had said, there were 6 tokens in total. It was obvious that the 5 people who were hostile to him were the owners of the other tokens. Zichun wasn't sure if they would cross paths after he entered, but since they were already hostile to him, he had to be careful. Among the 5 people, one of them was bald. He wore a loose robe and didn't conceal his aura. He was a level 9 divine envoy. Among the 5 people, he was the one who looked at Zichun with the most unbridled and provocative gaze. It was obvious that he had absolute confidence in his own strength. The second was a butterball. If he shaved his head and put a ring on it, he would look like a monk. However, when a monk smiled, he looked very kind. The other person, on the other hand, had a fierce look on his face and looked somewhat fierce. He was also level 9 and didn't suppress his realm. Behind him, there were quite a few people. These were all his followers. The third was a cold man. He wore very thin clothes and stood there alone. He didn't have any followers behind him and didn't communicate with others. His realm was unknown. When Zichun looked at him, his murderous intent had already been restrained. The fourth was a very short person. He looked like a teenager. He was wide and fat, even a little bloated. His murderous intent had already been restrained. The last one was wearing a black robe that covered his entire body. Zichun couldn't see his face. If it weren't for his extremely sharp senses, he would have suspected that the other party had never shown any hostility to him. "Be careful. They seem to be hostile to you," Ichien reminded him through voice transmission. They entered the light gate, and Zichun followed closely behind. With a flash of light, they arrived outside a city. This city was very tall. The thick city walls were dark. Everyone had to raise their heads to see the towering city walls. This was like a city where giants lived. Standing below the city, they looked very small. The Great City Barrier Array was activated, and the entire city was completely enveloped by a huge light barrier. Above everyone's heads, outside the array formation, there were many creatures from another space-time. They filled the surroundings of the array formation, but they did not attack the city. It was as if he didn't know that there was a city beside him. It was as if the two of them were not in the same space and time. Willie's next words confirmed this point. This is a parallel dimension, so the creatures from another dimension can't discover us. Everyone, there are many dangers in the city. I hope that after you enter, you will prioritize your opportunities and not fight against each other. I'll take my leave first. Let's meet again in the city. After he finished speaking, he cupped his fists at the crowd and led them towards the city ahead. Swoosh, schwa, swish. They didn't do anything else while flying. When they were about to reach the city gate, ripples of light appeared on the sturdy city gate. Everyone entered the ripples and disappeared one after another. Seeing that Wiley had successfully entered, the others didn't stay any longer and entered as well. But before that, Zichun once again sensed a murderous intent filled with hostility. However, they didn't stop. Instead, they all entered. In the blink of an eye, there were only 20 or so people left. Zichen and Iqian followed closely behind, but before they could enter, they saw streaks of light flying over from behind, blocking their path. Zichen landed on the ground and looked at the people in front of him. He said coldly, "What do you want?" "It's very simple. Hand over the god-trapping hand and the token, and we'll let you in." A voice came from behind. It was Bin Senlu's. A group of God's children walked over. The two of them turned around and looked at the others. Zichen's gaze fell on Jiwei, his gaze cold. At this moment, Jiwei stood behind them, looking as if this matter had nothing to do with him. "You think you're worthy?" Iqian replied coldly. "Iqian, today's matter has nothing to do with you. You can choose to enter and search for opportunities," Bin Senlu said. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Or was I treated like an idiot and learned this idiotic line?" Iqian sneered coldly. Bin Senlu's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect Iqian to have such a sharp tongue. "Shut up. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." Xian Lin stared at Iqian with cold eyes. Her red lips were harsh, and her pretty face was full of resentment. "You're getting more and more impudent. It seems that you lacked the necessary discipline when you were young. You're just a lowly peasant. What right do you have to judge me?" Bin Senlu didn't care about the grudges between the two women. He turned his gaze to Zichen and said, "Hand over the god-trapping hand and live or die." Zichen looked around and found that there were 5 level 9 experts around. Clearly, they were the 5 gods' children's children. However, Jiwei, the adopted son of a god, wasn't a level 9 expert. Moreover, looking at his position in the group, he was more like a subordinate. Apart from that, Fanli was still in the group, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiwei. The rest were all level 8 experts. There were 12 of them, but none of them were level 7 experts. Such a group was obviously prepared for Zichen. Moreover, all of this had been part of the plan. They had brazenly snatched the items as soon as they arrived. "If you want to die now, I can't fulfill your wish." Zichen looked at them and said coldly, "Shameless boasting. Show us if you have the ability," Kaiming said. "You know who has the ability." Zichen's divine avatar smiled faintly at Kaiming. At that moment, a ray of light appeared behind them. Zichen's real body appeared in the light. The heavenly thunder wings appeared behind him, and he gripped his scabbard tightly. His expression was cold. "If you don't mind dying, then let's fight here first. I believe that only 8 of you will survive in the end." The voice of Zichen's real body sounded from behind them. "Which 8? Bin Senlu asked instinctively, because there weren't enough people. 5 level 9 experts and 3 of us. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. "Arrogant." Yue sneered. Light of energy circulated around Zichen's body, and the aura of a level 7 expert emerged. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed. When he was level 6, he could kill a level 8 expert with one strike. Now that he was level 7, could he kill a level 9 expert? Based on what he said earlier, it was obviously impossible. However, Zichen, who was level 7, should have no problem killing a level 8 expert. Buzz. Light of energy surged around Zichen's body, forming a vibrating force. This force turned into cracks and spread in all directions. It was the space-rending blow. He used it without hesitation. The space-rending slash targeted a space, and within that space, everyone would be forcefully separated. Seeing the black cracks spreading, the children of God's faces changed drastically, and they immediately retreated. The others rushed over, trying to stop Zichen. However, under the black crack, the level 8 bodies were instantly separated. Swoosh! At this moment, Zichen made his move. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the level 8 warriors who had been cut open. Wherever he passed, he unsheathed his sword. Sword intent raged, and sword light swept across. Pft, pft, pft. Similar sounds rang out continuously. Divine blood splattered, and divine light shone. Zichen turned into a thunderbolt and rushed forward, heading straight for Bin Senlu. It was obviously impossible to kill everyone at this moment, so he needed to establish his dominance. However, he couldn't find Yue because he wasn't qualified. Bin Senlu was the best choice. Stop him! As expected, when he rushed forward, Bin Senlu shouted, and the level 9 experts rushed towards Zichun. Behind Zichun, the heavenly thunder wings flashed, and his speed was instantly increased to the extreme. He brushed past the attacks and bypassed them in an instant. Go to hell. At this moment, Yue's palm came. Divine light lingered on the palm print, and a powerful aura emerged. At this moment, the other children of God retreated, not daring to confront Zichun. Only Yue came forward, showing how protective he was of Bin Senlu. However, Zichun knew Yue very well. He knew that he was just putting on an act, because Yue had already calculated that he wouldn't waste time to attack him at this moment. Therefore, the light flashed again, and his figure disappeared from Yue's palm and appeared in front of Bin Senlu. Go to hell. Divine light flickered in Bin Senlu's eyes, and a powerful aura was released from his body. His expression was cold, as if he was about to launch a powerful attack. However, it was obviously too late, especially in front of Zichun's extreme speed. Swoosh! He unsheathed his sword, and the shining sword light, along with the 3 sword intents, slashed forward. The terrifying sword arc spread in an instant and landed on Bin Senlu's body. Buzz! Strong light flashed on his body, and a light shield appeared out of thin air. The light shield shone with divine light, and the divine light was unusually condensed. The sword arc landed on the light shield, and the light shield began to distort. At the same time, a powerful force exploded, and Bin Senlu's body flew backward. Pung! As his body flew backward, the light shield around his body exploded, and his body flew back dozens of meters. His face was very pale, and his heart was still beating fast. Just now, he personally felt the threat of death. This was the first time in history, because even if he was at a disadvantage, no one dared to kill him. At most, they would humiliate him. However, Zichun didn't hold back just now, and he really dared to kill him. If he hadn't used the defensive power of the Jade Pendant in time, he would have been killed. Damn it! I won't let you go. Bin Senlu stared at Zichun and said coldly. The other children of heaven's expressions changed drastically, and they flew toward the city without hesitation. During this time, Sina and Kai Meng were the fastest, because they knew that Zichun wouldn't care about their identity as children of heaven's children. The surviving level 9s and level 8s all flew toward the city, following closely behind the children of heaven's children. Chapter 2682. The battle ended in an instant. Bin Senlu and the others had seriously miscalculated. They did not expect Zichun to reach level 7 as well. It was not strange for one person to reach level 7, but it was definitely not a coincidence that all 3 of them had reached level 7. Moreover, this time, they truly felt Zichun's murderous intent. They knew that even when facing them, Zichun would not be soft-hearted when he had to kill them. They seem to be testing us, Ichian said as she looked at Zichun. Her doppelganger was currently cleaning up the battlefield. Zichun nodded. They had all retreated. This could indeed be considered a test. However, if Zichun did not appear, it would not be as simple as a test. Looks like we have to be careful. We might encounter similar situations again. Zichun's real body disappeared again. Time was of the essence. It would be good if his combat power could increase even a little. In his world, the 2 yin and yang doppelgangers, 1 real body and 1 golden body, were both comprehending the sword will at the same time. As for the single god's doppelganger, it remained in the outside world. The 2 of them entered the big city. After entering the city, the 2 of them could no longer see any buildings. It was as if they had entered some kind of space. Those who had entered before had all disappeared. Wherever their divine telekinesis swept, they could not find anything. The entire space was empty. It was abnormally quiet. Looks like we've entered a unique space. Shadowless, come and take a look. Can you find the exit? Zichun's god's doppelganger asked. His world opened. Shadowless fell from it and stood beside him. This time, he naturally had to bring Shadowless along. He was like a real shadow. No one could see him, but he could see everyone. There was no one in the world more suitable than him to gather information. I can't see anything. We can only try to walk forward. Shadowless looked around and shook his head. The three of them walked forward. The god's doppelganger held the stone sword that Zichun had obtained previously. The stone sword was unusually sharp. In addition, the doppelganger had the heavenly god's bone. It was very suitable for him. As they walked forward, the surroundings were abnormally quiet. It was so quiet that it was abnormal. After walking for about a few hundred meters, the ground under their feet suddenly crackled. Then, tentacle-like things extended from the ground and wrapped around the two of them. With a tap of their feet, the two of them soared into the air. At the same time, God Zichun slashed down with his saber. The saber arced towards the ground, splitting it open with a loud boom. A streak of light quickly disappeared from the ground. "Watch out above your head," Shadowless reminded. The two of them raised their heads and saw a huge spider web, emitting a bright light, coming towards their heads. Swoosh! Swish! Seeing the spider web falling from the sky, the two of them immediately activated the Fleetfoot steps. Divine light flickered as the two of them flew in opposite directions, one on the left and one on the right. Buzz! Just as the two of them were about to leave the range of the spider web, the surface of the spider web suddenly burst with light, and its surface area instantly increased by dozens of times. Such an unforeseen event was beyond the two of their expectations, and the falling spider web stuck to their bodies. Swoosh! God Zichun slashed out with his saber. Divine light flickered, and a crack immediately appeared on the spider web. Obviously, the stone saber was unusually sharp, and it only took a few slashes to break it open. However, before he could land a second slash, he noticed that the crack just now glowed again, and then the crack healed. At the same time, the spider web became unusually heavy, pressing the two of them down to the ground. A black shadow appeared in the sky. A spider the size of a mountain fell from the sky and landed beside the two of them. Its body was huge, but its landing was silent, and its movements were very agile. It was also at this moment that the space shattered like a mirror. Shrill screams rang out one after another in the quiet surroundings. God Zichun raised his head and looked into the distance through the spider web. He saw a similar huge creature at the end of his line of sight, and there were other people trapped in it. Obviously, the previous space was created by this huge spider. The spider fell from the sky, and its mouth let out a sharp shriek. Its two front legs were like long spears, stabbing towards Zichun and Ichien. Swish! Swish! Wherever the spider legs passed, there was an ear-piercing sound in the air. This attack seemed to pierce through space. "Ichien, watch out!" God Zichun shouted. His body shone with divine light, and a powerful force was stimulated. He slashed with the stone saber in his hand, and another long crack was torn in the spider web. This time, he broke free from the spider web on his body and rushed out of the crack. Then, he used the Fleetfoot stride to block in front of Ichien. Clang! The spider leg and the saber met, and a loud clang broke out. A powerful energy wave spread out in all directions. Zichen's body retreated in the air, and the spider leg in front of him was also knocked back. On the other side, the hard ground was like tofu, and the spider leg sank straight into the ground. Swish! Behind God Zichun, Ichien's body shone with divine light. With a powerful attack, she broke the spider web and floated over to stand side by side with Zichun. Screams could be heard in the distance. Obviously, many oracles had been hit. Seeing the two of them break free, the giant spider let out an unwilling roar and opened its mouth. The next moment, thick venom sprayed toward the two of them like a fountain. Before the venom reached them, there was a strong, pungent smell. This smell went straight into their minds and made them dizzy. Obviously, this was a kind of venom that was a great threat to oracles. The two of them put up their light shields and retreated. As they retreated, the venom fell on their bodies and began to corrode them. The surface of their light shield sizzled and showed signs of dissipating. This venom can dissolve energy. Retreat quickly, God Zichun reminded them, and the two of them retreated even faster. In the process of retreating, God Zichun slashed with his saber. The saber light slashed forward like a waterfall, and wherever it passed, the venom was separated. However, the saber light only traveled a short distance. Before it reached the giant spider, It was corroded by the venom's spiritual power and completely dissipated. Seeing that the venom was ineffective, the giant spider stopped spraying venom. With a tap of its legs, it quickly chased after the two of them. Its body was huge, but its speed was very fast. Wherever it passed, there was a strong whistling sound in the air, like a moving mountain. A large shadow appeared on the ground. The giant spider had arrived, and its speed was not slower than the two of them. Damn it! Zichun cursed inwardly. He turned around and swept to the side with his saber. During this time, the stone saber in his hand slashed again. Swoosh! The saber light like a waterfall went straight for the spider's body, but it was blocked by the spider's legs, and a clanging sound was heard. There was no doubt that the spider's legs were stronger than a divine weapon. Hiss! The giant spider hissed angrily. The space above its head began to distort. A huge ball of energy spun out, and spears flew out from the ball of light. Each of these spears was composed of pure energy, but they contained an extremely powerful aura. Is this a supernatural power? Zichun was very surprised. He did not expect the spider to have such a skill. He waved the stone saber in his hand, and streaks of saber light slashed forward. During this time, clanging sounds were heard. When Zichun blocked the spears, the powerful force sent him flying backwards. Puff! On the other side, Ichien shot out a beam of divine light. This beam of divine light was like a chain, and it wrapped around the giant spider's body. Then, she pulled the chain of divine light with one hand and instantly exerted her strength. The giant spider was forcibly stopped by Ichien. Huh! Zichun shouted as he used the fleetfoot stride. After destroying a large number of spears with a single slash, his body shone with a divine light as he rushed in front of the giant spider and viciously slashed at its head. Puff! The giant spider's head was not as strong as its legs. It was cut open by God Zichun with one slash. The stone saber went straight into the giant spider's head. Blood splattered and fell on God Zichun's body. His strong body was emitting smoke at this moment. There was poison in his blood. The stone saber only went into the giant spider's head. Then, the remaining force dissipated. God Zichun found that the stone saber was stuck in the spider's hard skull. The giant spider let out a painful hiss. The last of the poison in its body was sprayed at God Zichun. At this moment, Zichun held the stone saber in his hand. His body shone with divine light, but he did not dodge. The poison poured on his body in an instant. His flesh made a sizzling sound, and then it was corroded by the poison. Zichun! Ichien shouted from a distance. Her beautiful face turned pale. Under the poison, the divine light chains wrapped around the giant spider's body were instantly shattered. She wanted to go to the rescue, but at this moment, she saw Zichien, who was surrounded by poison, pull out the stone saber. A dazzling and powerful divine light burst out from his body. He held the stone saber tightly with both hands and stepped on the spider's head. The tip of the saber swallowed and spat out divine light as it stabbed downward. Puff! This time, it was full of power. The stone saber went straight to the hilt. At the same time, a bright saber light pierced through the spider's jaw. The spider let out a final hiss. After struggling a few times, it completely collapsed on the ground. God Zichun breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect that the first danger he encountered here would be so difficult to deal with. His flesh was being corroded at this moment, but he did not care. Because he had the heavenly god's bone, he could recover quickly. At this moment, he found that the poison in his body was no longer corroding his flesh. It turned into spots of light and dissipated. At the same time, the giant dead spider at his feet was also turning into spots of light. It was as if it was being decomposed. However, the spots of light did not dissipate. Instead, they gathered above and turned into an irregular crystal the size of a palm. The crystal flashed with bright light and exuded a tyrannical aura with an extremely strong will. Zichen's body, which had been corroded earlier, was also recovering at this moment. Apart from the power of his body, it was also because of the remaining light spots on his body, which helped him recover his body. Just as he looked at the irregular stone in confusion, the ground suddenly began to tremble. The tentacles that had disappeared before reappeared. Chapter 2683. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. As soon as the tentacle appeared, God Zi-Chen sensed that something was amiss. With a tap of his feet, he activated the Fleetfoot stride. Divine light flickered and blade light streaked past. He had already arrived beside the irregular crystal. Behind him, there were specks of blood floating in the air. Severed tentacles fell to the ground. Those tentacles were still twisting and struggling like spirit snakes. As for the underground existence, it ran away again. He reached out and grabbed the crystal. "Are you okay?" Ichien walked over and looked at God Zi-Chen with concern in her eyes. She saw with her own eyes that God Zi-Chen's body was drenched by the venom. The venom was extremely corrosive. His flesh was rotting, and even his heavenly god bones were exposed. "I'm fine. This thing is strange." God Zi-Chen looked at the irregular crystal in his hand and said, "When the spider dissipated, it turned into energy. Some of it remained in my body and healed my wounds. My wounds are almost healed now." Ichien looked at him from head to toe. God Zi-Chen's body was glowing with divine light, and his injuries had already healed. She took the irregular crystal from God Zi-Chen's hands and examined it. She couldn't see anything special about it. Then, she released her divine perception and found that it contained the precepts of heaven and earth. These laws flickered with crystalline light, just like the laws within the broodmother's body, but they were purer and contained the principles of heaven and earth. "This is a law crystal, formed from a shattered world." Shadowless suddenly spoke. "Law crystal?" God Zi-Chen's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the rule fragment that he had refined when he was in the Earth realm. He wondered if there were any similarities between the two. In this world, there are countless worlds. There are big and small worlds, and there are mature and immature laws. After the collapse of an immature world, some law fragments may appear, but the grade and level of those fragments are very low. However, when a mature world collapsed, the laws within it were already close to being complete. The fragments that were formed were law crystals. They have gathered the essence of the shattered world and are filled with spiritual energy. They can manifest all things in the world. Shadowless explained. Just like the spider from before, it's a manifestation of the law crystal after it gained sentience. It's a powerful spirit born in the world. Love, go little, say W. Choose some of them can even develop intelligence and evolve into human-like existences. If their level is high enough, they can even use this to cultivate and become stronger. It's that amazing? Zi-Chun was shocked by what Shadowless said. The law crystal is almost the same as the mother nest. That's because the mother nest comprehended the laws of heaven and earth and strengthened itself. If the mother nest was enlarged, it would be a complete world, containing the laws of heaven and earth. After the mother nest died, its corpse would become a complete law crystal for refinement. After a world was destroyed, the law crystals left behind were also supreme treasures for cultivation. In this world, the birth and death of worlds will always result in the appearance of law crystals. Therefore, in our era, these things were not rare. Zi-Chun relayed Shadowless's words to Ichien. Ichien was also very surprised. Then why did the world collapse? God Zi-Chun asked. It's the same as why the mother nest died. Some were caused by external forces, while others met with some unforeseen event during the process of growth, resulting in a natural collapse. Just like how the mother nest disintegrated after failing to evolve, Shadowless said. You can say that the creatures of alternate dimensions have the mother nest, which is a very magical thing, and this world can also create law crystals, which are very extraordinary things. The latter is of higher quality than the former, but it's relatively harder to find. It's also not like the mother nest, which can produce creatures of alternate dimensions endlessly. You can say that there are pros and cons. Doesn't that mean that if we get this thing, we'll be able to evolve quickly just like how we got the mother nest? God Zi-Chun asked, his eyes shining. You can say that, but only if there's enough of them. I'm guessing that this is a trial ground for a god emissary. It should be deliberately prepared by the sky god. However, to be able to find so many law crystals is also very impressive. Shadowless said, next, everything is very simple. You just need to fight to get more. Then let's refine it first. God Zi-Chun handed the law crystal to Ichien. Qian shook her head. You're strong. You refine it first. Clearly, this was to make Zichen stronger. God Zichen didn't continue to refuse and placed the law crystal in the world. Zichen's real body held the law crystal in his hand. He had clearly heard the conversation from before. Moreover, he was connected to his avatar through a single thought. Just as he was about to refine it, he suddenly frowned. Can't refine it? The law crystal in his hand glowed with light. Then, the light quickly faded as if it had been sealed. He opened the world and tossed the law crystal out. His clone caught it. How can this be? The trio's expressions changed slightly when they saw the law crystal's light receding. There's a seal on it. It can't be refined, Godzichin said. Maybe it's caused by the laws here. Let's continue forward and see if the others can refine it. The three continued forward. The previous battle had ended, and they didn't know if the others were dead or alive. After walking for a while, Godzichin saw a giant spider ahead. It seemed that the battle had just ended, and the spider's body quickly disappeared into the void. Now that he knew the use of the law crystal, Godzichin didn't stop and flew straight ahead. There was a sound of breaking air, and he quickly arrived at the previous area. The scene in front of him changed, as if he had arrived at another time and space. Then, the ground shook and tentacles appeared. Then, the giant spider that had just disappeared reappeared and charged at the two. Shadowless stood there and watched the show. He was like a shadow, and other than Zichun, no one could see him. Wiley led the others forward. As the leader this time, he didn't come alone. There were two level 9s beside him. In addition, Saman, who went to find trouble with Zichun last time, was also here. They were flying at high speed when their bodies suddenly disappeared from this space. Powerful energy immediately shook, and a powerful wave spread out. Soon, their bodies reappeared. A huge spider turned into specks of light and disappeared, turning into a law crystal. Let's speed up. Energy flowed around Wiley's body, and he took the law crystal. The others nodded and continued forward. During this time, there were also some level 9s rushing forward. Among them, there were two who had tokens and could use the trapping hand. We have to speed up. This world isn't big, and the number of law crystals should be limited. Yin Wei held a crystal in his hand and said to the others beside him. Although they were ambushed earlier, they had more people on their side, and there were many powerhouses, so there wasn't any danger. Hearing his words, the others naturally didn't have any objections, and they all nodded and continued forward. All the powerhouses who had obtained law crystals, after sensing that they couldn't be refined at the moment, guessed that there might be a way to refine law crystals in the depths of this world. Thus, they all increased their speed. During this time, Godzichin and Iqian didn't deliberately speed up. After knowing the magical use of the law crystals, they just wanted to get more, and it was inevitable that they would change their direction. After a few days, the first batch of powerhouses led by Wiley had already reached the deepest part of this world. At this time, there was a bald man beside him. He wore a black robe and was one of the 6 tokens. HM? Why isn't there anything? After reaching the depths, Wiley was startled when he saw an empty area in front of him. Wiley, what's here? Level 8 Saman asked. The entrance, the real entrance to the trial ground. You need a token to enter. Wiley said as he scanned the area with his divine sense, but there was still nothing. After that, he ordered his men to fly forward to see if there were any spiders hiding here and blocking the entrance. They flew in a circle, and there were energy fluctuations, but they didn't find anything. Wiley, there's nothing. Did you remember the wrong place? Saman looked back and stared at him. How could I remember wrongly when the Lord personally ordered it? He frowned and thought for a moment before saying, Looks like the entrance hasn't appeared yet. We can only wait. How long do we have to wait?
Saman asked.
Maybe a few months, maybe a few years, maybe a few hundred years. There's no time limit. Wiley said in a low voice. Then what about this? Saman took out a law crystal. We can only refine it in the next area, so it's useless now. However, since this place hasn't opened yet, we'll have more time to find these law crystals. Once we gather enough law crystals, we might be able to break through to the general level in the next area. Wiley's eyes flashed as he said, Next, we'll do our best to find these law crystals, In this space, the only thing that could be obtained was law crystals. Since the entrance hadn't appeared yet, everyone began to work hard to find law crystals and try to accumulate enough to break through. No one knew when the entrance would appear, not even Wiley. Thus, in the process of searching, when both sides encountered each other, it would naturally lead to a battle. Find that guy. As long as we get the god-trapping hand and the token, the greatest opportunity awaits us. The being called Saman was currently leading a level 9 to search for traces of Zichen of the god all over the world. Because he didn't deliberately hide it, many people knew that if they obtained the god-trapping hand and the token, they would be able to obtain even greater opportunities. Thus, the 6 existences who knew how to use the god-trapping hand naturally became the targets of everyone. However, among the 6 people, 5 of them were level 9, which represented the strongest combat power in this space. Naturally, no one paid attention to them. However, the 6th person, Zichun Shan, only had the strength of a mere level 7 expert. Thus, he was targeted by many powers. God Zichun, who was still moving forward, didn't know that he had become a target. He, Iqian, and Shadowless were still hunting spiders to obtain more law crystals. Chapter 2684. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The hunt continued. Godzi Chun and Iqian's cooperation became better and better. In the end, the spiders could no longer hurt them. Love, go little, say W. Chu. However, the two of them still couldn't catch or kill the underground tentacle monster. It seemed to be very agile and would immediately escape when it sensed danger. For the time being, Godzi Chun couldn't be sure whether the underground tentacle monster was the same or different. He still hadn't figured it out. The space around them changed. Obviously, they had been ambushed again. Phew. Looking at the giant spider in front of him, Godzi Chun took a deep breath. His black eyes instantly became cold and fierce. He held the long saber tightly with both hands. The divine power in his body was running wildly. Divine energy burst out violently. Within the energy, colorful light lingered and shrouded God Zichun. As the divine energy lingered, the space around them was dyed in color. The colorful light was constantly changing. It was magnificent. With a loud shout, his eyes were filled with coldness. He slashed the stone saber in his hand forward. Divine energy surged wildly. A saber light hundreds of feet long shot out from the stone saber and slashed at the spider web falling from the sky. Chi. When the saber light and the spider web met, the light on the spider web flowed and formed a strong resistance. The space around them began to distort wildly. Powerful energy waves swept over. The saber light moved forward, shining with divine light. It directly cut the spider web in half. At the same time, the saber light didn't lose its momentum and fell on the giant spider's head. Bang! With a loud tremor, the giant spider let out a hiss and flew backward. A long cut appeared on its head. Highly toxic blood splashed out, landing on the ground. Chi-chi sounds rang out, corroding deep pits one after another. To the side of God Zichun, Iqian stood in the air. Her colorful dress fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful face carried a hint of coldness. Her shining jade hands were forming seals, and divine light surged from her body. Her ink-black hair danced in the wind. As the seal fell, a divine light coiled around her. This divine light was like a ribbon, but it was also like a spirit snake. It coiled around her, twisting in midair. It was very agile, as if it was alive. Spirit binding. Iqian extended her jade-like hand, which glowed with divine light. Her slender jade-like finger pointed forward, and the spirit serpent ribbon that was coiling around her immediately flew out. This was a very special divine skill, somewhat similar to Zichen's god-trapping hand. Although it was not as powerful as the god-trapping hand, it was not to be underestimated. Love, go little, say, Netku. The spirit serpent ribbon instantly moved forward. With a flash of divine light, it wrapped around the giant spider, trapping it. Collect. Iqian's hands pointed again. Her eyes were cold, and the seal changed again. The spirit serpent ribbon that was coiling around the giant spider suddenly released a strong light, and it flew toward them with the giant spider. Hiss! Hiss! The giant spider's huge body was bound in layers. It did not listen to orders and flew toward them. It struggled and hissed. Its body shone with a strong light, and a powerful aura burst out. The light on the spirit serpent ribbon flickered, and cracks appeared on it. It was about to collapse. Go to hell. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. God Zichun used the fleetfoot stride and appeared in front of the giant spider in an instant. He held the stone saber tightly with both hands, and the divine energy in his body surged wildly. His entire body was enveloped in divine light. Poof! He went straight forward and stabbed the saber into the giant spider's head. At the same time, a thick saber radiance shot out and pierced through the spider's body. The spider kept hissing. Blood and venom spurted out, and its body kept trembling in midair. Crack! 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 The spirit serpent ribbon that was coiling around it dimmed. Cracks spread, and it collapsed, turning into light spots and disappearing. Endless venom and blood sprayed on God Zichun's body, and there was a sizzling sound. Poisonous smoke rose from his body, and the defense on the surface of his body kept dissipating. God Zichun's expression did not change. He looked indifferently at the spider whose aura was dissipating. Buzz! With a tremor, the spider's vitality disappeared. Its huge body dispersed, turning into light spots. At the same time, the divine light on God Zichun's body disappeared. The spider's venom and blood, which had been fatal and corrosive, turned into pure rules at this moment. This was also the only chance for God Zichun to absorb the rules. The last of the energy was completely absorbed. God Zichun's body emitted light spots. He closed his eyes and quietly felt the rules contained in the energy, trying his best to comprehend them. Love, go little, say W. Chui Qian flew over. Her colorful dress danced, and her figure was graceful. She stretched out her hand and took the rule crystal in front of her. After a period of battle training, her spirit binding technique had greatly improved, and she was much more comfortable with it than before. The light of the law crystal in her hand quickly dimmed as it was sealed again. A total of 10 pieces. Ichien put away the rule crystal and looked at God Zichun, who had opened his eyes again, and said. God Zichun nodded and smiled. Let's continue. Ichien also smiled and nodded. She liked this kind of experiential life very much. As for Zichun's real body, he was comprehending Saber Dao with the other clones. This was the most direct way to improve combat strength. He did not need to do anything for the time being. Ichien, who had not let down her guard, did not wait for the tentacle monster underground to appear. The two continued forward. At this moment, Shadowless, who had gone out to scout, appeared in God Zichun's line of sight. There was still a long distance between them. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Zichun, not good. They're coming to steal your things. Zichun, who was moving forward, stopped and frowned. Sensing that Zichun had stopped, Ichien turned around and looked at him with a pair of bright eyes, puzzled. What's wrong? Someone's coming, God Zichun said. Shadowless was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was not far from God Zichun. They're coming to steal your rule crystal. At the same time, they want to take your token and God trapping palm. It's said that there's an entrance here. If you go in with the token, you'll get more opportunities. Shadowless finished in one breath. How strong are they? God Zichun asked. One of them is level 8. The rest are level 7. But they're just the vanguard. If you delay for a while, more level 8 and level 9 will come, Shadowless said. When Zichun heard this, a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. There were a total of 6 badges, but they only attacked him. It was obvious that they didn't dare to attack the others. They thought that Zichun was a pushover. What do you plan to do now? Shadowless looked at God Zichun and asked. Let's wait and see, God Zichun said. His eyes flashed, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. There's no way I'll reject something that's delivered to my doorstep for free. A moment later, he felt a powerful wave from the horizon. A figure shrouded in divine light appeared in his line of sight. He rushed forward, and the aura of a level 8 spread out. The first to arrive was a level 8, but there was only one. From a distance, he saw God Zichun. His expression froze for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He didn't notify the others in the distance and directly rushed over. One level 8 against 2 level 7. This seemed to be a complete victory. Hand over the God-trapping hand, the token, and the law crystals on you, and I'll spare your lives. As he moved forward, he transmitted his voice to the two, his voice cold. Clearly, he didn't shout in anger. He was worried that others would hear and come over to divide the spoils. You're just a mere level 8? A disdainful smile spread from the corner of his mouth. God Zichin's divine energy surged, and a level 7 aura appeared. A mere level 7 dares to boast so shamelessly? I'll let you have a taste of this Lord's power. The level 8 divine emissary smiled coldly and slashed his sword at God Zichin. Dazzling divine light flashed, and a sword light dozens of feet long shot out from the tip of the sword, heading straight for God Zichin. Roar! As the sword light rushed forward, a lion's roar shook the sky. The sword light shook and transformed into a divine lion, surrounded by divine light and shrouded in sword energy. No wonder he dared to come alone. It turned out that he had mastered other divine skills. The divine lion stepped in the air, shaking the void and letting out a rumbling sound. Seeing this, God Zichin's face turned slightly pale. He clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and punched forward with his divine power. Two divine fists flew toward the golden lion, one from the left and one from the right. The divine fists were equally terrifying, shaking the void. But in the eyes of a level 8 divine emissary, this was just an ordinary attack. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Bang! The divine lion and the two divine fists collided, and a powerful shockwave spread out, causing the void to distort and ripple to spread into the distance. Boom! Energy exploded, and the two divine fists exploded one after another. At the same time, the divine lion went straight for God Zichin with unstoppable momentum. Seeing that his divine fists were blocked, God Zichin's face changed greatly, and a look of panic appeared in his eyes. He formed a seal with his hands, and divine light lingered around him. A huge divine bell fell from the sky, enveloping him. Clang! The bell rang, and a strange power spread out and hit the divine lion. The divine lion's body shook slightly, and the luster on its body dimmed slightly. But its momentum did not decrease. With another lion's roar, the divine lion rushed in front of God Zichin. Powerful energies collided, producing a powerful shockwave. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. Boom! God Zichin's defense was instantly shattered, and the divine lion's front paw slammed into his chest. Bang! Divine light sputtered, and a loud sound was heard. God Zichin's body flew backward. Run! While flying backward, God Zichin's voice was heard, and he quickly ran toward the horizon. Behind him, Iqian saw that the situation was not good, so she followed closely behind. Where do you think you're going? The level 8 warrior roared and chased forward. At this moment, his face was full of pride and confidence. He thought that this level 7 warrior with the god's trapping hand would have some tricks up his sleeve, but he did not expect him to be so weak. In this way, he was full of confidence that he could take away the other party's treasure. He chased forward. Because of the energy shockwave, the others also rushed over. After that, they chased after him one after another. During this time, God Zichin fought with the level 8 warrior again, and was sent flying again, coughing up blood. This time, the people behind saw it clearly, and they all chased after him with all their might. At the back, Ben Senlu and the others arrived. When they saw the scene just now, their faces were full of shock. Even if it's only level 7, that guy is a skeleton. How can he be so weak? Sina was puzzled. Looking at the people who had disappeared in front of him, Yang Wei said with a serious expression, because he has big plans. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.